Alrighty, it looks like we're live. Guys, give us a minute here. We're going to add Facebook in at least for a little while, probably about an hour or so, get some people in on the Facebook side of things. Wait till we got green check marks over there. And it looks like we've got everybody in here. Mile high hello, everybody in Broncos country, NFL draft fans across the nation. Welcome into Mile High Huddle's continued live draft coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. I am Lance Sanderson, going to host the show today for you alongside my good friend and colleague. He is Mile High Huddle's senior NFL draft analyst, the one and only Erick Trickel. Erick, it's been a long grind so far, but the real work starts today. I know that obviously Saturday in the NFL draft is your favorite day of the entire event. How are you doing this morning, buddy?
Doing good. And as Chad says, yes, I realize that the title says day 2. I don't know how to change it. And I don't think we can change it now that we're live. Yeah, I know that it's day 3 and not day 2, despite what the title says. But yeah, this is the marathon, the flying 20, if we want to bring it back to football with the 40, you have your 10-yard, the 10-yard split, the 20-yard split, then the flying 20. I'm seeing what we can do. And man, year after year, I always pride myself on day 3 knowing these guys. I mean, I have almost 400 players on my big board this year that all have grades. Then there's an additional, I think, about like 370 some odd that I just have done some stuff on, didn't have enough tape to grade them, or couldn't find any tape to grade them and just had to do like background stuff and just get an idea on it, or guys who didn't meet certain thresholds that I have for it. So going to be curious to see where the first guy goes that I don't have on my big board, and who the first player is that I don't have anything about. Something that I always try to keep track of every year. But before we get into this, we have Riptide coming in saying, I want Troy Franklin, even if it means a trade up, including Sutton. I would be very shocked if Denver goes after Troy Franklin. Just there's been a lot of negative stuff coming out about him and, attitude, work ethic, physicality, things like that. And just not having, much desire to be physical. Obviously information can be misleading, but this seems to be some stuff that's coming out as to why teams are passing on him now. Mm-hmm. And it's always has always included the comment of, we can think he'll go in this. We can think he'll go soon, but to another team, they can try to fix him. We don't want to. They can try to fix him. Mm-hmm. And every year when I hear comments like that about player, we see that player fall a little bit farther. That said, I do think that Troy Franklin is going to go pretty early today in round 4. And if Denver is moving up again, I don't think it's for Troy Franklin. I think it's for a running back or a tight end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Franklin, again, that lack of like overall size, the lack of physicality is a big issue with him. And apparently, like Erick said, there's been some character issues coming out with work ethic and stuff like that. And I guess you could kind of see that on tape, but we talked about it last night on the show. You just never know. It's so hard to tell because we don't get that information. We get the tape, we get whatever information we do get fed to us, but it's so hard to find that stuff.
I wouldn't say we don't get that information. It's just that we don't get a chance to sit down with the player and talk to these coaches specifically. It's secondhand information, which could be, as Riptide says, it could be BS, but it may not be either, as all the stuff that I hear about as much that's inaccurate as accurate. So can never tell with this. There's a reason that Troy Franklin has fallen this far, and which that seems to indicate that the stuff that's here is kind of, accurate.
Right. And you'd be surprised at some of the stuff that you do hear coming out about some character concerns. I mean, I know a guy personally that I spoke with at length for about an hour or so a couple of weeks ago, talking about Adonai Mitchell and his work ethic concerns, which you can see on tape. We talked about those a little bit before. And a guy that, he says, I'm good friends with him and their family. And you would be shocked to hear some of the stuff that he was saying. Like, this guy and you're going to say this out loud about him. This very interesting. Now, granted, I'm Mile High Huddle, not ESPN. So some of that stuff could be hidden or go a little bit further. But this guy knows this family very well. Says they're all great people. Adonai Mitchell, not a great person. He's very self-centered. He's very narcissistic. He's very arrogant. And again, he thinks that, for lack of a better way of putting it, his stuff doesn't stink, if you know what I mean. So that was a big concern and a big reason why he fell down the board into the 50s, when a lot of people said that he could have been wide receiver 4 in this class. Like, there's a lot of people that I know, I think Trevor Sikkema, Connor Rogers, they both had him in the top 20 on their big boards. So you never know. You can evaluate the talent, and if you don't know exactly who these people are, it's hard to get a good gauge on what they are with their character, and without getting a chance to sit down with them and talk to them.
Yeah, and with Adonai Mitchell, before I grab this from Ritai, Adonai Mitchell also is a diabetic and has an ankle injury that also played into falling. It wasn't just, the attitude stuff. But Riptide coming with another $5 donation. Thank you, Riptide. We appreciate that. Saying my wish is Jalen Wright and Troy Franklin, and Franklin with Bo, not worried. Hey, maybe there's enough there. But we've seen time and time again that just because a quarterback had the receiver in college doesn't mean they want that receiver in the NFL. Yep. Not saying that's the case here. Just saying that just because that connection was in college doesn't mean it's there for the NFL.
Yep.
That's all I'm getting at with that. But thank you again, Riptide, for joining us and saying hello to the chat real quick. We have 78 Leadhead coming in saying, "What's up, Eric and Lance? Let's do this, baby." Yes, definitely. We have Salamander coming in on Twitch saying, "Lance and Eric, let's find a diamond in the rough today. Who are some underrated players to keep an eye on?" Underrated players to keep an eye on. That's a tough one. Trying to think here. If you want to look at tackles, I think Ethan Driscoll or Josiah Ezram are two guys that are a little bit under radar that can, specifically for the Broncos, that could work out well for them. Both need a little bit more development. Running backs, I really like Cody Schrader, Tyrone Tracy. If Denver doesn't get Jalen Wright and they still want that guy who can be a weapon out of the backfield, line up in the slot, even line up out wide, kind of be that Reggie Bush, Alvin Kamara type. Well, Tyrone Tracy, he's there. Let's see who else that there might be. Do you have anybody that you can think of off the top of your head?
Tyrone Tracy was one that I really liked. Ethan Driscoll was another one. I like Walter Rouse a lot. I think that there's some tackle. He can play left or right tackle if you need him to, out of Oklahoma. I think I've moved to guard.
We have a trade. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. They move up to 102.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay, that's so I guess let's get this party started. I mean, what do you think the big move is here? We had 78 Leadhead coming in asking about interest in the tight end out of Texas, Jatavian Sanders. This is one we talked about him at length last night. Jalen Wright, the running back out of Tennessee, we talked about him at length last night as well. We know that there's a good connection with him. So.
Well, it's not Jatavian Sanders, as he was pick 101.
Oh, okay. So I missed that.
Well, I just now saw it, and I saw the news of the trade before I saw the news of the pick.
That's crazy.
Jatavian Sanders is off the clock. Denver, they've been heavily linked to Jalen Wright.
This very well could be Jalen Wright here. I do think it's going to be a playmaker. Quite honestly, I think that they're going to go and add somebody on the offensive side of the football to add a weapon to this unit. They desperately need to get more explosive play potential, and Jalen Wright really makes a lot of sense here because of that ability to hit the long ball. I mean, he has incredible deep speed, and he's a great receiver out of the backfield. I also do like Tyrone Tracy. Like you said, a guy you can line up outside, you can line him up in the slot. He was a former wide receiver at Iowa and showed really, I don't want to say great route running ability, but he can stretch the field vertically. He has some good speed to him. He was good going across the middle of the field as well and showed really reliable hands. But what do you got, Eric?
Not a fan of the trade. Don't have the pick yet, but they received 102 and 235 for 121, 136, and 207. Not a big fan of that, of the trade, just a little bit more than I think is good for it, but they clearly like somebody a lot that they wanted to get up and go get. And, talking about explosive playmakers, maybe it is Troy Franklin. Maybe it is. I still don't think it is. I think it's going to be Jalen Wright, but we'll see. And as soon as I see the pick, we will let it know. And it is Troy Franklin. Well, there you go, guys.
Wow, there you go. Okay, that interesting. As much as we were talking about the issues there, this does do a really good job, pairing Bo Nix with a player that he was very comfortable with, his number one wide receiver at Oregon. He does bring some verticality to the field. He's got some very good speed. I wish that the physicality was there, but this to me is a good value. I mean, if you look at the Pro Football Focus big board, I believe they had him as their number 36 overall player. We're down at 101 here. So Eric, where was Troy Franklin on your big board?
I mean, he was an early third round grade for me. Even with the character stuff, because, and I always get put into like this whole kind of where I get talking about the negatives of player. I don't hate Troy Franklin as a player. I do wish he was more physical, but dude is explosive. He's an explosive playmaker, and the Broncos needed that. I wish he had a little bit more mass on his frame. He plays closer to one. I think he plays around 175 pounds. He's very tall and lanky. Need to have that a little bit more mass to him. I want to see more physicality there. I was low. I felt I was low on him because I value blocking in the receivers, and he's just doesn't bring it.
Yeah.
But he's a guy, and I'm sure they talked to Bo Nix, and I'm sure they talked to Bo Nix about the character stuff too. And that what Bo Nix told him, I have no idea. And maybe he's been like, it's no big deal. So I'm optimistic about the pick, even though, you know, there were character stuff about the physicality, because as I said, Denver needed more explosives. That is one thing that has been lacking off in this offense for years. I can't fault them for going and getting somebody who can bring explosives to the offense.
No, yeah, absolutely not. One other thing though, like this is a quick separator. He does a really good job creating quick separation on those underneath routes, the slants, the drags, the stuff like that, because he has that explosive first step. But his ability to get from 0 to 60 miles an hour instantaneously was really fun to watch. I think that the big thing here, again, it's just that lack of physicality, but you can't hate them for going and getting a guy that we know, again, Bo Nix is comfortable with him. Let's see how it plays out. This is probably the first pick that I actually like a whole lot for Denver, because they get such a great value here. And Riptide coming in with a $2 donation saying, I love it. And Riptide, this was your guy. So pound the table, dude. It's good to have you in here. There's a lot of good reaction in the chat right now. Salamander over on Twitch saying we got chemistry, saying we've got a great pick from Chris. Nelson Monegro saying, OMG, I'm so happy. Jeremy Sean, speed baby. Yes, like guys, this is a fun pick for Denver. I very much like this pick a lot for what the Broncos needed offensively.
Yeah, and going back to his play and on the field, there's concerns about the route running. He was kind of a 1 or 2 route kind of runner there at Oregon. So you want to develop that. And I have a concern because the routes that he runs best are very similar to what the routes that Marvin Mims runs best.
Yep.
So, but again, explosives. Carl touched on it last night about targeting the positions that have high value, you know, those premier positions, quarterback and edge rusher. Well, now you're targeting a very specific thing that you need. And the way that offenses are in the NFL, you have to have explosives to be successful. He can bring it. Looking at his measurables and his spider chart here, you know, the hand size, that is a little bit concerning. There are some drops there on tape. The weight, again, very concerning. Weighed in at the combine at 176 pounds, plays around that. But you look at that flying 20. This doesn't have the flying 20, but you can kind of figure it out with the 10-yard split. 19th percentile for the 10-yard split, 82nd percentile for the 40-yard time. Takes a little bit of time to go and get up to speed, but once he gets up to speed, he can be a burner. He can take the top off the defense and open up stuff underneath and open up that quick passing game for them a little bit. Kind of a long strider, which hurts his acceleration, which hurts his burst in and out of breaks. One of the big technical aspects when it comes to the nuance of the route running, he doesn't sink his hips into his breaks. So he kind of rounds them off instead of snapping them off. And you can kind of see that with the 20-yard shuttle. So it's there's a lot of development here, but again, right away, he is bringing explosives to this, and the other receivers that the Broncos have, well, they can do the other stuff that you want in the offense. And I think this is a pretty good sign that Courtland Sutton will be here for this year.
That's actually pretty interesting because we had somebody say coming in here, Jared Fry saying, goodbye, Sutton. It's been nice. Hope you find your paradise. So the thing about Sutton is you still have that physicality with him, the ability to go and win those contested catches. So while I think that I would have probably gone Baker here as Javon Baker from UCF as that replacement, aside from Marvin Mims, Franklin brings a different skill set that this team doesn't have right now. Mims and Franklin are going to be interesting to see how they work in conjunction with each other. on the field at the same time. And if they do finally get a healthy season from Greg Dulcich and he can stay healthy, that explosive play potential from those three players when paired together is going to be incredibly fun to watch. I go back a couple of years ago with the Broncos when they did have Greg Dulcich his rookie season, and they still had KJ Hamler. What Nathaniel Hackett at the time liked to do was he'd like to put those guys on the same side of the field together and then run switch release verticals with them to try to put safeties in conflict. And Greg Dulcich had a huge game. I believe it was the London game where he went off against the Jacksonville Jaguars, had a couple of one long touchdown catch for sure, and then another big long reception. I think it was like a 75-yarder or something like that. So getting as much speed and verticality on the field as possible, and then the ability to stretch the field horizontally as well. I like this. This is starting to turn into a very fun offense to kind of take a look at. We got Riptide jumping in here saying, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Eric. Grab that.
We have Riptide coming in with the $2 donation. Now trade Sutton and let's get Jalen Wright. And as I said, and Lance kind of talked to you, I think that this is a pretty good sign that Sutton will be here for this year because there is not a receiver on the roster who can replace what Sutton has reliably. And I say that because you can kind of get what get a Sutton-esque type player out of Tim Patrick. I mean, they're not carbon copies of each other, but the injury concerns with Tim Patrick is why it's not a reliable aspect to it. Mm-hmm. I mean, 2 back-to-back years right away in training camp, season-ending injuries. You don't want to trade Sutton now only to have Tim Patrick go down again. Mm-hmm. You don't have that reliable aspect of it. And Jeremy saying, remind me how big is Devontae Smith? Devontae Smith is on a class a whole other level of this, and Devontae Smith is also a lot more physical than Troy Franklin is. Like, body types can be body types, but play styles matter too. Troy Franklin and Devontae Smith are not alike outside of the way they look. Outside of that body type.
Yeah, the body typing is the one big thing. But Devontae Smith was an elite route runner and separator. Like, he was a guy that could create instant separation as soon as he got off the snap. He worked a hell of a lot better against press coverage when he did get to go against press coverage. His hand techniques were a lot better. His footwork is a hell of a lot better. He's not just a straight line speed guy like Troy Franklin is. So, I understand, size concerns are size concerns. You always are going to have those with players. But again, like Eric said, that play style definitely matters. And that was a big reason why he was a top 10 pick and just got paid huge money by the Philadelphia Eagles a couple of weeks ago. We got David Wilder jumping in here with a $10 super chat saying, I like the direction that this offense is going. Now, Eric, I want to go back a little bit to the comment that I was making. What do you think of this pickup and how it kind of changes the dynamic of this offense moving forward with Sean Payton?
Well, I mean, I kind of touched about it. Is you get as a rookie, you get a very specific thing out of Troy Franklin, because this late receivers, they're going to take for the most part. Obviously, you have your exceptions to the rule, but it's going to take some time for him to develop the route running and be more of a route runner than he is, who can offer up a little bit more. But you get your explosive guy to take the top off, and then you can sit there and have everything underneath opened up. He can pull those linebackers a little bit deeper into their zone drops and work over the middle. He can pull those safeties up and work, those deep overs and stuff. So he's one of those guys. He's not a matchup dictator per se, but he's a guy that, especially in the too high shell that we're seeing so prominent in the NFL nowadays, he's a guy that is going to pretty consistently pull a safety over and just open up a little bit more elsewhere. And somebody came in and asking what the trade was. Well, Chase Wellner has it covered here. The Broncos received 102, which they used on Troy Franklin, and 235, while sending 121, 136, and 207. Clearly, they coveted getting Troy Franklin. From what I understand, is that they were trying to move up last night for JT Sanders, and with JT Sanders going off, their fallback was Troy Franklin. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to move up again, because from what I gathered before the draft, there were about 4 players they wanted here in the kind of the early-ish 4th round, and they wanted to walk away with 2 of them. They're a team that they don't really value the depth of this class a whole lot, so they're willing to trade those later picks to move up and go get them. And we have Dylan Von Arx joining us just in time to get your review. The Denver Broncos, they traded up here. Details, I don't know if you've seen it, are here on the screen from Chase Wellner.
Oh, okay.
And took Troy Franklin.
Oh, okay, yeah. I I had you guys on. I was about to hop in the shower and I heard trade and I was like, oh shit. So I had to try and quick and get out of the shower. But yeah, I mean, obviously I wasn't going to be a fan of taking Troy Franklin maybe around earlier, but once we get to day 3, not upset with it. Get someone that your quarterback's familiar with. And I don't really like that he's not a great separator. I think he's a little smaller as well, but if that's the guy that Bo Nix wants, then go get him.
Yeah, and I like something that you said there, and it kind of reminds me of a thing. Day 3, it's all about the traits.
Mm-hmm.
You'll take the guys that need a lot of development, and you'll bet on those traits, special teams, things like that. And there's some special teams value from Troy Franklin as well. So there's a lot here for it. Even with the character medicals, you'll see guys take them as long as they have those traits. Franklin has those traits, and I mean it's a good pick. And as you said, pairing him with Bo Nix probably went to bat to try to get his dude, and well, here we are. And I know a lot of people in chat are happy for it.
Yeah, we got 78 Lathead jumping in here. What defensive linemen are left that you guys like? Do you guys like the hybrid safety linebacker from Miami, Williams? I think. Yeah, Williams. I can't remember his first name. Safety line.
Williams?
No, the James Williams. That's it.
James. Okay.
I don't know why I wanted to say Justin Williams, but I don't know. Anyways, safety linebacker hybrid, probably going to be a dime backer at the NFL level. Really good special teams player. I think the big thing is he's so lost in coverage in terms of pass coverage. His instincts aren't necessarily the greatest. He's toolsy for sure. He's got great size and great length, but just the issues in coverage for me would push him down the board. Defensive lineman, Eric, what do you think? Any guys left on the defensive line that you like?
There's a few guys with what the Broncos have. I would be looking at Fabian Lovett. I think this is a pretty good value for him to help continue bolstering that run defense that the Broncos have been valuing on the interior defensive line, specifically, not so much as edge as we saw last night. I'm not big on Brandon Dorlus or Makai Wingo. Leonard Taylor, he's a guy who there's a lot of potential there with him. They just got to figure out the best way to use him and develop him and try to find more consistency. When this guy gets off on the snap consistently in the backfield, but he'll have that great play followed by a play where he's late getting off the snap. There's no consistency there for it. Justin Aboigbe, he's another guy that I think can be a pretty reliable rotational defensive lineman with some additional development and just help boost the depth of this defensive line that the Broncos just don't really have. Christian Boyd, Logan Lee, defensive line's pretty depleted though. It's just it's again betting on traits. Some of these guys have those traits, other guys don't. And yeah. Well, speaking of, Justin Aboigbe just goes off the clock here. Of course, just after I get done talking about it, I see the
You have a knack for doing that, whether you're talking about players that have injury concerns coming off the board right as soon as you get done talking about them. Like you did that, 4 times yesterday, I think is what it was.
It's just because I have the script for it all.
I know Carl did that with Peyton Wilson last night, I believe, as he was explaining.
Yep. A couple picks coming off here. We have Layden Robinson, the guard from Texas A&M. I didn't get a chance to watch him. Adrian Taylor Demerson, the safety from Texas Tech as well. Hyper athletic player. Eric, I know that he was one of the guys that you really liked in this class. What does he bring to the Arizona Cardinals?
Let's just do this and yeah. Sorry, what was your question?
So focused on something else. This is going to happen a lot, guys. But no,
I had to take care of somebody in the chat real quick.
You're good. Oh yeah, okay. The last couple of picks here: Layden Robinson, the guard from Texas A&M. I didn't get a chance to really watch him a lot. And then Adrian Taylor Demerson coming off the board to the Arizona Cardinals just a couple of picks ago. What is that player? I know that like hyper athletic player, but it was one that you really liked. What does he bring to the Cardinals?
Yeah, he's probably got one of the best abilities to be a true center fielder in the NFL. And with Jonathan Gannon's defense, like the issues that he has are easily covered up. So I really like the pick. He brings some good coverage ability. He's not the best run defender. It can be a little bit late triggering downhill, but he tries. The effort is there. Yeah, I like the pick. I was a little bit higher on him just because this safety class isn't, a super high on those center fielder types. There's a lot of guys that are more so, in the box nickel types, too high. So being one of the few of that type, kind of boosting up. And Layden Robinson, he's just a guard.
Mhm.
Like if that makes sense. Pretty standard, typical what you want out of guard. Pretty standard, typical, issues that he has. 4th round player as he was. I believe he might have been a 5th round player for me. I can't remember exactly, but just one of those early mid day 3 guys that should at the very least develop into a pretty solid depth piece.
Right. We got Michael Ronquillo jumping in over on Facebook. Want to give him a shout out because he usually throws some stars. So I want to make sure that we grab this. We don't have anybody watching Facebook right now, and Scott's not with us today. So just a shout out to Michael here saying good morning, Lance, Eric, and Dylan. Good morning to you, Michael. Good morning to everybody here joining us. We have 425 people in the room right now. This is an amazing turnout for day 3 of the Mile High Huddle draft coverage. Vintage Jeff jumping in here with a $2 super chat saying 81 receptions, 1,383 yards, 14 touchdowns with 17.1 yards per catch with Nix. Upset because I think it's, again, just going back to the physicality issues. And we've already got kind of a player with the similar skill set. I'm not going to say the exact same skill set because Marvin Mims is not 6'2" and doesn't have the length like that. But in terms of what they bring to the field, Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims are kind of identical players in their play style. Dylan, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, college production is one thing. The windows get tighter in the NFL, and like I mentioned before, he has a little bit of trouble separating, and that's only going to get worse in the NFL. And yeah, he's just similar enough to Mims where it feels like a redundant pick, but again, it is day 3, kind of get someone with familiarity. So yeah, not overly upset about it, but I could go either way, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us are super upset. We just have our concerns about the player, but this is the pick that I don't know about you, Dylan, but this is the pick I like best. Pretty sure that's the same way for you, Lance.
Yep.
Because he fills a very specific need for them. Mm-hmm. As for the comment here, production doesn't mean a translation to the NFL. Mm-hmm. We see year after year guys with great production fail in college production, fail in the NFL. It's not a automatic transition for him. But just the things that I like out of my receivers are things that he has issues with. But again, I'm fine with the pick, even with the character concerns that were shared to me, and all this stuff like that. And some character concerns have been, actually put out there publicly again with people putting their names on it as well. But that explosiveness to it. And while there are similarities with Marvin Mims, I think Marvin Mims, you can still have a way to use him because Marvin Mims does offer up a little bit more underneath any way to use him. So you can use Troy Franklin to help take the top off the defense and then open up Marvin Mims underneath to try to make something happen and get an explosive play from something short. Real quick before we get to that, from this comment from James, we have Mike Edel coming in and say, hey guys, I just want to say thanks for all the hours you guys are logging. Thank you. We appreciate that. I was actually doing the math today, and typically the last 2 or 3 years that we've done it, we've always been over 15 hours between the 3 days. We might actually be under 15 hours tonight or for this year.
I swear it feels like day 3 drags on for about 24 hours itself because it's just nonstop over and over. The first year we did this, I didn't stick around for the entirety of day 3. Going to this year did that as well last year, but it feels like we do like 24 hours of live podcasting for over the course of the 3-day endeavor that this is. But no, Mike, you've been around this entire time throwing out and big support from you, big support from a lot of different people. We appreciate everybody being here and just joining along with us. I mean, it's a marathon. I'm watching the draft right now as it's going, just to kind of get a couple of different ideas of what's going on, keeping up with the picks and everything. You guys do a great job of helping us out with that as well. And thank you for joining us. We definitely appreciate your guys' support.
Yeah, now going back to this comment from James, for what it's worth, Lance Zierlein's comp for Franklin is Chris Olave. I'm well known for hating player comparisons. I'm also well known for hating no disrespect to Lance Zierlein. I respect his work, but his comparisons year in, year out are confusing This dude has Tua Tagovailoa compared as the comparison for Michael Penix.
Yeah, that one was not a good one. And
that said, Chris Olave for Franklin isn't terrible, but it's not great either.
I think the big thing with Olave was his ability to separate as a route runner and still be able to use that explosiveness. He didn't play to that 4.39 speed at Ohio State, but he has that ability to take the top off the field if you need him to. He was just such a great route runner, and that was a big difference between him and Troy Franklin. And guys, we got to these comments coming into saying like we're upset about this pick. I'm not. Troy Franklin to me was a huge value. He was a top 50 player in my opinion. I know that there's people that had him inside the first round. I go to guys like Trevor Sikkema, who said, Troy Franklin to the Bills makes a lot of sense because of what they need to add with Josh Allen. That deep threat, there you go. It makes a lot of sense there. Troy Franklin is a fine player. It's just kind of clashes with what I think the Broncos need at the position right now. It's not that I hate this pick. I love this pick. It's my favorite pick of the class so far. Easily gets an A- from me just because of the value that you get for this player. We also have to be objective in our analysis, though. Like, that's the big thing. Analyze the player for what it is. Don't get crazy hyped up about it being a pick for the Broncos, but also be objective and fair with the critical analysis that we bring to the table here.
Yeah, and one thing is, like, just because we talk about the negatives, don't get hung up when we talk about the negatives. We're talking about the positives too. I tried to do that with Bo Nix and what he can bring, even though I wasn't a fan of that pick. Tried doing that with Jonah Ellis, even though I wasn't a fan of that pick. I mean, I'm just laying out the concerns I have about Troy Franklin, while talking about the positives and liking the pick. Now, again, talking about it, somebody in the chat, I think it was BK, mentioned it. Didn't he struggle in the gauntlet drills? He did. The hands, a lot of double catches, a lot of body catches. And last year alone, he dropped 10 passes, and the hands are a concern. Hopefully last year was an outlier, because even though he had 20 more, almost 31 more targets, he had 20 more catches. He tripled or almost went from 2 drops in 2022 to 9 drops in 2023. So the hands are a bit of concern after last year. Hopefully we can get back to the hands from 2022. But yeah, it's not that we hate the pick. It's just we're not going to sit there and ignore the concerns about a player to just hype him up. We're going to lay out the full picture here. That is something that, especially Lance and I, can't speak for Dylan here. Yesterday was the first time I've done a podcast with him, but we don't like, not painting that full picture. We like giving you all the context, both the good and the bad. And we have Riptide coming in saying it's fair for sure. He needs a little more weight and get off, but chemistry for me is more important. Yeah. And that's another thing, is the chemistry. That's one of the positives to this is, I think we kind of overlooked talking about that last night. I can't remember if anybody mentioned it, but no, the chemistry is a good thing. And if Bo Nix wanted the guy, then yeah, go pair him up, especially at this point. Again, he was a 3rd round grade for me. This is good value for him at this point. Yep. This is the only positive value so far for the Broncos that they have, according to my board, and I believe the consensus board as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and getting into day 3 as well, like you're not going to get me too upset about picking certain players depending on, and unless we get a punter in the 4th round or something, I won't get too upset about anything we're taking. And especially when it gets into day 3, at least the way I see it is you're looking for players despite the position, obviously, besides special teams like punter, kicker, whatever. You're kind of just looking for traits and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And one thing is, I'm not super happy with the trade. That bothers me more than the pick. But again, if they wanted this guy and they felt they had to go get him, all right, fine. If they don't like supposedly they don't like the depth of this class, all right, fine. Then use those picks and move up. Don't take extra picks just to take extra picks. Go get your guys. Go get the guys that you feel are really good value. And if you have to use picks to do it, not a fan of the trade. Don't hate the trade. Like the pick. It's good value. And the other thing, the only thing I would be upset with on day 3, and typically on day 3, Dylan, is if they take bad athletes.
Good
good
I agree
athletes
with you there. Yep.
Yeah. Get people that you think are going to be good football players, regardless of the position. Hopefully they have the traits. Hopefully they have that athleticism. But if you believe in a guy, go and get him. And Quentin Carson coming in here over on Facebook saying, why 3 picks to move up 20 spots? Well, they did get a pick back in that as well. They got picked 235. So they gave up, what was it again? 121, 150 something, 207 to get the 102 and then 235 from the damn it, who was it? Anyways, from the Seahawks. And again, let's talk about the Seahawks fleecing George Payton again in trades. Like, I'm not a huge fan of it either. But at least they got another pick back in this entire situation. So they only gave up technically 1 extra pick. So that's not a huge deal there. But again, go and get quality players that you think are going to be good. We've got BK jumping in here. Will we draft a guard? Miners is due for an extension soon. Eric, you had kind of talked about this yesterday in terms of the Broncos wanting to improve the interior of the offensive line. You've got Ben Powers, who they could probably move on from that contract. Again, Quinn Miners is due for an extension here soon. Interior offensive linemen in this range that you think are going to be available that can help Denver, not only with depth, but for the future.
Real quick, I want to go back to the value of the trade since I just did the math. NFL teams, they don't use any of the public, draft value charts out there. They use their own that kind of touches on the combination of them here. And the value is that the Seattle Seahawks gained the value of basically pick 215 in this trade. Mm-hmm. So it's not like a super big fleecing either. Mm-hmm. So that's that. I mean, just not a big fleece.
And one thing else to add too, we've made it through the first 2 days without trading any picks from next year. Yes. And I'm pretty happy about that.
See, for me, I'm fine using future day 3 picks. Mm-hmm. They're easier to recover through the compensatory pick formula, even though Denver's not projected to get any, and through player trades. You get those training camp late season trades. It's easier to recover them a little bit. So not ideal. I mean, I like to keep picks. I'm all for more darts typically, which is why I'm always going to be a little sour on trade ups. But future day 3 picks, they're a little bit easier to recover, a little bit less so. As for going back to guard, it's not just the fact that Quinn Miners is up for an extension. It's the fact I am not sure they have the budget for the offensive line to have Ben Powers, Quinn Miners, and Mike McGlinchey all on big contracts and having to figure out something at left tackle as well, either extending Garrett Bowles, going out and signing somebody, or having to go in and really try to go get somebody in the draft. That's one thing that always gets overlooked with the salary cap is, they have $100 million in salary cap space, but teams budget that out by position group and position group. So if they do get an extension done for Quinn Miners, which I would expect maybe not before the season, but at some point during the season or immediately after, then Ben Powers is on watch of being moved on from. He was fine this last year, not great, not worth that contract. Definitely was a boost to the run game, which, hey, maybe if they go into that a little bit more and take the pressure off of Bo Nix, who should be the starter, then Ben Powers can step up a little bit, and maybe not having a quarterback that sells out his offensive line as frequently will help as well. But once the Quinn Miners extension comes in, Ben Powers is maybe not 100% on the way out, but I would say it's probably about 80% done in Denver after this season.
Yeah. What players that are available right now do you think that could actually step in? If you said something about that, I apologize. I'm just looking through the class right now. I'm going to do a board update here in just a second as well. But is there anybody the Broncos could be looking at here that would fit that mold?
Go get me the Quinn Miners clone. Mason McCormick. Dude's a clone of Quinn Miners. Go get me him. If that is the plan, even if the plan is to let Quinn Miners walk and play for the compensatory pick there, which would be dumb in my opinion, go get the Quinn Miners clone then. Go get the Quinn Miners clone to replace Ben Powers. Let him develop for the year being your swing guard. And yeah, just go that route.
Big bully that moves really well is essentially what you just said there to me. That's what I like the way that sounds. Let's update this draft board really fast. The last couple picks that have come in, We talked about Dadrian Taylor-Demerson, but right after that, Justin Aboibe went to the Los Angeles Chargers. A guy that I like out of North Carolina, linebacker Cedric Gray to the Tennessee Titans. The New York Giants take tight end Theo Johnson out of Penn State. Kyrie Jackson, cornerback, long, lanky, really good athlete, but very raw, going off the board to the Minnesota Vikings. Brandon Dorlus, a player that we've talked about extensively last night, the defensive lineman from Oregon to the Falcons. And then just recently, wide receiver UCF Javon Baker goes to the New England Patriots to give Drake May another weapon to throw to. I really like that pick for the Patriots.
If the Broncos moved up for Javon Baker, then I would be saying Cortland Sutton's good on the move.
Yeah, I was kind of talking about that a little bit ago. With Baker, we're talking, 6'3", 215, height, weight, speed athlete, good contested catch player, was a former Alabama Crimson Tide wide receiver before he transferred to UCF. I believe he was on the same roster that had Jerry Jeudy, Jalen Waddle, and Henry Ruggs on there. So he never even got an opportunity to see the field, hence the reason for the transfer. And then he went to UCF and became one of the more productive wide receivers in college football this last season. Dylan, anything out of those players stand out to you? Do you like any of these fits? What do you think, man?
Yeah, definitely. I was hoping the Broncos would take Javon Baker. He's been one of the guys I've looked at throughout the whole process, and I just like his verticality, and but like you mentioned, that's probably a way for Cortland Sutton to get out of Denver here. I also kind of like Theo Johnson and just his versatility. I think that should be a good fit with New York, and give Daniel Jones or Drew Lock, whoever the hell is starting there, and give him some weapons. And I didn't even see Jatavion go to Carolina. That's kind of a bummer for me personally. But yeah, some solid picks here through the first couple.
Yeah, it looks like we got TJ Tampa gone, I believe, to the Green Bay Packers here. You want to talk about the profile of a Green Bay Packer player. I mean, athletic, you've got good length there on the outside. Eric, TJ Tampa was one of the few players remaining on your board. I believe you had 16 players that still had day 2 grades on your board. TJ Tampa was one of them. What do you think of this pick to the Packers?
I mean, it's good. The big reason why he fell, didn't test out as well as you wanted. And in a draft where a lot of corners tested out really well, had a feeling coming in that he was going to fall a little bit surprised he fell this far. But I mean, the Packers, he fits that body type, he fits that mold that they like, that they've taken that corner for years, and just a guy that they needed to improve that secondary, and he's a good shot for them at this point, a good risk. Even though I just mentioned a little bit ago about how I'm all about athletes on day 3, there are some exceptions. And when a guy has, for me, like a second round grade as here, I heard a lot of other teams had, grades for him somewhere day 2, and they expected him to go pretty early today. And I mean, you take that guy who falls. Sometimes you have to trust the tape more than the trades a little bit. And I think that's kind of what the Packers are doing here.
Yeah. I agree with Nick on one aspect he talked about. TJ Tampa is always very sticky in coverage, but he doesn't get his head around to find the football. There's not a whole lot of ball production on his tape. If I remember correctly, I think he has less than 10 interceptions in his career at Iowa State. So that might not be true. It's off the top of my head here. So this is
most corners have less than 10 interceptions in their career in college.
That's fair.
You realize how rare it is for 10 interceptions in a college career? Like once you hit like 7 is a pretty high mark typically.
Fair enough. Regardless, just not a lot of. What was the stat that Nick said last night? I can't remember exactly.
Not a lot of plays on the ball.
Exactly. Yes. Regardless. Anyways, now I lost my train of thought. Okay. The Packers and just the body type, and they are very strict in their not really body types, but their measurables. Like they have certain thresholds that you have to have for wide receivers, for tackles, for every single player. They stick to those thresholds, and they're one of the teams that absolutely, there's zero exceptions. If they like that threshold, they stick to it 100% of the time. Like their receivers, they all have to be above 6'2" with 34-inch arms. Every single one of them. There's no question about it.
Want to hear something funny with TJ Tampa as I kind of look over his measurables? So at the combine, his hand size was 9 5/8. At the pro date, they shrunk by 2/8. But his wingspan increased from 78 5/8 to 79 3/8.
How does that work?
stuff like that always cracks me up. Like, it's just so funny.
Interesting.
But looking at TJ Tampa here, going back to him, I mean, I've always, gone back. I went back and forth with Nick about it with the ball skills with it. It's not great. He has 22 pass deflections. Even if he's late getting his head turned around, he still knows how to attack the catch point. And he has 3 interceptions, 2 of them this year. There are some moments where he can be late to get his head around, but he's physical. And I think the biggest issue for him, in my opinion, is he just lacks burst out of breaks. It takes him a little bit more to get going out of the breaks, which creates that throwing window. He allowed a lot of completions as well as a result of it, but then was pretty quick to make the tackle.
Mm-hmm. A quality tackler, very physical player, good press coverage cornerback as well. 78 lead head coming in here. Dylan, I'm going to pass this one off to you really fast, saying we always ignore offensive tackle and it's going to bite us. The last time that the Broncos have drafted an offensive tackle was literally 2017 when they took Garrett Bowles, man. How do you think that's affected this roster overall?
Well, we're paying Mike McGlinchey big dollars to, he plays injured and he gets blown by pretty bad. Like I like him in the run game, but as pass protector, it's just not something you want to be paying big money for. And then Bowles has improved quite a bit, but we're getting ready to pay him, and we have no one really waiting in the wings or even trained up to take over for either man. So it's going to bite us pretty soon. I'd imagine sooner rather than later.
And what is surprising to me with this is that Sean Payton, throughout his career in New Orleans, valued the offensive line so much.
Mm-hmm.
Through 2 drafts, not so much. So it's a little weird for it. But we have Mike Edel coming in saying Franklin will bulk up in the NFL. He's a young guy. The issue, it's always easy to say bulk up. But the issue becomes, do they lose the athleticism? Do they lose the speed? And that is a concern with Franklin here. I'd have to go back and find it again, but I was reading a thing earlier, and it was an article talking about some of these players falling. And with Troy Franklin, it was a statement from, I want to say, Bruce Feldman. I might be mistaken on that, talking about how at one point in his career, he tried to add about 10 to 15 pounds to it. And he just was very sluggish, a lot more very sluggish with his movements, wasn't moving quite as fast. The burst was a little bit lower. So the question is, how much can Franklin bulk up where you don't lose the great speed, long speed that he has, that flying 20 speed that he has, and, just slowing him down and taking away what makes him such a threat for offenses?
We might have actually got a little bit ahead of ourselves with the TJ Tampa pick to the Packers, because now it's saying that it was safety Evan Williams out of Oregon. I'm going back through to kind of recap the board again.
Seeing that,
because I saw TJ Tampa on the screen, and then all of a sudden now it's saying Evan Williams. So regardless, I didn't get a chance to really watch Evan Williams. Eric, is this what does he bring to the Packers defense?
Come back to me on that.
Okay.
I already went and took out TJ Tampa, so now I got to go back and on my updated board and make sure he gets back in.
Yeah, sorry about that. Because I'd said someone had said it was TJ Tampa.
I thought I saw that too, so I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah. Well, regardless, the next couple of picks off the board, we have DeCameron Richardson, the cornerback from Mississippi State, to the Las Vegas Raiders. Devontae Walker, speed threat, inconsistent catching the football, but quality player from the North Carolina to the Baltimore Ravens. And then Javon Foster, a player that I liked if you're running an outside zone scheme in terms of being a tackle, out of Missouri, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars, pick number 114. Foster was a fun watch for me because he's so good in terms of his lateral agility. He moves really, really well for a guy that size. Lacks the power profile to be a real big people mover, but if you're looking for a wall install guy that can get out and play with really good pace and footwork, I like that fit for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jeremy, Matt Goncalves went last night. He is not an option for them. And going back, we have Dennis Woods coming with the $5 donation. Punter is undervalued, in my opinion. Punters that can flip the field seems really valuable. Troy Taylor, best college punter at Iowa, put him at altitude, and wow. I actually don't disagree. I would like to look at a punter. Riley Dixon is really inconsistent. A lot of people don't realize this, but the consistency metrics that you have for punters, he was actually worse than Corliss Waitman was for the 2022 season. And Denver went out and targeted Riley Dixon. And he was a little bit more consistent last year, but still some pretty inconsistent. With all the needs on the team, though, I wouldn't take a punter this early for them in this situation. But I do agree that punter is an undervalued need for the Broncos.
Yeah. Troy Taylor was not only the best college punter at Iowa, he was the best player at Iowa last year. Like, he was the best offensive player for the Iowa Hawkeyes last year. Was their damn punter, because he flipped the field and got their defense back on the field for them.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the new special teams rules, we'll see how that kind of shakes out and how punters will be valued going forward. But yeah, I wouldn't hate to take a punter a little later, for sure.
Yeah, punters are people too, Dylan. Punters are people too. You're the one that's saying, "Oh, we don't draft specialists here." No, you don't draft long snappers. Okay, I cannot wait for the first long snapper to come off the board here, because you know it's going to be somebody like Baltimore or Green Bay or San Francisco, because they always seem to go out there and draft a long snapper for no apparent reason.
We have a question. How many picks does Denver have now? They entered the day with 6. They traded 3 for 2, so they were down to 5, made 1. So 4 more, right? Is my math right on that?
Yeah,
I think so.
1, 2. 2. Don't think we have any 6th rounders now. Yeah, I think we have 3 more. Yeah, looks right.
Because they have.
I got 145, 147. As I'm still scrolling here.
There's
And then
235.
235 and
256. Okay, so 4. Yeah. Awesome.
Forgot that they got 256 and then the Zach Wilson deal. All right, Eric, let's go back to you. Did you get your board updated with TJ Tampa on that?
Yeah, I got it corrected.
Okay, so let's just talk about the best players that you have available on your board here, because again, you had 16 players I think going out of last night in your top 100 that were still available that had day 2 grades. So who are the best players available on your board for everybody?
Well, first I got to say the best tight end in the draft just got drafted here. Spells his name the right way, the correct way, the only way for Eric's. So Erick All, I believe, to the Bengals is what it was. So, yeah, congrats to him. He probably would have been competing for tight end 2, or probably very clearly tight end 2, if not for injuries. Really like his tape. And absolutely was cracking me up, Lance, how adamant you were that he doesn't play at his weight. And then come to find out, he is as big as he's listed, as big as he weighs, and plays at that weight. He's just one of those guys that looks smaller than what you think. And BK coming in. Who is our Alvin Kamara for Bo? Well, Jalen Wright is falling, and from what I have seen is that, he doesn't have a terrible fumble rate, but he is below, the typical minimum that teams want for it. And then he just had surgery on his thumb, on his left thumb as well. And so that he's kind of limited him here a little bit as well. So just falling a little bit, I don't want to say viewed as one-dimensional, but viewed as a one type of running back, I guess. Just not a guy that you're going to run between the tackles a little bit. Just, want to get him out in space outside the tackle box and let him work. And there's just a lot of them in this year's draft. And they just seem to be going a little bit. Just seem to be, in general, falling a little bit. Well, the bigger guys who bring a little bit more physicality, a little bit more between the tackles, not as many of them, but a lot of them have been going going higher. But the actual numbers is Jalen Wright fumbled 5 times over the last 2 seasons. I don't have the fumble rate off the top of my head, though I could easily pull that up. But only one of them came in 2023. So he did show some improvement, but again, it's always an issue of can he fall back?
Okay, there he is. I was going to say, am I missing something? Did Jonathan Brooks not get drafted? That must have been when I was off.
Carolina traded up for him.
Yeah, Nice. Trading up for a running back. That always works out really well, doesn't it, George?
Trading up for an injured running back.
Exactly. We had let's see here. There was another one. If we're gonna go with familiarity and players that plays with explosiveness, and
Don't you dare.
Bucky Irving, let's go manifest all of this. Oh man,
I talked about yesterday about running backs that have one body type and don't play to that body type and try to be something they're not. Bucky Irving.
Yep.
Like that is who. Like, oh my god, he is so annoying to watch.
He's juiced up Philip Lindsay. He's juiced up Philip Lindsay. He's
not juiced up Philip Lindsay. He's not as slow he's not as fast or as bursty as a lot of people think.
I thought I liked his burst a little bit better than that, but that's the comparison I want to go through here. Is like smaller running back that wants to play physical and is like a bursty player, decent receiver but not great. Like that's Philip Lindsay pretty much in a nutshell right there for you. Because why Philip Lindsay had some crazy aversion to getting outside of the tackle to play out in space and use that burst was completely beyond me. He worked the slalom runs in between the tackles and like he was good at it, but that was not the role that he was designed to play at the NFL level. Bucky Irving, same damn thing.
Yeah. So when you look at his body type, guys who are sub 100, who play at sub 190, I mean, he weighed in at 192 at the combine. You want them in the low 4.4s for their 40-yard dash, 4.55, and you want them probably right around a 1.5 10-yard split, 1.54. Yeah, doesn't have length, small hands. Just no, just please no. And I know the Oregon fans in chat are gonna come at me for it, but
the Denver Ducks, man. We're the Denver Duckhorns because apparently all we do is get players from Oregon and Texas.
Yeah. What do you guys think about Tyrone Tracy from Purdue?
Love him. Yeah. He was so fun to watch, dude. Like, again, we talked about him a little bit earlier before you came on because talking just players the Broncos could be looking at. And here's another player that you have as like an Alvin Kamara-esque, that receiver out of the backfield, former wide receiver at Iowa. I like the tape that I watched at Iowa doing his breakdown, but very raw as a running back. Only played 1 year at Purdue, and there's some vision issues, I think, and just I think physicality with him, he wants to run into contact sometimes, especially at the second level, rather than evade players because he's built very well. He's a very thick player and has good speed and explosiveness to him. The not seeing it the right way and having some issues just consistently getting through the gap when he needed to be was the one issue that I had with him as a player. But other than that, I think that he would be a really good fit for this Broncos offense.
Jeremy coming in with something, and this is something that I remember about last year when the status was up in the air of what George Paton was going to be. The picks we like are Patons, the ones we don't are Patons. Yeah, like that's how it is every year. I mean, and it's not necessarily just specifically that. If you are more of a fan of George Paton, then the picks you like are George Paton's, and not a fan of Sean Payton, then the picks you don't like are Sean Payton's. But I think it is very much a thing of Sean Payton got the first round pick. He got the trade up here for, because Sean Payton loves to trade up for the wide receiver. He gave George Paton his injury prone edge rusher that George Paton covets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if you're some people, John Elway's still the GM. So
I don't even see how that's still a thing. I am always shocked when I get hit with that. That is something. But 78 Leadhead coming in. What does the Ellis pick say about Drew Sanders? Well, I don't think as much as people as others. I know I can't remember if it was Nick who said it or Carl, or it might have been one of you two, but talking about how this probably puts Drew Sanders back at linebacker. I wouldn't be so sure. They are still kind of working with him in a hybrid, trying to figure out his best spot. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some movement in the edge room as well to help open room and keep Drew Sanders there. And it might be a situation where they decide that they're ready to move on Drew Sanders sometime during training camp as well. Mm-hmm. Again, you can take it or leave it. It's up to you guys. But from what's been going around recently, seems to be very low on Drew Sanders and Denver and his shot of making the roster this year.
Right.
What do you think about the contracts are coming up for Baron Browning and Jonathan Cooper? Which one would you guys rather keep? Because personally, I like Baron Browning's upside, but he just can't stay healthy. I think I might prefer Jonathan Cooper if we were to keep either of them.
I agree with you 100% on that because Cooper, while not the best player in that edge room, has been at least the most reliable, and he's the best run defender out of anybody that they have out there right now, at least in my opinion. I would rather keep Cooper. You're probably going to get him at a little bit more of a value too. So Browning with the upside, the draft pedigree, the injury concerns are the big thing. But yeah, I mean, Cooper is the guy that I would prefer. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, if you're factoring in injuries, then Cooper is slightly more reliable than Baron Browning is. I'll take it. It is tough because I mean I'm also trying to think of the contracts here. Well, I don't think that Baron Browning is going to get like one of those top tier or even second tier contracts. He's still going to get a pretty big, sizable one, and going to be paid more than Jonathan Cooper will on the next contract. But I think that Baron Browning just brings so much more as a pass rusher, and I think I would prefer to trade Cooper, but at the same time, I think you have a chance of getting more for Browning than you do Cooper. So it's tough. But yeah, I think I lean keeping Browning and moving Cooper.
Yeah, and if Browning's healthy, we're not even having this conversation.
Yeah. That's the big thing. The knee injury and the just constantly being nicked up. I think there's ankle injuries in there too with Browning off the top of my head. But I just think Cooper has played well enough for me to be that reliable player. And again, he is better against the run. He's probably the best edge defender against the run that the Broncos have currently on this roster. Not to say that that's a big time thing to be proud of, but it's like you got to have at least something against the run right now, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
So I got to say this because we have the Steelers pick on it earlier in our group chat. I made a comment about the Steelers offensive line, right? Troy Fautanu, their left tackle, Suamola, they're at right guard. They went and got Zach Frazier for center. They had the bad Iowa dude at right guard and Braxton Jones staying at right tackle. What did they do? They just drafted Mason McCormick. There's your improvement at right guard.
Straight up offensive line. Straight up offensive line an entire way through for this Pittsburgh Steelers. They identified exactly what they needed to do to keep Russell Wilson clean, which is protect the A gaps. Like keep him in the pocket if you possibly can. Let him sit there, scan the field, and read it. And then hopefully he doesn't have to escape and use his legs to extend these plays and whatnot. So good pick for those guys. The Steelers are having a hell of a draft. And again, going back to the Steeler brand of football, we're just going to kick your ass in the trenches and work our way down the field running the football. So big get for them. Big boost for Russell Wilson in that offense. Man.
We'll see how bad Russell can make him look.
Oh, Tanner Bortolini to the Colts too. I just saw that one.
Best name in the draft.
I'm a few picks behind. Let me refresh this really fast. I'm using the PFF draft simulator and just letting it kind of go and catch up. And apparently it is a handful of picks behind right now. Because if you got Mason McCormick to the Steelers, that has not updated yet.
Yeah.
All right. Last handful of picks we had Eric All, as Eric wanted to talk about because the correct spelling on his name, to the Bengals at 115. Jordan Jefferson, another LSU defensive lineman off the board here to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tanner Bortolini to the Colts, as I just mentioned. Tyrese Knight, man, that was a fun player out of UTEP to the Seattle Seahawks. That is a prototypical Seattle Seahawk pick there. And then McCormick off the clock or off the board here to the Steelers at 119. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock. Tyrese Knight, man. Eric, you gave me the pleasure of being able to watch his tape. Hyper athletic, just terrible instincts, doesn't know really how to play the position yet. What do you think of him going to the Seattle Seahawks? Because that is a prototypical Seahawk pick.
Yeah, I like it. I do have one request, though. Don't ever say my name and giving you the pleasure again, please. But no, I like it. I mean, at this point, again, he's a traitsy guy that you can bet on, can immediately come in and help on special teams. And yeah, I just like it. And I saw a comment here from Jeremy. And if I ever, like made this comment or something, it was probably, trying to clear it up. I don't know if I did. I don't even know if Jeremy's specifically talking about me here. But there is always the ability to have weapons be not, ideal draft prospects, but still lift up a quarterback in the college game, just because the way college game is and with how offenses are and how you can use them. Not saying that's the case here. Not saying you're talking about me. None of that. Just trying to add more of a more context to it, that those who did say it and meant it, where they might be coming from a little bit. Riptide is saying with the $5 donation, you want pass rush, trade Browning, get Jalen Wright, keep Cooper, who is solid, replace Browning with Jonah Ellis, and work Benito in on third down. Okay. A lot here trying to get it. Baron Browning is the better pass rusher. Baron Browning is the best pass rusher on the team.
Yeah.
Some of the pass rush moves, his ghost move is absolutely phenomenal.
Crazy.
Cooper is solid. He's not great. He's still more of a number 4 edge rusher who can come in on rundowns and help out there, because he is the most reliable guy there, though not great. Jonah Ellis, you definitely don't want starting, not this year. He is a depth pass rusher at the moment. And so, like, Browning and Cooper, I mean, they're the starters when healthy. If you move on from either one of them, I think you put Nick Benito in as the other starter, and you just keep Ellis as that third down situational pass rusher.
Mm-hmm. Benito, for as much grief as I get him, he is a very good pass rusher. Like, I gave him a grief yesterday because a lot of his production came from being untouched coming off of the edge. And while that is absolutely factually correct, there is still a lot to work with him. He has good burst.
Real quick, Dodge coming in with a big one on day 3. Say it with $49.99 donation. Hey, brothers, appreciate all of your hard work and analysis. Go Broncos. 11-6. Here we come. I wish I knew who all they're playing so I could agree or disagree with you about 11 or 6. I would definitely love to see it, though.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
One thing, going off the draft and just kind of me going off on a short tangent, is man, losing takes its toll on us. Like, that is one thing I don't think that can be expressed enough.
Mm-hmm.
Losing takes its toll. And I think if you go back this year and you watch how we were over the first few games and then how we were after we started winning those few games with the win streak. Yes, I know Lance and we still had our concerns and our doubts and stuff, but like there seemed, at least to me, it felt like there was a little bit more optimism, because losing just takes a toll. It's so draining, especially with how long it's been since the Broncos have really been winning. And man, yeah, so hopefully 11-6.
Yeah,
like I'm right there with you. Hopefully, and like, Naj, man, thank you, brother, so much for that. We appreciate you so much. Hope to see you again at the meet and greet this year, whenever it is. We don't even know yet. Hope we can see you there, because you are always such a joy and always full of energy and optimism to be around.
You just can't trust him to stand around when we're trying to do a live show at the New York Jets game, because Chad had to yell at me like, "Nosh, you got to stop cussing, man. We're live on the air right now." I don't know how many F-bombs this dude dropped within like a 30-second span. It was absolutely freaking hilarious. Like, Naj, good dude, man. So thank you so much for this generous gift. Like, this is an amazing support. And again, dude, hopefully you get to see you here soon. Probably somewhere around the September, October area. You get another nice day out in Denver to go watch another football game. But dude, 11-6, that's the best you could hope for right now, especially given the landscape of this Broncos team over the last 8 seasons. I mean, it's been rough. I talked about it yesterday a little bit. Covering the Broncos since 2018, I haven't seen a winning season yet. It's never even been necessarily even close. And it makes it really difficult in the group chat sometimes, because you're so frustrated at the losing, but you want to remain optimistic. Like the Houston Texans game this last season, I came out of that game like, they played like crap, but they still had an opportunity to win against a team that's going to go to the playoffs. I was really optimistic about that. And Eric's like, "Lance, what the hell are you talking about, man? Like, that was a horrible, horrible football game. We clashed each other's head for 2 or 3 weeks, or something like that." So regardless, 11-6, I'm good. I'm good with 11-6. Let's go.
Jalen Wright to Miami, man.
Oh, no way.
Embarrassment of riches on that offense with just the amount of speed and explosiveness that they have, man.
Oh, my father-in-law is going to be so ecstatic about that pick because I know that he liked Jalen Wright a lot, but holy cow. Anyways, Naj, again, dude, thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much for the support. It's tremendous. And again, can't wait to see you here soon. Jalen Wright to the Miami Dolphins, dude. Do they need any more speed? Like, can that team get any faster?
Yes.
Like,
yes, there are still some fast guys left in this draft that they can go
after. Watch them go get like a guy like Malik Washington or something like that.
But I will say about Miami, and one thing I will say about them is that they're just kind of adapting the college thing. We're going to race it to 50. First one there wins.
Yep.
But that's kind of the mentality they seem to be taking.
Yeah, man. Eric, I tried to get you to do this a little bit ago, but we got Dylan jumping back on here in a second. It looks like he had to run and grab something to eat, guys, but he'll be back in a sec. I talked a little bit about it earlier and asked you. Then we got off on a different tangent. The best players available left on your big board still.
Man,
you really don't want to do it, do you? You don't want to do it, do you?
No, it's not that. It's that I am trying to update it, but as picks come in, I'm falling behind. I think I'm caught up now, though. So hopefully I can do it. Unfortunately, I'm not going to, flash it on the board. It always comes out looking wonky and everything because of size stuff. All that. So TJ Tampa, Jaden Hicks, both second rounder guys there. I'm more surprised about Jaden Hicks being on the board than TJ Tampa because the athleticism. I still thought that he would be going somewhere at this point. Austin Booker, I get why he's falling. He didn't test out well athletically, and even though he's supposed to be an athlete at the edge position, man, when you talk about experience, he has almost none. He is just a complete project in the truest form of the word. Everything with him has to be developed. There's not much there as a run defender, so much work to do as a pass rusher, but he has all the tools and traits to be a great edge rusher in the NFL. It's just probably going to take you 2, 3, maybe even the full rookie contract to get him there, and you have to have so much patience with him. Fabian Lovett, if you want to add more run defending, he reminds me a little bit of Malcolm Roach as a defender. Malik Mustafa, a guy, versatile defensive back. Brennan Jackson. I mean, should I cross him off the board for Denver? Not just because of how the edge room looks, but because he's a quality run defender, and we know George Payton likes that. Spencer Rattler's still falling. And there's actually a bit of information that I got today that some people believe that Spencer Rattler might not be the next quarterback off the board. We'll see. And that 3, 4, maybe even 5 quarterbacks go before Rattler. One of them saying all the comments about how he has matured basically being BS. Again, only a few people have said that, not something I heard wide. And of course, a lot of misinformation still going around. A lot of misinformation, being fed to me. I'm well aware of that, especially with how things have played out. But anyways, DJ James looks like Jane, plays like Jane type corner. Malik Washington, who I'm a little surprised he's on the board with some of the other receivers that have gone off so far.
Malik Washington, I talked about him a little bit ago, specifically last night. Smaller guy, 5'8", 185, something like that. Decent length for a player that size, but ridiculous catch radius. Like this guy, for as small as he is,
we got a punter.
Like a trampoline.
Oh,
Who took the punter?
The Bears took Torrey Taylor.
Wow. Okay.
Huh.
And Miami traded up for Jalen Wright too, by the way.
Really? Oh yeah, they did. Look at that.
No, I just said it for kicks and giggles.
Eric, I really don't appreciate you being a smart ass this early in the morning. Okay?
This is the kind of content you get on day 3, folks.
Everybody likes a big one. Nobody likes a smart one.
When is our next pick? Our next pick is 145.
Yes,
Sammy.
145, and we are currently
that.
Yep.
And we are sitting at 123.
So we've got probably about an hour or so. Maybe not that long. 20
Who knows how the draft has been going this year?
I know this is
going pretty quickly.
It has been actually really quick. Yesterday, last night was a 5.5 hour stream or a 4.5 hour stream. It felt like
typically
it was
about an hour longer.
Yeah,
it's typically about an hour longer too.
Yep. Yeah, it's usually about 5.5 hours to do day 2. Like we're usually done about 11:30, not 10:30. So it was a very, very fun, fast moving, and quite honestly, there was a lot of trades too. Like for the lack of trades that we had in the first round, there was a lot of trades on day 2 that made it very difficult to keep up with, and it was really kind of a fun environment to be in last night.
So, quick question. I mentioned it when we started, Dylan. You weren't here. That I always love to point out the first player who's not on my board that gets drafted. Should I count Tory Taylor since he's a specialist, and I just didn't put specialists on my board? Like, I know a lot about him. I watched a lot about him. Should I count him for that? Or are we exempting special teamers?
Yeah, I already, bummed on him earlier. So yeah, let's just exclude him entirely.
We have a guy coming in real quick. I guess Jaleel McLaughlin is our screen guy. He is so small. I wouldn't be so sure. Again, the Broncos did a lot of work on running backs, not just Jalen Wright. That Jalen Wright was just the one that they were most connected to. There are still a lot of others here. And I can actually run through. They have, outside of Jalen Wright, they were also very heavily linked with Isaac Guerrero. They were linked with Tyrone Tracy. They were linked with Cody Schrader. They were linked with Rasheen Ali, Dylan Labe. They were linked with Amani Bailey, Kamani Vidal, Frank Gore. Let's see here. There's a couple more here. Let me scroll down. Jabari Small, the other Tennessee guy, Austin Jones out of USC, that they were linked with as well. Who the scout that was there I mentioned last night about him always talking with Marshawn Lloyd. Well, Austin Jones was always right there, and they brought him in. They spent extra time with him at that USC Pro Day as well. So a lot of other running backs that they're still looking at, they are not content with their running back room.
No, absolutely not. And I don't think that they should be. They Devontae Williams still not the same player he was. Obviously, torn ACLs, especially for running backs, is like the death sentence, essentially. It's not like going to completely end your career right now. Like, he has not been the same player since he tore that ACL against the Raiders a couple of seasons ago. Last year, you could tell that he wore down as games went on. He didn't really bring that power profile that he did to his rookie season. And this is the last year of his rookie deal, guys. I don't think the Broncos are even going to be thinking about bringing him back after the season is over. Samaje Perine, while he was fine working as an extension of the passing game and a check down option for Russell Wilson last season, he's on a not really expensive veteran deal, but they were talking about potentially moving on from him to getting some salary cap space. So that's a cap casualty. And then Jaleel McLaughlin, just the limitations in his size and the way that he was used last year was crazy, because it was every time that he was on the field, he got the football. And every time, teams really keyed in on that last season. So they've got to go and improve this room, at least with somebody that I think could be a bell cow back. And there's a handful of them still available. I mean, Eric, I don't know if they were linked with Audric Estime, the running back out of Notre Dame. You want to talk about, we like big backs and we cannot lie. Like, this dude is huge and he brings a lot of power to his game. He's got great jump cut ability. Maybe not a player that can hit the long ball. He has better speed than people want to give him credit for, but that's a bell cow back that you could get here on day 3 that I really liked his tape.
I want to thank the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, they saved me from, absolutely raging today. They just drafted Bucky Irving. They can deal with him. And Buccaneer fans can go be annoyed with the way he plays. So annoying. But another position going over that the Broncos have been linked with, wanting to look at, is tight end. And tight ends have been flying off the board today. Multiple times I said only 3 or 4 guys in the top 100 for me. We only got 3 of them drafted in the top 100. But so far today, we're basically 25 picks in, 5 of them gone. A fifth of the picks today have been tight ends. They're flying, and I wouldn't be surprised to see 2 or 3 more go in the next 25 picks.
Yeah.
It is viewed as one of the more talented positions coming into today, along with wide receiver, running back, and we're starting to see that, tight end get depleted quickly.
Yeah. Let's update the board really fast. We've had a handful of picks come off since we last done that. Obviously, Jalen Wright, we talked about, to the Miami Dolphins, and just adding speed on top of speed. It's just ridiculous. But right after that, A.J. Barner, the tight end from Michigan, going to the Seattle Seahawks. You have Tory Taylor, obviously the punter, to Chicago. Cade Stover, tight end from Ohio State, to the Houston Texans. A guy that I liked a lot, a guy that was in the top 100 on Eric's big board here, Malik Mustafa, the versatile defensive back safety from Wake Forest goes to the San Francisco 49ers. And then again, Bucky Irving, the halfback from Oregon, off the board to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jets coming up here on the clock. And I don't really remember what they've done. I know they got Olu Fashanu in the first round, but did they get Malachi Corley? I think they took him yesterday. I think that's right.
Yes.
I think that's right. Regardless, we got Riptide jumping in here. Lots of support today from Riptide. Going to be a super chat superstar and put him on the Mount Rushmore here soon. Tanner McLaughlin, let's go get him. Is that the tight end from Arizona? I think, or am I thinking?
You're right. You're right.
Okay. This was a fun player. If I remember watching, what did I watch of him? There wasn't a whole lot that I got to see, but vertical, very good athlete. Eric, what do you think of Tanner McLaughlin?
Yeah, this is one that I can agree with Riptide on. I like Tanner McLaughlin a lot. Definitely want to develop him as a blocker, but I think there are tools to work with. But I mean, he can bring some high quality receiving ability, and can help add, not super explosive, but he can help add some explosive plays from the tight end position. Not those home run explosives, but those 15-yard mark, 15-yard plus explosive plays.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I think there's some blocking versatility there too. You can attach him, and he can at least bang.
Got to develop.
He's definitely got it, but he's got that willingness. It was a lot like Greg Dulcich, where you need to see him develop, but he's at least willing to go out there and put his nose in there and get dirty as a run blocker. So developmental player for sure, but I like watching him from what I do remember. It wasn't a whole lot.
Carl owes me a beer or something. The Lions took that British Columbia tackle that he said was going to go on draft, and I said, no, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes early day 3. Giovanni Manu to the Lions. This was a tackle that I know for a fact that the Broncos liked, and they were hoping that he'd be there with one of those later picks.
Is this one of those?
Tackle got depleted pretty quickly, and now you're going to see some teams go hard for those developmental options that they have left.
So, Eric, I'm going to put you on the spot on this one. Did Giovanni Manu actually make it onto your big board, or is he one of those players you didn't have enough tape about that you could get an idea of what it was?
I was able to get one game and like 3 highlight tapes, so not enough to actually grade him. But what I saw of him, I really liked. But no, he didn't make it on my board or my position rankings because I just didn't have enough to, have a concrete grade.
Well, we're talking a ridiculous athlete here too, guys. He was 6'7", 356 pounds, and ran a 4.9 at the International Player Program Combine a couple of weeks ago. That was the weekend I was down at the bowling tournament, and I found the highlights of that. And watching him jump, he's got like a 35-inch vertical for a guy that weighs 356 pounds. Absolutely ridiculous athlete. I didn't get a chance to watch any of his tape, but if you're talking about banking on traits and banking on upside, that's the player that you're looking for.
Yeah, and we're seeing some conversation about Bo Nix being the starter. They may not want to confirm it, but Bo Nix is going to be the starter this year. They'll sit there, they'll have the talk about the battle and the battle for the backup spot, battle for the starting spot. But if Bo Nix is not the starter, it hurts what they got in the pick with his age and his experience and why they loved him.
Mm-hmm.
If he's not the starter, I don't want to say it's like the end all be all for him. He's a bust. Not trying to say that. It's just it's not a good look for, the pick if that's not the case.
I agree with you 100%. I want to grab this comment from David Wilder here because he's jumping in. One of the best supporters of the Mile High Huddle community here. David Wilder with a $5 super chat asking about Texas offensive tackle Christian Jones, Eric.
Ooh. So the Lions, they sent a 2025 third round pick for 126 to get that British Columbia tackle.
Wow, that's a hefty price to pay.
They wanted him.
Yes, that's a very hefty price to pay.
As for Christian Jones, he had a solid Senior Bowl week. I really came out pretty high on him. Then I went back and I think I actually didn't get around to fully watching his tape until after the Senior Bowl. And, all the hype that I had for him just plummeted. Not a tackle in the NFL, in my opinion. Very scheme limited. And he can work in Denver's scheme. But just a lot of bend issues, a lot of leverage issues that will hurt the movement inside. Doesn't have a the foot quickness that you want for the tackle position. Lets defenders into his chest pretty easily, allows him to get underneath his pad level pretty easily, get him on his heels and drive him back. I mean, at this point, I'd be fine with it, just because I think at this point he's decent enough value. But yeah, I wouldn't be a big fan of the pick.
I want to go back to the comment really fast. I wanted to grab that from David because, again, he's a huge supporter. Obviously, the super chat, and then we appreciate that. But I want to go back to what you were talking about with Bo Nix in the starting quarterback position here, because obviously I know that you just said that he should be the starter. What would you think about if they kind of just held off for the first couple of weeks, let him still continue to get comfortable, let Zach Wilson trot out there and see what maybe he has before moving on to Bo? Or do you think Bo needs to absolutely be the starter day one?
Man, that would be just such a terrible waste of, what they invested in him if they want to trot out Zach Wilson. Like, you got to factor that into it. You had a 7-round pick to get that quarterback, or you have the first round quarterback Sean Payton has drafted that he has handcuffed his his legacy and potential Hall of Fame career to, and he's not going to put him out there as a starter. Like, nah.
Especially talking about all his experience and all the games he's played, and you're not going to put him out there to start. It's bogus.
The only reason why I brought that up is just to re-emphasize that point. I think Bo Nix, as soon as his name was called, was immediately the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Like, it was literally as soon as that card was turned in, that was going to be the guy. But it's a part of that conversation right now. Do you throw a rookie quarterback out there week one unless you absolutely believe him to be the guy? Like obviously CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, those guys 1 and 2 overall. Obviously, those are the guys that you're going to throw out there. But again, you've got I don't want to say young because he's not necessarily young, but a young NFL player in relative terms here, going into a not necessarily the greatest situation with the offensive pieces around him. That's kind of the argument that I can see people coming to. No, I think that he was the starting quarterback as soon as that card was turned in, but you got to have that conversation as well. People want to know. So
yeah, imagine sitting a 24, the second oldest quarterback drafted since 2010. Imagine sitting him with a drafted him.
Well, and you want to talk about an outlier. Let's forget the oldest quarterback drafted in NFL history. Like, was that because Brandon Weeden was 28? Brandon Weeden was 28 years old when he was drafted by the Browns, and it was in the mid-20s when they did that. But he also went and played minor league baseball for a handful of seasons before going to sling the pill at Oklahoma State. So that's the biggest outlier in NFL draft history in terms of old quarterbacks drafted. Take that away, Bo Nix is the oldest quarterback drafted in recent memory. Literally, like it's just crazy to think that you would take a player like that and not put him on the field immediately. I don't understand that line of thinking.
Yeah, and there was a comment here I wanted to grab. ACP3PO saying Wilson will play Taysom Hill's role. No.
Be kind of funny.
Taysom Hill is just like, speaking of outliers, Taysom Hill is an outlier as a quarterback in the fact that he's not really a quarterback playing the quarterback position. I mean, he's a tight end that they use as a quarterback every now and then. Yeah. That is Taysom Hill. That is not how Zach Wilson will be used. Zach Wilson was brought in to compete, try to see if Sean Payton can get something out of him and work him as a backup, and then maybe potentially flip him and get a positive return in a year or two, depending on, if they extend him or not as well, and seeing if they can't get some sort of positive return for him. It'll be a battle for the backup quarterback job where, there's a good chance that the loser of it between Stidham and Wilson isn't even on the roster.
Yeah. We got Riptide jumping in here again. $2 super chat. Will Zach Wilson give up number 10 without a fight? He better. So you guys were talking about, I was behind the scenes. I found a story from KVDR.
He's not wearing number 1. That is false. That is not true.
Okay.
It is jumping on what every team does every year, where they have that number 1 for their first round picks because they were a first round pick. It's taking that. The article was taking that as a sign of he's wearing number 1.
Right.
He's not wearing number 1. It's not concrete. Number 1 is already being worn by somebody.
Yeah, Tremont Smith.
We don't know what number it is, and it's typically not until rookie minicap starts that we start to get an idea of what numbers rookies will be wearing.
Yeah. I don't know though. Will Zach Wilson give up number 10 without a fight? He better.
I agree.
I'm kind of there with you on
He
that.
did that on purpose, man.
If Nix wants it, I agree.
I think Zach Wilson needs to go back to number 2 and just be done with it. But I don't know if is number 2 available. No, that's Pat Surtain. Duh. Never mind. So Zach Wilson.
He ain't wearing number 2.
He's not wearing number 2. Never mind. You ever have one of those brain fart moments? Yeah, that happens to me.
You have them a lot. You have enough for both of us.
I have enough for all 3 of us. Technically 4 of us. There's another one rattling around in my head somewhere. But no, Zach Wilson, can you wear number 16? Can we do that?
Oh yeah, I think that's one of the only ones available 0 through 20 right now. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Obviously no 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 18. 16
and 18. He's not wearing 18 either. It's retired number 2. So he can literally wear 16 and get over it. How about that? Let's get back to the draft here. A couple of running backs go off the board back to back. Will Shipley to the Philadelphia Eagles coming out of Clemson, and then a guy that I've mentioned multiple different times, Ray Davis, the running back out of Kentucky, going to the Buffalo Bills here as they try to rebuild that running game up there in Western New York. I think it's a good fit for what they have going on there. Dylan, did you get a chance? Well, never mind. I was going to say we talked about this last night. I was going to bring up the conversation again of your favorite draft classes, but Eric, go ahead and take us in a different direction.
I'm going to interrupt you here. We haven't done it yet. What's our grade for the Troy Franklin pick? We've talked about it, but we never gave a grade.
I said it just quick in passing on it, the whole thing. And after this, I'm going to bounce out for just a few minutes, guys. I got to run and tend to something really fast. But I have it as an A- for the value and the familiarity with Bo Nix. They went out and got a player that Bo Nix is comfortable with. And then again, a top 50 player on pretty much everybody's board for the most part, from what I understand, falls all the way to the top of the 4th round. I don't like the trade up to go and get him. That does kind of hamper it down from a solid A to me. But yeah, I like that pick. It's easily my favorite pick of the draft class so far.
What about you, Dylan?
Yeah, I think I agree completely. The A- to B+. It's just the familiarity there. Going to need someone else in that room, and we don't know what's going to happen with Sutton. Tim Patrick is a walking injury. And, I just overall, I think it's a good pick, especially day 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually think a little bit higher for you, even though, I highlighted the character issues. I'd give the Troy Franklin pick specifically an A, and I'd give my overall draft a B. I mean, I'm really down on the Jonah Ellis pick. Not super high on it, but I mean, after the Jonah Ellis pick, I think I dropped mine down to a C+ or C+ B- from a B or back up to a B. I like the Troy Franklin pick, despite my concerns for it, because I covet explosives, and the Broncos need explosives, and Franklin can bring explosives.
Yeah, that's something this offense has been missing for quite a while. So anything we can get, whether it's from wide receiver, tight end, running back, we need explosion, and we got that with Franklin.
Yeah, I wish Nick was here, because I know he has the numbers that talking about how likely you are to score just with having one run of 10+ yards or pass of 15+. Compared to 2 and 3, and just how obviously, I mean, you're picking up more yards, but per drive, obviously more explosives, the more likely chance you are to score. Very easy to understand how you get that conclusion.
Sure, yeah.
and not just score in general, but score with a touchdown. And so it just always keeps increasing. So you always want explosives. You always want to go look for explosives. And Sean Payton, that is the one hiccup that I always had with Bo Nix's thing is, some of those deep balls, it can flutter and, float out of his hands a little bit, which is where the chemistry with Troy Franklin can help a little bit. Correcting the footwork can help with that a little bit. But he loves to take those shots. And that's, again, why I like Troy Franklin with that chemistry with Bo Nix to try and, he has that Troy Franklin, and they have that feel together of, okay, here's when I got to release it. Here's where he will be. Here's where my target is. I know his speed. I know what he can do. And that can help cover up for, the lack of arm that Bo Nix has.
Definitely, and I think once he gets some chemistry with Mims too, we could see, and we utilize Mims a little more this year because I think Jerry Jeudy was kind of not necessarily intentionally stifling like that kind of role, but they can, I guess, fit sort of the same role there. So yeah, explosive plays all around. That's what we need, man.
Yeah, and we finally do get TJ Tampa off the board to Baltimore here towards the end of the 4th round. After Lance threw us off by saying he was going there early. So yeah, finally TJ Tampa's off the board. But somebody comes in and Jay saying that Thomas also said that a Zach will increase the chance of a punt. Yeah. I mean, it's very simple concept. Positive plays increase your chances of score. Negative plays increase your chances of not scoring and punting. Pretty simple concept. Pretty football basic, but it's always nice to have the exact numbers there to have and talk about it. And we have DTR coming in with a $5 donation. Shout out to the entire MHH family for keeping us entertained year round and having crazy endurance during the draft. Hashtag MHH for life. Is it endurance or is it just, energy drinks?
Definitely. I know I polished mine off and before I even had breakfast. So
I'm doing this on 4 hours of sleep, guys. I was doing a lot of stuff last night just to get ready for today. Updating stuff, getting stuff ready for articles this next week. I started doing, my draft value where I compared where they went to my board and the consensus board. So I was doing stuff like that. I'm on energy drink number 3, I think. And yeah, it's just day 3 of the draft is brought to you by, and not necessarily anxiety, but caffeine in whatever form. I know some of the other guys, they prefer their caffeine through coffee.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely more of a Red Bull guy. Not a sponsor, but hey, we'll take one.
Yeah. I have a what is it, the watermelon one right now cracked open for me that I'm down in. Tried to have a strawberry apricot. Surprised how much I like those.
Yeah,
anyways,
yeah. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, anyways, back to football here. We don't want to wander off too much.
Yeah.
Jay coming in real quick saying, I got coffee, Monster, and Celsius. My wife absolutely loves Celsius. And talking about embarrassment of riches with the Miami Dolphins, San Francisco, they took one of my favorite dudes. I liked him more than Jalen Wright, even though Jalen Wright was my top running back. Isaac Guerendo, I think the value here was just amazing. With the new rules on kick returns, he can step in as a kick returner, just the way he sees the field. And him going to San Francisco with the running concepts, working behind Christian McCaffrey. Oh man, that is continue covering up Brock Purdy's deficiencies. Like just keep doing it.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's pretty damn fast too, and that's he'll be a nice compliment for Christian McCaffrey. And yeah, the rich get richer, man. That's rough. Hopefully, we can get some more speed on this. I mean, obviously, just got Troy Franklin, but getting some out of the backfield would be pretty nice here too.
Yeah. Now, with the way the running back room is, Javonte Williams, Samaje Perine, they're both on their final years of their deal as well. And then McLaughlin, I think he had like a 70% touch rate when he was on the field, which is absolutely ridiculous when you think about it, especially for a situational player. Yeah. Broncos made it clear. Which of those 3 specifically, which of those 3 do you want to see them upgrade over the most?
Well, like I believe Lance mentioned earlier, Perine was more just kind of an extension of the run or of the pass game rather, and I think that's something you could maybe get out of another one of these running backs in the draft, and probably him. Even though he, like I mentioned, he did get some significant touches of the pass game. We need a consistent runner, and I think you can get that from a few of these guys here working in the run game and the pass game.
Man,
Yeah.
how about the rich continuing to get richer? You guys were talking about Isaac Guerendo to the San Francisco 49ers. How about Jared Wiley, the tight end from TCU, going to Kansas City just now?
Well, real quick, Chuck Denver coming with the $10 donation. Go Broncos, go Bo Nix. Thanks MHH for the updates. Thank you for the donation, Chuck. We appreciate that. And we've kind of seen it a little bit today with these tight ends. The New York Giants going and getting Theo Johnson, right?
Yep.
Well, Darren Waller, is he retiring? That's been a big thing. Jared Wiley to the Kansas City Chiefs here. One of the big things prior to the Super Bowl is this it for Travis Kelce too?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a consistent question probably throughout this year. I still think he'll play a few 2-3 more years at least, but there's already talks about him retiring and them finding his replacement.
Mm-hmm.
And Jared Wiley, I mean, there's not a lot of pressure for him to come in, and they can sit there and develop, and it's a good pick. And talking about explosives, Jared Wiley can create mismatches and just create explosive plays either directly through him or by, pulling coverage a little bit. And then you have Travis Kelce or Xavier Worthy, or, maybe Rashee Rice, possibly, or at some point in the season they'll have him. Not sure how long he'll be suspended for. Like they know that their offense last year really got carried by the defense. Performance of defenses is so volatile that they're building up that offense so that when the defense, they don't have these great games, then the offense can go back to carrying them.
Yeah, Jared Wiley, 6'6", 249 pounds, ran a 4.6 240 at the combine this year. Vertical speed is definitely the name of the game with him. Like you said, Eric, mismatch, a guy that you can line up in the slot and just kind of draw coverage across the middle of the football field. Really good hands too. I didn't see a lot of drops on his tape. And like you said, you've got Travis Kelce for at least maybe this year, maybe another year as well. Let him develop that blocking ability for Jared Wiley and see what he can do here in a couple of years, and just let him grow. It's a fun pick. I really like this one for Kansas City. I really like Isaac Guerendo to the 49ers. I got in just on the tail end of that conversation, man. The explosive speed, great pair for Christian McCaffrey. Man, I'm loving it in here right now. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and 6 tight ends through the first 31 picks today.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Flying off the board, and there are not many left. Tanner McLaughlin's still there. I know a lot of people are big fans of Dallin Holker. After that, it's really maybe Jaheim Bell, but it's just a lot of we'll see kind of guys. Very specific type of tight ends, not guys who offer a whole lot of versatility with it. So if the Broncos want a tight end, they're coming up here in about 13-ish picks.
Yep.
We'll see what happens. We'll see who continues to fall.
Yeah, I mean, I for no other reason than they had like a 3-minute clip of him massaging a cow. Cade Stover would have been a cool option.
Yeah.
They threw that up on the screen. I don't know if you saw me earlier, but I was kind of looking up, just like, all right, for sure, man.
I think I saw that clip during the Senior Bowl that they were making a big thing about it, and they're asking what it is, and apparently it's like a really good workout for the arms,
like a forearm thing, probably.
Yeah. Apparently, I believe that's what he said. I can't remember for sure, but
hey,
definitely was an interesting video.
Whatever advantage you can get, I suppose.
Yeah,
we got riptide. Go ahead.
Who was the offensive lineman that part of it was he would go and push down trees?
That was Quinn Miners.
Well, that was Quinn.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking that it was, but I couldn't remember for sure.
Yeah, he would run up in the woods in Canada. He would run and knock trees over, and then he was always carrying around, like, they had these big gigantic air tanks. I think of propane tanks. Big water troughs and stuff like that, throw him on a stick over his back, like the old school style of working out. Because I was going through COVID, if I remember that correctly. There was no gyms open, so he was working out in his basement gym and then working out outside up in Canada, trying to just stay in shape throughout that entire process because you couldn't go work out at the gym. On another side, we got Riptide jumping in again with another $2 super chat saying trade up for Mekhi Wingo. Eric, you mentioned him yesterday a little bit. I want you to bring out the reasons why you don't trade up for Mekhi Wingo, because I was not a fan of his tape.
1 second. I will be able to show why here in just a second. Let me get back over to here. Let's do present, share screen, share. Bring it up on the board. This is why. Height, weight, arm length, wingspan, all under 20th percentile. Not only is defensive line a position that you want earlier to get an impact guy, you also want height, weight, wingspan, arm length. The 10-yard split, 40-yard dash, vertical jump, those are all good. The bench press is a little bit concerning. It is below a lot of teams' thresholds here. I mean, these are just percentiles here. But, yeah, it is just not a good showing for a guy who is barely over 6 foot and very light and doesn't play with good pad level. Like, a lot of concerns.
Looks like Tarzan plays like Jane, was my opinion of him. He got pushed around a lot. Like, there was you see the explosiveness and the athleticism, and he has a great first step. When he does get skinny, he can sneak into gaps and be a disruptive pass rusher. But looks like Tarzan plays like Jane. He's just there's not enough physicality in his game for me to be comfortable trading up for him, especially in this range. If he fell to you in the 6th round, sure, I could take a flyer on that. But you like the athleticism, you just don't like anything else of playing the position. That was my opinion of him. So not to poop on your parade here, Riptide, but yeah.
No, we appreciate Riptide or Riptide. We appreciate the donation. We appreciate you chiming in. I mean, all day today, ever since we went live, you've been chiming in. We appreciate that. But I think there are certain teams where this makes good sense for Wingo. Denver is not one of them. Mm-hmm. He coming in with Doomerville's measurables. Doomerville and Mekhi Wingo were very different players.
Yes.
Jaden Hicks, I saw somebody mention about Jaden Hicks falling. He's going to San Francisco. He was taken, or going to Kansas City, sorry, after Sione Vaki going to the Lions, which happened after they took Jared Wiley. So 2 out of 3 picks going to San Francisco with Jared Wiley and Jaden Hicks.
Yep. You know what?
I'll pull up Elvis Doomerville as well.
There's got to be some weird typo here. I'm using that NFL draft tracker, and they have Sione Vaki as a running back.
Yep.
A lot of teams prefer him at running back compared to safety.
Yeah, really? He actually took carries at the Senior Bowl in practices. They were trying to get a look at him. And quite honestly, this is a great pick for the Detroit Lions because the physicality that this guy brings, the versatility he brings, he is a Dan Campbell type of football player. They have their types, and they nailed it with Sione Vaki. Absolutely. I love that pick.
Wow.
Yeah, here it is for Elvis Doomerville.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Elvis Doomerville, he was more explosive, and the thing is that unlike Wingo, who basically plays standing upright, Elvis Doomerville actually played with bend, and one thing that made him so effective was getting under the pads of defensive tackles. One's an edge, one is a pure interior defensive lineman. So big difference between the two and the way they work. But yeah, I mean, as I said, there are some teams that Wingo makes sense for. Denver is just not one of them to me.
Yep. Back to Vaki here for you, Dylan. As a running back during the latter half of the Utes season, this is from us here at SI.com, all Utes, saying he added 520 combined offensive yards and 5 touchdowns as a running back in limited time. A very productive player for the touches. Yes, like it's like I think he averaged like 8 yards per carry or something like that. I was trying to find the yard per carry, but I can't find it right this second.
Yeah, that's insane. Wow. I had no idea.
And then the Jets take Braylon Allen here as we are on the final pick, according to the NFL.com draft tracker that I have up since I'm not watching it. 49ers are on the clock with the final pick of the 4th round.
Yeah, that's where it is on the Pro Football Focus one. Braylon Allen to the Jets. That's an interesting pick here. Because they still have Breece Hall. I wonder what that means for him. Are they not necessarily happy with him coming off that ACL? Because I know he tore his ACL in Denver a couple of years ago. I don't remember watching. I didn't watch a lot of Jets football last year. Why would I?
Who else? They have that kid from Pitt too, I believe.
Israel Abanikanda.
Yeah, he's there as well. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I know they had Dalvin Cook in there too, but he got released late in the season last year.
I remember hearing there was some frustration with Nathaniel Hackett not utilizing Breece Hall very much, but
Brees Hall wants
Hmm?
Brees Hall wants out.
Yeah.
Right.
Like they didn't use him much, and then they didn't use Dalvin Cook very much either, and yeah, kind of a weird situation over there. But that's kind of what happens when you get Nathaniel Hackett as your OC.
Yeah.
And then Abanaconda also has injury concerns. There were concerns about him being able to make it through a rookie contract. And both Brees Hall and Abanaconda are kind of similar with what they bring. Braylon Allen is that more physical guy between the tackles. Not very explosive, but, that short yardage kind of guy that can be kind of relied upon there. And so seems like a very specific type of running back that they wanted to add to the room. And we'll see what happens. Brees Hall wants out. Abanaconda with the injury concerns. So,
yeah.
Jets overall have had a pretty confusing draft.
It's been interesting. I think they've landed on a lot of really fun players, but it doesn't seem like they have a solid direction right now. I think Aaron Rodgers really has his hands on this, though. They wanted to get a tackle to protect him. I know that he liked Malachi Corley. Didn't they take a tight end too? I don't remember. Anyways, Braylon Allen, big back, very physical, good hands out of the backfield, and it ties really nicely into this super chat we have from Josh Lawson jumping in here with $5 on super chat saying, any thoughts on Adonai Mitchell, the powerful back from Notre Dame? Also has decent hands out of the backfield. I kind of mentioned him a little bit ago, but you want to talk about a bowling ball, man. He's big, very strong, good base, great contact power, is one of those guys that every time he touches the football, he's always going to fall forward. And that's a very big deal for running backs, especially with his kind of size. He doesn't have the explosiveness to really take plays deep. He has an 80-yard touchdown, but it was so well blocked and executed up front by that Notre Dame offensive line. He wasn't even touched on his way to the end zone. But Adonai Mitchell, what do you think of him?
He is what he is. I don't think there's a lot of room for him to be more than what he is.
Right.
He'll help raise the floor. Doesn't bring, overly extend the ceiling of it. Another powerful guy that can be trusted to consistently pick up 3 yards. As the San Francisco 49ers add another receiver and more speed, more explosiveness with Jacob Cowing, especially as they have some questions about the futures of Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk in San Francisco.
Dylan, thoughts on Adonai Mitchell?
Yeah, I definitely think that's a guy that Broncos could add. They're showing that Cade Stover clip again. Yeah, I think that would be a solid pick up for the Broncos. If he falls to them, I definitely like his ability as a runner, especially he's more of a power guy, I believe. And that's something we need, especially with Javonte Williams. I want to say trending down, but he did come off an ACL. We'll see how he looks this season, but if that's the direction they decide to go, I'm all for it.
Riptide jumping back in here again with another $2 super chat, asking a more interior defensive line. Eric, what defensive lineman do you have available right now?
Not much. I mean, it's pretty much the same guys that I've been naming off throughout the show. Yeah. Fabian Lovett, Leonard Taylor, Gabe Hall, Logan Lee, Christian Boyd. Sorry. Those are the guys that I'm kind of eyeballing for Denver with what's left on it.
Wow, they have so PFF. I'm looking at their big board right now. They have Fabian Lovett at rank 239. That's crazy low to me. And Christian Boyd at 222. Like that seems low to me for nose tackle upside pass rushers. Like I don't get it.
Yeah, Pro Football Focus hates nose tackles. Like typically, like unless they're like monsters and behemoths. Like Sweat, nose tackles are really low for them, year in, year out.
And Boyd is so intriguing to me because of that nose tackle upside. He's probably more 1-2 eye than true like straight up nose. Like he doesn't really have the length to be a 2-gapper nose like that at the point of attack. But if you want to add in an explosive pass rusher that, well, yes, he played at Northern Iowa. Yeah, Northern Iowa. You want to talk about a player that just dominated that lower level of competition. Christian Boyd was fantastic in the tape that I got to see with him. To have him that low is so strange to me. I think I had a 5th round grade on him, if I remember correctly. But Davian Lovett, another one, but high upside pass rusher at the nose tackle. It doesn't make sense why they're that low on their board. But like you said, PFF does hate players of lesser positional value.
I'm seeing looks like apparently Dez Bryant was texting Sean Payton about taking Troy Franklin, and that's not necessarily why it happened, but he was trying to nudge him in that direction.
Wonder what the connection is there. That seems interesting that Dez Bryant would be talking to Sean Payton about Troy Franklin. Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like he tweeted out their text chain.
Okay.
Wasn't Dez Bryant with the Saints there for a year?
He might have been, actually.
That's right.
Yeah.
At the very end of his career, he was with the Saints for a little bit.
I was going to say, because I remember Dez Bryant at one point talking about it and about how close he and Peyton got during their time together. So I'm assuming that at some point that they were together. I don't know Dez Bryant's career off the top of my head.
I think he was. I think he came into training camp.
I
think he came to train. Yeah, I think he came into training camp, and then I don't know if he actually made the roster or not. But Nehemiah Pritchett to the Seahawks. Jacob Cowing to the 49ers is a sneaky good pick too. And Eric, you talked about it a little bit ago. Ayuk, Deebo Samuel potentially being on the move. This is an interesting way the San Francisco 49ers are going about this draft class because they take Ricky Pearsall at the end of the first round. Are they not on the move anymore?
No, I'm shaking my head at this. Dez Bryant was drafted well after Sean Payton left Dallas.
Yeah.
Well after.
Hold on, I'll pull it up.
But we also have this question from David Wilder here coming in with another one. $5 donation. Do you think we are going to draft a tackle, and who would you pick? At this point, there's not much left to tackle. I'll run through a few names here real quick. Ethan Driscoll, Walter Rouse. Garrett Greenfield is an interesting one, though I'm not really sold on him for Denver. Josiah Ezram, he's an all right option for it. Doug Nestor. If you talk about experience, toughness, having it, Doug Nestor is one of those guys. Outside of that, it's not a lot of guys left that really fit with what Sean Payton wants to do offensively.
So I've got Dez Bryant agreeing to a 1-year deal with the Saints, but he did not play there, according to Pro Football Reference, by the way.
Yeah,
1 year, 1.75
We have a bunch
million.
more super chats coming in. We have a $20 donation coming from Road Glide Nation with two picks coming up. I'm assuming there's more to this question. Road Glide, if you want to put it in chat and everything, we'll get to it and see if there's more to it. Denver does have 2 picks coming up, 145 and 147. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, maybe a move down from 145 or 147 and try to get an additional pick next year as part of that. Just depends on how the board falls, as always. And then Riptide coming in. What are the free agent defensive tackles? We need help there. One thing that has been going around is Mike Purcell possibly coming back after the draft. And, oh, man, please give us a nose tackle. Please, so we don't have to. Mike Purcell was not good this year, which is disappointing because, the last couple of years he's been on a downward trend. He just ended up on the ground too much this last year, and that is not what you want from your nose tackle. And Road Glide, who would you guys pick? With the 2 picks coming in, not necessarily specific names, but any specific position. And if you have specific names, go ahead and give them. They'd be looking at the next 2 picks.
Tyrone Tracy. Give me Tyrone Tracy with one of these next 2 picks, and I'm thrilled, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I think I'd go either running back or tight end around here. Depending on what's left at tight end, there's kind of dwindling at this point.
You got Jaheim Bell, Dallin Holker, Tanner McLaughlin, Brevin Spanford, which I would not want him around Denver right now. Looks like Tarzan plays like Jane, doesn't offer any receiving upside. Trey Knox from South Carolina, Jack Westover from Washington. So tight end is really fallen off a cliff here, at least according to the Pro Football Focus board. But, if you can get Tyrone Tracy here at the running back position, I would be thrilled with that. Eric, what do you think in terms of players that you're targeting right now?
Yeah, Fabian Lovett, just talking about the nose tackle position. Kind of quickly going through here, trying to find specific names. Leonard Taylor, if they want a developmental guy on the defensive line a little bit. And just not necessarily like fully developmental. It's just got to develop him to be more consistent. If they want a running back, I would look at Tyrone Tracy. Udrick Estime is my top back left, I believe, and then Tyrone Tracy. But for Denver, I prefer Tyrone Tracy a little bit more. If they want to add a corner, one of your guys is Jarvis Brownlee.
Yep.
Jordan McGee, I know you're lower on him, but Denver has been connected to Jordan McGee throughout this draft process as well. Cedric Van Pran Granger, if they want to go and add even more to the center competition, maybe they're looking at Wattenberg just staying at guard, or the guy that they signed, Sam Mustapher. Maybe he was just brought in to be a camp body because his experience was terrible. There's a lot of ways that they can go here with just how the board looks and Denver having so many needs left on this roster.
Yeah, I like your shout at the cornerback position. Jarvis Brownlee Jr. is a good name here. Caitlin Carson from Wake Forest is a player I like a lot. Chow Smith Wade from Washington State is another good one. If they're going to focus more on playing on some off coverage, Cam Hart from Notre Dame makes a lot of sense with that length and that athleticism that he brings. So Jarvis Brownlee Jr. in terms of adding the press man coverage aspect to Caitlin Carson, the same thing here. I like Brownlee better than Carson, but if you're looking for a press cornerback, that's a good one for me, would be Jarvis Brownlee Jr. and then Tyrone Tracy. Like those two picks right now, if it's me, that's what I'm doing. But give me one of those two guys with these next two picks. What do you think about adding like Hunter Norzad? Is he a good enough scheme fit? I don't think that he played with enough power at Penn State, but the Broncos do need to add somebody at the center position. You talked about Van Pran. I like Norzad a lot, though.
Sorry, I was just looking something. Man, I just realized we didn't get an edge in round 4 at all, and we get the first one here in Xavier Thomas to Arizona. We went a whole round without an edge rusher.
That's crazy. What?
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Damn. Okay then.
But Hunter Norzad, I mean, if that's the way they want to go, sure. Like he fits fine. I actually think he's a little bit of a better fit than Cedric Van Pran Granger. But if they want somebody who's a fit, Bo Limmer. I think he's the best center left that is that fits for them. He's my number 2 center left. And Norzad is my number 3.
What do you think, Dylan? Center with because I know that a big part of one of the reasons why the Broncos were so in on Bo Nix was they're talking to Austin Forsythe, who played with Bo Nix at Oregon. So do you think that they should just let Forsythe be the guy with that continuity, the familiarity with Bo Nix, or do you think adding a center here is a good idea?
I never think it's a bad idea to add to the offensive line in general, especially not just starters, but depth. That's something we've lacked for a long time. And, Bo snapping the bow might not be the worst thing in the world,
Zach Powers jumping in here with a quick comment. This was another one. I wanted to talk about this last night with the whole with the Jonah Ellis pick. Javon Solomon, man, highly productive, completely different players, by the way. Jonah Ellis is Javon Solomon was more twitchy, bendy, disruptive, played at Troy, so smaller level competition. I believe he led the NCAA in sacks last year. If not, he was tied for second. Very productive player. That was a player that I would have preferred over Jonah Ellis to the Broncos, man. Like this is a good shout. Still available here. The Broncos, if they wanted to get another edge defender, I wouldn't hate this one. Eric, what do you think there? Is edge on the board still, or do you think they're going to be fine with now that they got Ellis in that room? It's already crowded.
I'm pretty sure they're fine at edge. Javon Solomon, not surprised he's still on the board whatsoever. Let me see if I can't find the one comment that was mentioned here. And it dealt with an issue that he had with a coach at his time at Troy. Let's see here. Must have been through a text message because it's not in my email. But yeah, there was an issue with the coach. A lot of teams came up with, talking character red flags, which some teams are more willing to deal with it. Some teams less so. So I'm not surprised he's still on the board here because he is also a complete liability as a run defender. Talking about Jonah Ellis as a run defender last night, Javon Solomon is even worse. And there aren't things to work with him. he doesn't show those tools or traits to be a decent enough run defender here in the NFL. So, talking about the run defense, maybe he is an option for George Paton, with how little he has.
God damn it.
But the Washington Commanders, they took Jordan McGee, a guy that was, I mentioned there for the Broncos at 145.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a lot of ways that they can go. I mean, as we're talking about, but I don't think doubling up on edge right now is really on the table for them. Not with how their edge room looks.
You caught me in the middle of taking a drink of water just there, and I about choked on it. As you said, bad run defender. Of course, he's an option for George Paton. Damn it! I just inhaled that water just now. Good Lord. Oh, man, sorry about that.
Man.
So who did we get to Washington? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Jordan McGee.
Okay. Good player, fun player. Heat-seeking missile at the linebacker position, man. Super athletic. Instincts were not necessarily the greatest. Like, he got himself out of position because he's so hyper aggressive, but good tackler for his size. I know, Eric, you liked him a lot. I was a little bit lower on him than you just because the getting out of position was something I didn't really like about him. But still, I mean, with the new kickoff rules, if you're looking for a player that can come out and contribute on special teams right away, McGee's going to be a very big favorite over there in Washington because of that ability to just see the ball, chase it down, and go make a play on it. I really liked watching him in that aspect anyways.
Jordan McGee, I think it was Dane Brugler who mentioned it. He had a general manager mention to him, so I'm repeating what Dane Brugler was saying here, is that Jordan McGee has the best instincts out of all the linebackers in this class.
Really? I did not see that. It seemed like he was out of position too much.
Yeah, they absolutely loved his instincts and just the way he saw things. And I mean, I saw it there on tape. I don't necessarily agree that it was the best that I saw, but I definitely saw the instincts, and there is an over aggressiveness that will take him out of position. But yeah, I mean, the instincts, you can see that there.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Holy cow, we got 600 people here joining us on a Saturday afternoon, 2 hours into the NFL draft. That's awesome, guys. Thank you all for joining us. You don't understand how much we appreciate that to everybody in here. People commenting in the chat, keeping the conversation flowing with us. It's awesome. I think last year we had 300 people. It really wasn't this big of a number. To see as many people as we have here right now showing us love and support and just hanging out with us on a Saturday is absolutely fantastic. So thank you all for being here, guys. I definitely appreciate that. We all appreciate that here at Mile High Huddle. Seriously, this is tremendous. I'm having such a good time right now.
Yeah, I see in the chat that somebody mentioned safety. I am on the record of hating the current safety room for the Broncos.
Yep.
I am, nothing against PJ Locke. I think he did well last year. But I am not, unless you're a legit player, proven, multiple years proven, I am not okay with handing out starting jobs. And Caden Stearns, man, less than 600 snaps in 3 years, 2 season-ending injuries, both to the lower half, 1 to the hip. And with the way he plays, very concerned there. Brandon Jones, just a situational player basically in Miami. It's
Skinner hasn't seen the field.
Skinner hasn't seen the field, and he's a limited player. Safety was one of the positions, so we always I think I mentioned it last night, but day 3 this year, it's viewed as not super great, a lack of depth, but one of the positions that I was a lot of people were talking about being deep entering in today. Tight end, well, we saw a run on that. Cornerbacks, wide receivers, which typically every year those two positions have pretty good depth. Running back as well, and then safety. Even coming into the draft, everything was talking about basically safety from 60 to 200. There's a lot of quality of options there. And Bo Brady out of Maryland, he's one of the guys that stands out. Kitten Oladapo, Dijon Anthony is another guy that I really like. If you want to take a guy who is a corner, but I think will absolutely kill it or could do well at safety, is Kalen King or Ryan Watts out of Texas. Hook him, add yet another Texas defensive back to the secondary in Ryan Watts. Dominic Hampton as well. There are still really good safeties left, and there's still some quality corners. But yeah, safety is a pretty big need.
Mm-hmm. David Wilder jumping in here with a $2 super chat saying the best draft coverage anywhere. Thank you, David. That means a lot, man. Like not to pat ourselves on the back right now because I don't want to throw out my shoulder again, but we do a lot of work here. And to hear, from start to finish live on Mile High Huddle,
He's doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
Yeah. Huh?
Nothing.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
Why do I always catch strays from you? Like, seriously, man.
I don't think this was a stray. I think it was flat out targeted. It wasn't a stray.
But no, man. Like
I said, we is doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
Yes, we is. But oh goodness,
we is doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
We with a W. No, it's all good, man. And thank you, David, for that. It does mean a lot. Like Eric does put a metric ass load of work into the NFL draft every single year. Like I think you said 367 players you had finalized grades on, and then more that you didn't get grades on. Like it's just ridiculous. I did 100 scouting reports on players outside the top 100 this year, so I'm very confident in my ability to have a conversation today. It's a lot of fun to do this stuff, and again, 627 people still out there watching us right now. It means a lot. We want to go back to the safety position here because William Catalano, right before you said his name, I saw this. Wait, we got Malcolm Brown jumping in here. Who are the value run stuffers now? None.
Fabian loved it.
Fabian loved it.
Fabian loved it.
Christian Boyd was okay against the run, but I think he's more of a penetrator than two-gap like run defender for a nose tackle. Marcus Harris out of Auburn was an interesting run defender.
Oh, you did. Never mind.
What?
Getting Facebook out of here.
Oh no, I didn't do that. Someone else must have.
Okay.
But regardless, that's a good shout considering we've been live for 2 hours and 10 minutes. We should have done that at least an hour ago. But anyways, Marcus Harris.
When we were supposed to do it.
Right.
So I must have made chatter Scott coming in and doing it, but yeah, we did have to say goodbye. Unfortunately, we can't stream to Facebook and still publish articles to Facebook. So we always have to cut them out. We just got sidetracked talking about it. But real quick, I want to say thank you for the kind words about the work we do and being the best draft coverage in town. Lance didn't want to, but I will pat my back on it. This year, 84 of my top 100 players were drafted in the top 100. So I mean, that's which was always great to see, especially after the last couple of years. I said my average was 15 to 20, but taking a look back, I think my average is actually 20 to 25. Couldn't find anything beyond the last 2 years. So being able to miss only on 16 players in it, feels good to me. So again, thank you for that. And value run stuffers now as we get back. And Cedric Van Pran Granger off the board to Buffalo. Let me see. Pull it up. Besides Fabian Lovett, if you want a big boy on it, you can possibly Evan Anderson out of, I can't remember if it's Florida International or Florida Atlantic, but he is a guy who at the Shrine game, a lot of people loved his ability to basically two gap, anchor down and just hold up against double teams. So I mean, if you want a true beefy nose tackle, I mean, he plays at like 370 pounds, I think, and he carries his weight pretty well. Do need to clean it up a little bit, but he is one of those big beefy nose tackles.
Yeah, 6'3", 356 is what he's listed at on Florida Atlantic for Evan Anderson. 6'3", 356 on PFF is what he's looking at. Like I said, Marcus Harris was one that I was like, okay. He's no upside as a pass rusher, though. Like, he's literally a two-down run defender only because he lacks power. He lacks lower half athleticism, and while he's got enough length, he has issues using that length to keep blockers out of his chest plate, and he just will stand there in the same spot and do absolutely nothing the entire time. The value run stuffers don't really exist. I want to grab this comment, though. Go back to the safety position because you talked about him briefly, but, dude, we talked about him after an episode of Dove Valley Deep Divers. Bo Brady, man, the Maryland safety. Hoo-wee, this kid is fun. He is fun. That guy flies around the football field. He has enough range to play in a too-high shell. I like him closer to the line of scrimmage, though, in run support because, again, talking about a heat-seeking missile and just going out there and making plays on the football, that's Bo Brady. He's got some ball skills, too, some instincts, some range to him. Eric, what do you think of Bo Brady, dude? Because like I said, we talked about him. He was fun to watch.
Yeah, and I see a couple people mention the 84%. Again, pat myself on the back a little bit. Two of the guys that I respect the most, Dane Brugler and Daniel Jeremiah, they both were at, I believe, just 80%. So I got 4 more players, if I remember right. I put the numbers up there on Twitter. So patting myself on the back that I'm up there with, guys that I highly respect and, very value their opinion. So sorry, what was your question, Lance? I was ignoring you once again.
Why? You know what? I'm out. I'm done with this. If we're not going to listen to Lance speak, and then I get this too, thanks.
No.
I'm holding up fingers right now. I'm not going to show you which ones, but you should definitely know what they are. Lance got a clip-on tie. This is the tie I wore to my wedding. Thank you, sir. I tied this thing very specially that day. God, man.
They're asking where mine is. Listen, I got to keep up my appearance of being a bum with the hair and the tattoos. I can't. Someone's got to be a little casual here. You know what I mean?
I will say though, dude, I can see you rocking like like the rolled up sleeve shirt with a vest and a tie underneath it. You'd look pretty classy looking like that if you ever got caught walking down the street. I could see it. You have the appearance for it.
Yeah, man. I do have this goofy, like, it's like a basketball jersey, but it's like a Broncos one, and it just looks so ugly, but I love it. Here, I'll go grab it real quick just to show you.
If you guys insult me 13 or 14 times, I'm out of here. That's right, Jeremy. I don't know why I put up with this nonsense. Really, they love me, James. They pick on you because they love you. No, bro. I'm fairly certain they don't. That's awesome, Dylan. By the way, that's sweet. Oh, goodness gracious sakes alive. Man, the Ricky Vaughn look, yeah. Good gracious, holy cow.
Yeah, it was so ugly. I think I just had to buy it, Hey.
All right, back to the draft. Let's try to get some updated picks going on here. We don't have a whole lot coming in. We didn't talk about Cam Hart, the lanky cornerback prospect to the Los Angeles Chargers. That's a good pick for them. They needed cornerback help. We've got, let's see, the last ones were McGee to Washington, Hart to the Chargers, Cedric Van Pran to the Bills, and then Anthony Gold, the wide receiver from Oregon State, to the Indianapolis Colts speedy player, if I remember correctly. They were trying to help out Anthony Richardson there. Eric, what do you think of Anthony Gold?
Well, real quick, I'm getting a little confused. Leonard Taylor is not Lawrence Taylor's son. Like, sorry, I can't quite tell if that is actually what's being said in chat. No, not the son. But anyways, Anthony Gold is a I'm trying to think of the I'm trying to think of the best way to put it for the type of receiver that he is, because he's kind of a peculiar one. He's one of those guys that has good speed that you want to get the ball out to quickly and let plays happen. But you don't want to do it via screens because he doesn't see the field well. But he sees the field well as a returner, and that's where he really brings a lot of special value. So he's just this weird oddity at receiver that really is, you just can't find a comparison to. And I hate comparisons, but it's just, he's tough to watch just because of how everything is. Like, if that makes sense. Anyways, we have Cody W coming in, a quarterback and his wide receiver drafted. That doesn't happen often. Troy got some speed on him, but needs to learn his routes a little bit better. But I like the pick. Yeah, the route running outside of the physicality issue, the route running is the biggest thing. And the route running is the one thing that's easier to correct, just by, experience and practice running them and getting the nuance down. So yeah, I mean, that's it. Just got to put in the work to develop it there.
Nick was talking about it last night. I think he had a couple. I know that one of them was Andrew Luck and was it Kobe Fleener? I think
Kobe Fleener.
Yep. So that was one that they were drafted together. And then there was another one recently. I can't remember who it was though.
No, the other comparison that he gave, they were drafted a year apart.
Oh, okay. I don't remember who it was. I just remember that
it was Burrow and Chase.
Oh, yep, gotcha.
Yeah, that happens quite a bit. Quarterback 1 year, favorite target, there's the next, or favorite target, then the quarterback. Same year, it doesn't happen quite as frequently.
Right.
Oh,
but we are just a few picks in. I don't know if the Broncos pick is in and things are in the traded up. The Bears traded up to get a pick with the Broncos, it looks like, with Ian, according to Ian Rappaport.
Mm-hmm. I just saw that. Interesting.
But it's showing that they're at 144. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It was a mistake. They moved up to 144 with the Bills.
Okay.
So they're jumping the Broncos for somebody.
Okay. I've got Atlanta on the clock right now, and I don't see they've got a pick in, but
they took the linebacker out of Notre Dame, JT Bertrand.
Interesting. Huh. All right. I wasn't a huge fan of his tape, but okay.
He's that old school linebacker.
Yeah, very very downhill banger. Let's go crackheads kind of a linebacker.
That old school type of linebacker, they're coming back a little bit, but they're coming back being a little bit smaller, but the same kind of skill set. So I'm actually not surprised he goes this early. And with Atlanta over the years, I mean, obviously with the new coaching staff, they've taken a couple of these types, either later in the draft, day 3, undrafted free agents, and have had good success with them.
Well, and Raheem Morris, with that weird hybrid scheme that he likes to do, he does bring his linebackers. He wants them to have that quick trigger downhill, and he'll move defensive linemen backwards and just kind of create different looks, especially in the running game. Like, it makes a lot of sense for them to go and get a JD Bertrand, but still, I wasn't a huge fan of his tape. I like Lufau a lot better. And obviously, so did the NFL, because Lufau went last night.
Well, you just get a little bit more versatility with him, because you can also work him on the edge. Yep. He's a hybrid, and he's kind of that Drew Sanders type. He has more experience at linebacker, and I think he can stick there. But he doesn't have the ideal traits for off-ball linebacker. Doesn't have the ideal traits for edge. So he just kind of has this weird hybrid-esque role for it. But with the defense that he went to, which was Dallas, right?
Yep.
And Mike Zimmer's defense. Yeah, I mean, Mike Zimmer, he loves those types, and he's always gotten great success out of them.
Well, there's a name I keep seeing brought up in the chat. How do you guys feel about Johnny Wilson, wide receiver?
Tight end.
That's what I've been hearing a lot as well, so converting to tight end. I just saw it mentioned in the chat quite a few times and thought I'd get your thoughts on it.
I mean, he is big, and those big receivers, they are never good route runners. But if you move him to tight end, he's a decent enough route runner from that position. The size, the athleticism, he can go and make some acrobatic catches. I think he's a fine blocker. I think he just at 235. I think you can have him bulk up another 5-10 pounds and just keep him as a Darren Waller type tight end. Maybe not at that same level, but the same kind of role.
6'7", 237 with long arms, a very reliable catch radius, 2 strong hands. But that's the thing, and Eric kind of touched on it a little bit. He's high hipped too, so that's a big problem with his route running. Is he's got super long legs, and he doesn't sink his hips to get into and out of his breaks, and he has to take a bunch of extra false steps at the top of his routes, especially on like comeback routes. If you're using him on posts and flies and stuff like that, he has some long speed to him, so I like him in that aspect. But if you need him to be a big body possession receiver that's going to run quick slants and dig routes, he's not going to be your guy.
The Bears moved up for Austin Booker.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, they need a lot of pass rush help, and take a developmental option here who can bring a little bit more juice as a pass rusher. They've done a lot to add to their pass rush room. I mean, started with the trade for Montez Sweat, and just a developmental guy here for him. and the Broncos are now on the clock. Real quick, player prediction. Who do you think it is?
Oh, jeez.
Every time I want to say Tyrone Tracy so bad right now. I really do. That would be so fun for us because that would be your Alvin Kamara pick for this team. We've talked about him multiple different times. Man, that would be fun. That would be so fun.
I'm here for it.
I still don't hate center either. I really don't hate going and getting a center.
We got two picks here, so we just got right after Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
All right, chat. What do you guys think? Anybody in the chat start throwing out some names? Let's see what we got. Christian Jones from Jeremy Sean here. Joe Milton. That doesn't make any sense to me. Tyrone Tracy, please. We've got Johnny Wilson, Bo Brady. No really consensus.
Have you seen the meme of it's Kirk Cousins standing at a press conference? I don't see how they could have drafted a quarterback, brought in a quarterback to replace me when they brought me in, and it has a picture of Robert Griffin just staring at Kirk Cousins on the bench.
On the bench, yeah.
I saw that.
The Joe Milton comment made me think of that.
So that was the second funniest meme that I've seen on that in terms of people being super creative. The other one, it's a little offensive, so if somebody gets pissed off at me, I do apologize.
Let's not risk
it. It's a dig on Rashee Rice.
No, let's not. No. As soon as you start saying it might be offensive, it's a no. You know that.
Well, it was more about speeding than anything.
You know that as soon as we start getting to it, might be a little bit offensive. That you can't sit on it. Tweet it out. You can tweet it out. Denver takes it on the Chris Abrams train.
Hey, there we go. Okay, good athlete, long. I think scheme versatility is big here. I liked his tape a lot better than I liked his teammate Ennis Rakestraw. Decent tackler. There's some stiffness in his hips and change of directions, but he played cover 3, can play in the press. So this is a fun pick. Not a name that I would have went with. I would have went with Brownlee over Chris Abrams Drain here, but it's fun. What do you think?
Where does he project to play? Inside or outside? Or kind of like in the slot or on the outside?
He's thin, so
I think he's versatile enough to do either. I think if I remember right, I preferred him inside. But it really depends on what they are doing in the secondary, which is still a question mark as to if he is better inside or outside, I think.
For sure.
But I like Chris Abrams Drain. This is another good pick. Earlier today before we went live, I was also looking at, the previous years with draft values compared to my board. Typically the first 2 days, rounds 1, 2, and 3, the Broncos take reaches on my board, and then day 3, it's pretty consistent of we're taking value guys, and I found that to be a kind of interesting trend. 2021 was a little bit different with all those back end picks that they had, and just the way they made those picks of, hey, we're going to go get our rookie special teams coordinator, his guy, that kind of thing was threw it off a little bit with those last few picks, but. So it's just interesting to see that trend's kind of continuing because Chris Abrams Drain, I think, if I remember right, at this point was value for me.
Yeah, I think I had a 4th round grade on him, so this is a value for me as well. And again, I mean, the scheme versatility. He can play in press, he can play off. He was good in man covers, good in zone. The cover 3 looks that they did where he has the athleticism and the speed to fly down the field and just keep up with pretty much anybody. Like the thinness of his frame is a little bit concerning for the NFL level. I think he needs to bulk up, especially in his lower half. And if he can do so without losing athleticism, that's definitely going to be big for him. But he's got the length. He's got enough height that he can play inside or outside. And again, this is a good pick. And I don't know that he's going to start right away for Denver, but he's going to at least add competition to that room and really has a good starting upside. That's the big thing here.
He's gonna compete for the starting job opposite Patrick Surtain. And another thing too, you may have touched on this. I was getting a quick little nugget from a good friend of mine who does interviews and stuff like that about Chris Abrams Drain. I went and retweeted that out there. It was just the interview that the guy had with him. They're on my Twitter. You can go check it out. Dude is a physical run defender.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, he's a hell of a tackler. He flies downhill too. Like he's quick to trigger when he's playing an off coverage and he sees whether it's a screen or a running play that's coming to him. He triggers downhill really well and he hits with a good target area. And he's got really long arms, so he wraps up really well and he can drive through contact. Excuse me, I'm about choking on myself. But no, I liked watching Chris Abrams train. I have the scouting report on him up at milehighhuddle.com. So yeah, really that's crazy. The shuttle killed him. The shuttle definitely killed him.
Yikes.
Yeah, not a great athlete overall, but he brings speed, he brings physicality. And if I remember right, there were a few players this year who got sick right before the draft, either food poisoning or something. And if I remember right, he was one of them.
Yeah, he lost like 10 pounds.
He dropped like 5 to 10 pounds, and wouldn't have been a huge difference with the weight, but it definitely would have helped it out. And then Jarvis Brownlee goes to Tennessee with the pick after.
Damn it. That's good. That's good stuff. We love it here. We love it here in Bronco land. Good Lord. It's all right though. And like I said, there was some stiffness in his hips, and that RAS card from Kent Platt does tremendous work. RAS is a fun and useful tool to work with. That RAS card showed it. The shuttle drill, the 3-cone drill, he has stiffness in his hips, and that was a big thing with change of direction, which is why I think that if you play him in off coverage where he doesn't have to, like the press man stuff, he's got good physicality to it, but he is a tick slow getting his hips flipped to turn and run. So playing him in off coverage was a little bit better for me from what I remember seeing. And then just watching him click and close and drive was really fun too. So the change of direction ability was the thing that really drove that RAS card down.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely an issue, and it's a concern on tape. I saw Jeremy posted a comment in here that he's a gamer, not a tester. No, I mean he is a gamer, but it's where he had the poor testing is you see it on tape.
Yep.
He just kind of confirmed that he's poor in those areas, and again the weight helped bring that RAS down a little bit as well, which doesn't help. So he's a gamer. He's has speed, just not a fluid, smooth mover with loose hips.
Yeah.
Broncos.
What do you think, Dylan?
I think Damari Mathis should be sweating some bullets there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, especially after last season, it's such a disappointment. Then you have Fabian Moreau, a street free agent, come in and take your job. That's terrible luck.
And play well doing it too. Like it wasn't the greatest tape by any stretch of the imagination, but he played a hell of a lot better than Damari Mathis was. And which sucks because I was a huge fan of Mathis's rookie year. He took a big step backward.
Adric Estime.
There it is.
Here we go.
Awesome.
Okay. Bye Javonte. That's what that tells me.
I think Javante's gone after this year, and I wouldn't be surprised if Samaje Perine is let go or traded. Maybe not right immediately, but as we get closer to the regular season, they're at training camp. When we're starting to hit that point of cutting the roster cut down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I know that they made it very clear that the fumbles in the moment with Samaje Perine, and when they happened, they were not happy with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ball security with Adric Estime. I'd have to look at it. I know that he was very, very secure with the football. Not very many, if any, fumbles on his tape. So.
Give me a minute. Again, I'll figure it out.
Thank you, sir. I knew that you were going to do that. But no, with Estime again, guys, I was talking about him a little bit ago. Very physical, big back, decent enough speed. I think he was in the 4.5s at the combine, so a little bit more speed than given credit for. But falls forward when he runs into contact. He's got great balance. He's got good vision. He can hit the hole when he needs to. And falling forward is a big get for NFL players because you don't want to be moving backwards. You want to be able to finish runs with physicality and brute force contact, and he does that. And he's a good receiver too. Like he's got smooth hands coming out of the backfield. It's not quite the Kamara-esque player here. I think more Mark Ingram for him. But I like it. It's a good pick. The Broncos are doing a good job as they're rounding out this class here on day 3.
A fumble every 115 touches.
That's amazing. That's good stuff right there.
And then it's, that's where typically where you want plus 100 or 100 plus for it. And the whole thing with him as being a receiver out of the backfield The big issue there is he's not overly experienced doing it.
Mhm.
He has a total of 26 catches over the last 3 seasons. 17 of them came this year, and they were essentially, dump offs that got, 4 or 5 yards.
Mhm.
Just again, not overly explosive as it, and so it's just probably not going to be utilized a whole lot in that way.
I did like his hands when they did throw him the football. It's not
He's
like
got
he
good
had a bunch of bobbles. He's got good hands. Like that was one, but he's not a good route runner. Like they didn't use him on angle routes. It was a lot of swing check downs and get through the line of scrimmage and then turn your back and just simple check down stuff. He's not a dynamic receiver, but he's capable of doing it if you need him. I guess is probably the best way to go about that.
And Jeremy coming in can get the first on 3rd and 1. He is the most reliable running back in this year's draft when it comes to short yardage situations. He had like a ridiculous 90 some odd % conversion rate, which is ridiculous. Like typically the average I think is sub 80. So well above average.
Yeah, Joshua Lawson jumping in here with a $2 super chat saying, "Love this pick. Go Notre Dame. Great back." Yeah, I'm fine with this one. This is another one of those ones where it's like this is just solid. It's I think a little bit high, especially considering that I like Tyrone Tracy a lot better here because of that receiving versatility. But it's good enough value here. You're going to get a guy. I talked about him a little bit ago saying this is a bell cow back. This is a guy that you can put back there and give him the ball 20 to 25 times a game. And he has the size and physicality to handle that kind of a workload at the NFL level. So good value, good player. I like it. I'll probably give it a B+ if we were to grade it. Let me think about it a little bit more. But yeah, I'm perfectly fine with this pick.
Definitely, especially just great value for a running back. And it is an underrated need, which is there's so much uncertainty with Javonte. Is he ever going to return to form? And like we said, Samaje Perine production, not very good.
And if teams are going to sit there and stack the box against this team, well, you want those physical runners. Jeremy coming in saying Jaleel is the speed guy. They maybe not. It's looking that way. I don't think they'll draft another running back, but there is another smaller school running back this year that somebody has put out multiple times that look for Denver to be very all in on him after the draft, and where he'll probably end up with, if he chooses Denver, of course, that they will look at giving him probably one of the bigger undrafted free agent contracts.
Did that guy happen to wear a green uniform?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I can't even remember his name.
Because I was thinking smaller school prospect that the Broncos are going to like, especially with speed, Rasheen Ali, dude. Like, let's go to the Marshall kid. So, I don't know.
Yeah, right, it wasn't Rasheen Ali. It's a guy who isn't on my board.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Where did you said Estime was your number 1 back? Where did you have him in terms of a grade, Eric? Or you probably already deleted him off your board. So
on my updated one, but I also have my unupdated one. He carried was about in my mid 4th round. He was my number 19th player in the 4th round.
Okay. So good value here on your board, sitting pick 147 in the 5th round. So a little bit of a pretty decent value for him. Anyways. We got Tommy Eichenberg, the linebacker from Ohio State, going to the Raiders, filling out that defense. How are the Raiders doing in terms of filling out this draft board? That's a good pick for them. Another kind of downhill thumper linebacker, not like an old school player, but not like crazy like that, I guess. I don't know. I
think the term for these types of guys is that modernized old school linebacker.
Yep.
Because it's the skill set, but it's with the modern, for the most part, modern size and build that you look for. I think Tommy Eichenberg doesn't have the length that you look for. So JD Bertrand, he reminded me of, unless I'm getting them backwards, JD Bertrand reminded me a little bit of Josie Jewell, and Tommy Eichenberg reminded me a little bit of Alex Singleton with how they play. Might be getting them flipped, but it was something to that effect. They both reminded me of, one of them reminded me of each of the Broncos linebackers. And Eichenberg, if you are looking for somebody to be a communicator, a voice in the secondary who can bring some good power downhill and fill up run lanes, Tommy Eichenberg is a good choice. Overall, we didn't talk about it yesterday, but I like what the Raiders have done. I mean, they let the board fall to them round 1. The round 2 picks or day 2 picks, a couple of them were a little bit questionable to me. But it's been I don't want to say it's great, but it's been a solid one.
So I just went and looked at it. They got obviously they got Brock Bowers at 13 overall. They let the board fall to them and took Jackson Powers Johnson to play guard for them. But then the pick that really got me was their 3rd round pick. They take Delmar Glaze, the tackle out of Maryland. He was probably a guard to me at the next level, and not as a 3rd round pick. Like, he was a 6th round player for me. That was a big time miss for me. But then Tommy Eichenberg, it's a good pick for them. They needed linebacker help. DeCameron Richardson, the cornerback from Mississippi State, they needed help in the secondary. So overall, outside of Delmar Glaze, and that's just kind of a redundancy pick to me. If you're going to take JPJ to play guard for you, and then take Delmar Glaze when they have Colton Miller, they have another decent tackle as well. I can't remember what the other tackle's name is, but decent player there. It just didn't make sense for me to see them go with Glaze, especially that early. So as this is moving on, guys, let's go back to a conversation we kind of had last night. I know that it's a little redundant, to go back and rehash some stuff out, but favorite pick to specific team in terms of like scheme fit. Anybody stand out to you that's like, that's a pick that I really like? Dylan, I'll go to you first.
Oh man, here, let me pull up some of these picks here. Okay. Well, unfortunately, Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs. I know he's smaller, and there's some people saying, "Oh, all you got to do is jam him at the line." But with how Andy Reid uses so much motion in the offense, I could see him breaking a lot of games, particularly against the Broncos. Other fits here. Let's take a look. Romo Dunze to the Bears. I absolutely love that. And there's some people like, oh, you took a wide receiver 3 at pick 9. It's like, well, a lot of teams, especially these days, there's 3 receivers on the field most of the time. And I think just that he's, I don't want to say the same as Keenan Allen, but there's a lot of similarities there. And I think having Keenan Allen there for a year to help him learn and grow in the NFL is definitely a big plus there.
Eric, what about you, man?
About Estime, I had to step out real quick and stretch my legs. My knees are all messed up, and they're starting to hurt a little bit. But speaking of, and quick, again talking about a friend of mine who sent me the link to his interview with Audric Estime. Here's the quote that he has: "When it's early in the game and I want to send a message, I'm going to run right through your face."
That sounds about right.
I like that.
Let's bring it. Let's bring that physicality there. Going back, Chris Abrams' drain, I didn't talk about it. The quote for him: "I'm definitely a ball hawk. I can make secure wrap-up tackles. I love coming downhill and playing in run support." And then Troy Franklin, since I have it here as well, "I have a great understanding of coverages. I'm a man beater and a zone beater. I'm a freak athlete as well." And he starts laughing. All of that combines to make me a big play threat." Some good quotes from the new Broncos today, with their three draft picks so far. It's been a good day.
Yeah, it has, and I love the quote from Estime about the only thing that would make it better is if he added a F-bomb in there. I'm gonna ram it right down your effing face, like.
No.
That's his attitude. That's his attitude.
What would make it better if it was, "I'm going to run through your face and then eat your children"?
Yes. Yes. Triple G jumping in with a $2 super chat. This draft is going good. Great coverage, MHH. Triple G, thanks, man. We appreciate you.
It looks like we finally got a quarterback here.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler to the Saints.
Yeah, there was some. It was probably due to I believe that Spencer Rattler from some, again, a lot of misinformation. There are some people that are saying that Spencer Rattler might not be the first quarterback taken today, but apparently he is. There was some stuff going about how the Saints in the 5th, 6th round were all about Michael Pratt. That very well could be because they just didn't expect Spencer Rattler to be here. But yeah, I mean, for them, with where they're at, maybe they believe the maturity, that he's matured a lot. And even if they don't, maybe they think that Derek Carr can, get him in check a little bit, or Dennis Allen can, or somebody, but may not have a lot of time. And with the coaching staff there, as they seem to be on the hot seat. Real quick, Shringa, are you talking about the thing about eating the kids? If so, that was a Derek Wolf thing about how he threatened to eat Phillip Rivers' kids.
Yep. And
that's all that was.
Knowing Eric and his affinity for Derek Wolf, at least the football player, of course he's going to bring in the "I will eat your kids, bro" deal. Because if I remember correctly, you have is it a signed helmet or is it a jersey from Derek Wolf?
Signed helmet.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, one of your favorite players. I do remember that. Let's see here, Eric. I was asking. I kind of got an answer out of Dylan here, but is there any specific player to team fit that we have had so far in this draft that really stands out to you? It's like, I really like that pick for that particular team.
I mean, I can go and point to most of the first round picks and say,
well,
everything from basically, 14 to 19, every single one of those I can sit there and say, yeah, makes sense. Pick number 9, yeah, makes sense. 7, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can just go through basically every single first round pick except for maybe 5 of them.
Right.
Second round, third round, there were quite a few. But give me a second. I'll pull up the 4th round and look back on the early 5th round and see if there's anybody here that I really like. Not going to the going outside of the Broncos. Let's see here. Xavier Thomas to Arizona.
I didn't watch him.
With how Jonathan Gannon is with his defense, I really like that fit. And Tarheeb Still to the Chargers. Mm-hmm. I'm a big Tarheeb Still fan. And with what they're going to be doing on defense, I really like that fit.
I just realized that the Vikings took Kyrie Jackson. I really like that fit for them in that defense. If you want to play him in press coverage, like he has the ability to do that. I like him better off the ball, but like with Brian Flores, that's a huge get for them. Man, I really like that one. I'm just going through this. Javon Baker to the Patriots. I like that one a lot too. Give Drake May a very reliable, consistent, contested ball catch guy to go out there for Drake May. Love that one too. And then I talked about it a little bit earlier, was Tyrese Knight, the linebacker from UTEP that went to the Seattle Seahawks at 118. That was another one that just that prototypical hyperactive athlete guy with a little bit less measurables that comes in and just runs all over the field. Like that was a good pick in my estimation, probably one of my more favorite fits. And then both these picks for the Broncos, Chris Abrams-Strain, good fit in this defense. Audric Estime bringing that physicality and really kind of dialing up the pressure from this Broncos offense in terms of running the football, adding that physical presence, going into the Sean Payton mentality of we're going to beat your ass in the running game. Like I'm here for that. So
yeah, definitely. And one thing I saw it a couple times last night. Saw it a couple times today. I think it's very clear that Sean Payton is setting up his scapegoat if things don't go this year. You guys seeing that the same way?
Go ahead and continue on that because I'm not sure what you're getting at here.
Jonah Ellis, a rotational pass rusher, only thing on
defense. Let's go further into that because who is that? Who's the guy that made that pick? Tell me who's the guy that actually made that pick. So the defense won. There's that the pass rush not getting after the quarterback. George Payton. He's already set that scapegoat up for 2 years. He started his press conference, his opening press conference, or I don't. Was it the press conference where it's like we're going to do things completely differently than we did before? That wasn't our humps, like stuff like that. Everything that he had said, like he threw the general manager and practically everybody from the ownership down under the bus as soon as he walked in the door. He's setting up George Paton to be fired, like immediately.
Yeah, the Broncos, and Mike Kliss puts this out real quick. Dylan, I'll come back to you about the whole scapegoat thing, but I think this is an interesting one. You can hope Broncos country for running back Audric Estime, 5th round. 1,000-yard rushes, Broncos drafted 4th round or later. Terrell Davis, Olandis Gary, Mike Anderson, Peyton Hillis, and then C.J. Anderson and Philip Lindsay as 2 undrafteds.
Awesome. I'm under the belief that they're, and his name is escaping me, of course. What's his name? Wisconsin. The guy we
Jim Leonard.
Jim Leonard. Yeah, I think he's replacing VJ. I think that's the big one there, for sure.
Yeah, they are. I mean, there was a lot of things about the Broncos potentially moving on from Vance Joseph during the season, even after the season with the turnaround. He seems to be buying a year. There's a lot of conflicting stuff that's been going around about the relationship with George Paton and George Paton's position. Watching the videos, though, I think that George Paton and Sean Payton have really I think the relationship was strained there at the start. I mean, Lance, as you talked about it, Sean Payton, he took plenty of shots at George Paton and did there over the first few months. They seem to have like worked things out and have a really good working relationship. And I think that the person being set up as a scapegoat here is Vance Joseph, because the guy that Sean Payton really wanted wasn't ready for the job, and they kind of settled on him. And Sean Payton was trying to force him to run a defense he's not familiar with. And now they got a guy that can run what Sean Payton wants to run, sitting in the wings, that a lot of people believe is ready for a defensive coordinator shot.
Yeah, Jim Leonard's a great defensive mind, man. He did a good job at Wisconsin there for a long time. I'm surprised he didn't get that head coaching job. But we got Patriot Text jumping in here with a $10 super chat saying George Paton caused our fire roster with his foolish trade for Russell Wilson. We don't have picks because of said trade. We're picking role players when we need starters. How does George Paton still have a job? Hashtag MHH for life. Yeah, I think you make a good point, Eric, that their working relationship is strained and then kind of gotten better. But I do think that George Paton's still kind of on the hot seat because Sean Payton is really the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. He's the one that's really running things. And Jeff Ireland is still available. Last I knew, and that's a guy that Sean Payton really respects. And I believe they work together at New Orleans. So I think that there's some smoke behind that. It may not be like an immediate firing, but this might be George Payton's last chance right now to kind of figure things out. Now, the Russell Wilson thing with those picks, that's done and over with now. Like we can move on because those 2 picks were from 2 years ago. Like I understand.
Well, no. You go ahead and finish your thought. Go ahead.
So we're on to the new the new regime now. We had that first round pick this year. Yes, we're missing talent on this roster because of that. We didn't have those picks before, but that's behind us now. This team has picks moving forward. The only picks that they don't have is for this year was the one that they gave up to the New Orleans Saints to get Sean Payton here in the building to begin with. Like, I understand where they're coming from and saying like, yeah, that is a big detriment to George Payton's resume, but that's behind us now, guys. We got to get over that.
But it's not behind us because you just hit it and then you just like skated over it. We have a lack of talent on this team and a lack of potential star power because of the picks that we lost. We're not over. We can't put it behind us because it's still affecting the Broncos. And on top of that, we're still very affected by the contract they gave. Yeah. It's not a situation of where we're past that. Not at all. We're still a year or 2 away from being at that point.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I just look at the picks that they gave up. You know, Charles Cross, starting left tackle for the Seahawks. They got Devin Witherspoon in there. Abraham Lucas. I believe what was the Derek Hall? I think is who it was. The edge rusher from Auburn was the guy that got there. Like they got cornerstone pieces for sure. I'm not saying that's not something Denver definitely could have, like they would have loved to have that. But that's something we can't change anymore. It's done and it's over with. It sucks we don't have those players on this roster, but I guess my point is you can't fix it anymore. It's done. Let Sean Payton and George Payton or whoever's going to remain on this regime try to fix it from now, because that's where we're at. We have to live in the now. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I might be explaining the way that I feel about this the wrong way, but I guess the big thing is you can't fix it anymore. It's done and it's over with. We can't continue to nitpick that, because while it does hurt now,
you can. Anyways, moving on from here. One of my favorite guys seems to be coming off the board here in Brennan Jackson to the Rams, if I saw right.
That's right.
And then the Eagles traded up to 155 with the Colts. Brennan Jackson, I mean, dude is, one of the better run defenders, which I really covet out the edge position. And he's not the overly explosive athletic edge rusher, but there's enough there. He is when you look at the types of edge rushers or edge defenders that you want, he is a better version of Jonathan Cooper. And I would have liked him to upgrade that specifically, but it's been made clear that George Payton doesn't value, run defense from the edge as much. Which, hey, to each their own, everybody's preference. That's why boards and grades and all that are so very different. But yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks to see him go. I would have preferred him over Jonah Ellis, but it is what it is. And Jonah Ellis, hopefully he is able to develop, and additional weight helps him as a run defender and all that. And then Patriot Tech's coming in with another $10 donation. Do any of you think George Payton gets fired after the draft? He's caused so much of our roster deficiency. We still have so many holes to fill. GP gotta go. Hashtag MHH for life. No. I think that I wouldn't be surprised if we see changes to the front office. I don't think it'll be George Payton, just because they seem to have a really good working relationship developed at this point. It is Sean Payton's team, and it seems like George Payton understands that and is fine with it, and that they're working a little bit. Let's see what's right. Is that they've worked out the rules and everything. If he does get traded, it might be after the season, but even then, I question, because Sean Payton has made it very clear that he really values and trusts George Payton's ability as a talent evaluator when it comes to draft prospects.
We got Zebo jumping in here from Australia saying, good morning, all. 5 a.m. in Australia, but loving the coverage, comments, and the way the Broncos are starting the rebuild. Hashtag MHH for life. Zebo, it was good to see you last night. Good to see you in here again this morning as well. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Thank you all for joining us. It's 682 people. I'm blown away by the amount of support that we've got here. And I mean, obviously working our way through the 5th round here on a Saturday, and you guys hanging out with us and just watching the NFL draft, reacting with everything. Again, guys, tons of support. The super chats are coming in. They're amazing. We definitely love and appreciate all of you guys, man. This is a lot of fun. Let's get some comments in the chat here, guys. Tell us what you think about the draft. Eric, I'm going to come to you really quick. What do you think of the Broncos so far on day 3? What would you give them a grade if you had to give them one right now?
Oh, I think we have some breaking news. John Franklin Myers from the Jets to the Broncos.
Ooh, I love that.
Yep. Let's see. They're sending John Franklin Myers to the Broncos in exchange for a 2026 6th round pick.
Oh,
okay.
I love that.
All right.
Hey, George, you're all right, man. Hey, we
George,
like you.
Hey, George, we like you now. You can stay. You can hang out.
John
with
Franklin Myers is one of the more underrated defensive linemen. You want to talk about somebody adding some juice to get after the quarterback inside?
Sure.
Jonathan Franklin Myers. He's a quality run defender as well.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I knew they'd work in the phones. I mentioned it yesterday. They're looking for veteran edge help. They were looking for veteran defense, pass rush help in general, both inside and outside. They get it here, and for a 2026 6th round pick,
Dude,
man,
maybe
Sean Payton also sent them an apology to help. Sorry for all the shots.
It's funny getting Zach Wilson and now John Franklin Myers.
right
after all the venom that was spit.
I'm not kidding you guys. I literally just got goosebumps. Literally just got goosebumps understanding the gravity of that move. Because Eric, you and I have talked about it multiple times. We talked about it with the Jonah Ellis pick. You gotta find a Batman, a guy that can really be a true game wrecker coming off the edge. And Jonathan Franklin-Myers absolutely is that kind of a player. He's a high-quality pass rusher, a hell of an edge setter in the running game. He's twitchy. He's got length. He's got everything you like. And he did it for a 2026 sixth-round pick. Oh, and Jeremy says, George Payton heard the hate and said, hold my beer. I got something for you. Man, what a move. What a
Sorry, I just want to clarify. He's not an edge. He's an interior defensive lineman.
Who am I thinking of then?
He kind of played a hybrid edge role for the New York Jets, but he's 95 pounds. He's not a stand-up edge.
Right. Like a 7 technique.
No,
5 to 7.
like a 5 technique.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, just look at this and listen to the consistency for it. 2018 was his rookie year, had 28 pressures, 3 sacks. 51 pressures 2020, 53 pressures 2021, 51 pressures 2022, 50 pressures last season. 3 sacks, 6 sacks, 7 sacks, 3 sacks. Like, he is a guy that can help generate pressure. He does have some issues getting home, but he's a quality run defender, has 69 stops throughout his career. Yeah, I mean, this is a good pick for him. Yeah, or a good trade for the Broncos to help fill a major need for it. And just, you got Malcolm Roach, who's more of a run defender. Now you have your more interior pass rusher. It's still not the best defensive line. You'd still like some beef in the middle, but we are significantly better than we were 10 minutes ago.
And that definitely changed. Go ahead, Dylan. Go ahead.
I would say, yeah, and it's great that you didn't have to give up really anything to go get him, because you can't just keep trotting Zach Allen and a bunch of nobodies on that defensive line, and this definitely helps us out tremendously.
Yeah. I was just asking about how would you grade the Broncos day 3 so far? This move obviously goes into the day 3 moves for this year's draft class. Give it an A. You got to give it a solid A. You get good value with Troy Franklin. Mm-hmm. You get a banger of a running back. You get a player with starting potential at the cornerback position, Chris Abrams-Strain, help out that defensive line. I thought he was more edge than that, but okay. If still 5 techniques, that's fine. A guy that can get after the quarterback, absolutely. This is a great day for Broncos country. We should all be very excited for what's going on for today.
Mm-hmm.
That he played like 95% of his snaps as a 5 technique. So
okay,
which is lining up basically on the outside shoulder of the offensive tackle.
Yeah, which is why I thought he was more
still playing tight. But I mean, that's your standard 3-4 defensive end. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like just being part of the rotation, he can help alleviate. Give Zach Allen some rest. It's nice that they valued improving the defensive line this year. Saw a question here. I'm going to pull it up. Somebody asked about the contract and why he was so cheap. So he has a couple years left on his deal. Then he has 2 void years. So 2024, 2025, still under contract for it. I'd have to see what the numbers are and the salary cap situation with it. It looks like he will count about $7.3 million against the Broncos salary cap this year, and then set to be 10.8 against the salary cap next year. So he is a little bit of expensive. That's probably why I'm curious if Denver will also take a little bit of the extra money as well, or if they're taking all of it, not having the Jets eat any of it. But I wonder what this means for DJ Jones, because they've wanted to move on from him as well. And, you can basically sub out what you're bringing in with John Franklin with your savings financially with the savings that you get from moving on from DJ Jones.
What was that savings with DJ Jones? Like $10 million, I think is what it was.
I can pull it up.
US Dave coming in here really quickly saying, just got here, MHH, can you post a list of our acquisitions? I won't post anything up for you guys to read, but running through it, the Broncos traded up very first thing this morning to go to number 102 overall to get Troy Franklin, the wide receiver out of Oregon.
Oh.
Then they sat around for a little bit. They gave up pick 136 to do that. So they had to sit until pick number 145, where they selected Chris Abrams-Drain, the cornerback out of Missouri. And then at 147, they turned around and drafted Audric Estime, the running back out of Notre Dame. And then this big move to trade for Jonathan Franklin-Myers from the New York Jets. That is how day 3 for the Denver Broncos has gone so far, Dave. So hopefully that helps you out, buddy.
Apparently, this trade is also coming with a contract rework with Jonathan Franklin-Myers as well.
Okay.
So very curious to see what that is. And then DJ Jones, it's basically 3 million dead, 10 million saved. That's rounding up 9.97 technically for the cap savings.
Yeah. GLP jumping in with a $10 super chat. Gary, good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us here on a Saturday. You guys are doing a fantastic job. No BS. Very entertaining. The Broncos picks are encouraging. Yeah, man. Like I said, you got to be excited about this. Today is a very good day in Broncos country. I think they're touching on a lot of needs. Our guy, James Campbell, is in the group chat early, talking about it, saying this is a draft to kind of build up. It's a build up draft kind of going towards the future. You're getting a lot of value at high quality positions of need and high value positions as well. So I like that line of thinking from James as well. And quite honestly, I'm very encouraged moving forward. This is a very, very good draft, and I'm getting more and more comfortable with Bo Nix at 12, even more the more that, because you're getting help for him too.
And again, with the John Franklin trade, apparently this deal was essentially agreed upon a week ago. And while they were working on the trade stuff for this is when they kind of started working on Zach Wilson as well. And the holdup with John Franklin wasn't the trade between the two teams, but the negotiations with the agent about just what type of contract rework, restructure that they want to get done. And Denver wasn't pulling a trigger until they got some really good movement there. And so we'll probably hear soon, probably while we're live still, get word about what that contract is and how it's being changed.
Yeah, man, very excited. Holy cow. I'm not kidding you. You get like I legitimately had goosebumps when they said a 2026.
Yeah, I just saw someone in the chat just said trade, and I was like, all right, I'll take a look. I thought that meant we were trading up, and then I saw the graphic from Schefter there.
Crazy.
And then a couple picks here: Charles Smith-Wade going to Carolina, and then Mo Kamara going to the Dolphins here as well, giving them adding more speed to them, just this time on defense.
Yeah. Anywhere they can get it.
Oh, good Lord, Eric. Going wild today, I swear, dude.
Am I wrong? Is Mo Kamara not more speed for them?
Oh no, you were right. Because I asked, can they get any faster on that team? Like, quite honestly, the only way they could have gotten faster was if they got Xavier Worthy, but you caught me on that one. We got a handful of picks we got to get through really fast because we didn't talk about Josh Newton to the Cincinnati Bengals a little while ago before Spencer Rattler to the Saints. Jalen Carley's the safety from Missouri. I didn't get a chance to really check him out going to the Colts. Ainias Smith, speedy wide receiver, small guy, but electric playmaker going to the Philadelphia Eagles. DeAndre Prince, a cornerback from Mississippi, to the Jacksonville Jaguars. One of Eric's guys, Brendan Jackson, who reminded me of AJ Epinesa, by the way, to give you kind of an idea of what this player is, coming off the edge at Washington State to the Rams. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. going out of Clemson to the Philadelphia Eagles. Jamari Thrash, the wide receiver from Louisville, to the Browns. Then Charles Smith-Wade and Mohamed Kamara coming off of the board in the last couple of picks, man. Eric, I said Brendan Jackson reminded me of AJ Epinesa. Is that accurate? Was that kind of the vibes that you got out of that? I heard you laughing.
I was laughing because you really love to give these like pretty lofty comparisons. And I mean, it's something you do when we talk privately too, and it always cracks me up. But no, there's a similar style there to how Epinesa plays with Brendan Jackson. yeah, you're not wrong there.
I say that the whole DeMarcus Ware comment from last night it flustered me a little bit because that's not what I was trying to say. Damn it! And I'm not saying that Brennan Jackson is AJ Epinesa. I'm talking about the just the play style, what they look like, how they move, what they actually do was really what I was getting at. It wasn't like comparisons are never a 1-for-1. Like you can never get exact, complete comparisons. The one I'm probably the proudest of is the Ray Davis to CJ Anderson one, because that one I think is really, really accurate. But when I do that, I'm not trying to say
really
this is better as this thing. Huh?
Or a lofty comparison. That's not really a lofty comparison. But you've asked about him. Kansas City Chiefs take him here. Hunter Norzad, the center out of Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
They have some financial situations going on with the interior offensive line. Hunter Norzad can play guard as well, which is probably where he'll end up playing with them having Creed Humphrey. But, Trey Smith, there's been that heart condition. It's been all good so far. And then Joe Thuney as well, who's been having some injury concerns. But the biggest thing here is, if I can remember right, the Chiefs only have like 5 interior offensive linemen under contract currently. So, like, even if they're not looking at him like being a starter, especially not right away, he can, add depth to it. And I got to shout out the Bills. They take the Alaskan, Ula Foshio, going to the Bills. Alaska rocks.
Nice.
And then Patriot Tex with a $2 donation. Okay, GP, I see your move. Excellent trade. Yeah, I mean, this is a good one. Yeah, and Sean Payton, from what I understand, he's kind of, when it comes to trades involving like players for picks, kind of like this trade, he's more hands off. When it comes to trading up in the draft or, okaying the trade down, obviously, he's involved in that, but he trusts Payton to make these trades of either acquiring players or trading players and getting quality value back. Guys, we haven't talked about it all, but there's a report that came out that the New York Jets offered a 4th round pick and Alan Lazard for Jerry Jeudy. Denver said no, and they decided to take less in draft picks from the Browns. How do you guys feel about that?
Go ahead, Dylan.
Well, I know the Broncos in free agency wanted Lazard pretty bad. I can't remember the exact number, but it was a lot of money, and I'm not entirely sure. I mean, draft picks are one thing, but if they really wanted him in free agency, but clearly something changed to where they would just rather take the picks. Yeah, I think I'm probably all right just taking the picks there.
Yeah, I'm with you. The contract, it's not structured the best.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were some stuff that came out about and a lot of this, I'm sure, deals with the coaching staff. Some issues with the coaching staff there. I mean, when you have who was the one wide receiver that they had that got traded? Elijah Moore.
Oh, that's right.
Lazard, Brees Hall, Dalvin Cook. Like, when you start having issues with all of these guys with the coaches on offense, it's probably the coaches on offense.
Well, didn't they have that wide receiver out of Baylor too? The big one that I liked a lot. I can't remember his name. Mims.
Mims.
Yeah, Denzel Mims. And
Denzel,
he was like a kind of a headache player for them. Didn't really pan out to his lofty expectations. I believe he was a headache case for them too, and demanded a trade out of there, if I remember correctly. And that's right around the beginning of the Raheem, or damn it, what's the hell is his name? I can see his face. Their head coach. Damn it.
I was specifically getting at the offensive coaching staff, Hackett and company.
Right.
Mims was like, before they were over there.
Okay, and I knew that he was before Hackett, but I thought that was with their head coach was the big thing. This is the biggest thing as to why Denver turned it down. I'm
the financial situation.
That's kind of where I was going to come with it. I would rather have the draft picks that they did get, even if it's lesser. You move on from Jerry Jeudy, who was I don't want to call him a head case, but definitely more distracting than productive. And that was a big thing. You needed to move on from him. I'm not a huge Alan Lazard fan to begin with. And then that money was just too much for me. So did we grab this comment from Patriot Text?
Yeah. You can't have a situation where you want to move on from Cortland Sutton for financial reasons, and you want to move on from Jerry Jeudy for financial reasons, among other things, and trade Jerry Jeudy for a basically no gain in a financial situation, even with the 4th round pick. Like that it's the financial situation.
Franklin and Bash. I'm not getting that reference, Jeremy.
Apparently, after the Raiders traded or selected DeCameron Richardson, they tweeted the clip of his 40-yard times with the caption "Speed kills." The Raiders did this.
Yeah, I got it. No, I got it. I got it. So, all right, now I'm going to say the joke. Since you went with it, the Kansas City Chiefs, when they drafted Xavier Worthy, somebody posted out, man, this Chiefs receiving core is just ridiculously fast. They got Hollywood Brown 4.27. They got Xavier Worthy 4.21, and Rashee Rice at 119 miles an hour. I'm like,
Oh man, I believe too. Did Marquise Brown? Didn't he get arrested for speeding as well?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
It's yeah.
Yeah.
It was a decision. Like, so when a team makes a tweet, puts out tweets, there's a process. They can't just go in there. Whoever's running the Twitter, they just can't go out there and go on Twitter. They have to get it approved, and there's checks and balances to it. And somehow this got through all of them for the Raiders. That is
Raiders gonna Raider, man.
Something.
I expect nothing less.
Just as the Falcons, the Raiders are Raidering.
I hit him with the Adonai Mitchell deal. You know, speedy wide receiver with head case issues. Like that was kind of a reference to that as well.
Gotcha.
Anyways, it looks like we've kind of hit a well, Jeremy, your guy, I just saw it get updated. Christian Jones to the Cardinals here. I wasn't overly high on him, not as high as you were, Jeremy. Just a lot of issues, and I'm just not sure where you play him. Doesn't have what you really want for a tackle, and has issues that you don't want for an interior offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. Got kind of a lull in the action here going on. We talked about Edifon Ulofoshio going to the Bills. Dominique Hampton, now Christian Jones. It's starting to slow down a little bit here, guys. I want some more reaction from everybody out there in Broncos country that's on the chat right now. Give us some of your guys' reactions to what you think how you think this day 3 is going for the Denver Broncos, because we need something to talk about. Damn it! Hey Eric, you know what?
And we have it. It is a new deal. It is a 2-year, $50 million deal, and the deal will pay $10 million guaranteed, including $10 million guaranteed, including $18 million fully guaranteed, and a $4 million signing bonus. That is the new deal for John Franklin Myers.
That's a good deal. Denver did this is a very, very good acquisition for the Denver Broncos to get him on that kind of a number, give him a little bit of boost in pay, and for what they gave up to get him and the big need that they had to fill by getting him. This is just an A++ acquisition by George Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he won't count in the compensatory pick formula when he hits free agency, though, because his contract was reworked. That is a disqualifier. Mm-hmm. So that sucked, but it's still, I mean, short-term gain and compared to a compensatory pick, possibly in 3 years from now.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. MLA jumping in and saying, I'm late. Who did we get? Do you want all of the draft picks or this recent acquisition? Jonathan Franklin Myers, the Broncos traded a 2026 6th-round pick to the New York Jets to go and acquire Jonathan Franklin Myers, defensive end, interior pass rusher. Great football player. God damn, I'm so excited about that. Holy cow. Oh, man. Eric, while we got a little bit of a lull in the action, we haven't done an update on your board. Who do you have as the best available players here over the last, 15, 20 picks or so? Or are you still trying to update everything that's going on?
No. So I made a message today in a group chat I'm in. I'll pull it up. I probably can't pull it up. I look at it and I said, day 3 is list of names day for me. Because about every half an hour I get asked who's my best available, and I just rattle off names real quick. And Lance, you have hit it pretty much every half hour of asking my big board.
He's consistent.
Well, you know what? We don't have a graphic. If we've got people here that if we had a graphic that we could pull up and have like that, when you watch the ESPN coverage or even NFL Network, they're always flashing at the bottom of the board, Mel Kiper Jr.'s top 10 available, and that's always rotating through. So I feel like just for the people that are here, they're obviously here to watch you. You are the senior NFL draft analyst. It's just nice to give you the credit.
I know they're here to watch me and my pretty face, but we have a thing from Cliz here, and he's basically saying, here's the starting defensive line: Franklin Myers, DJ Jones, Zach Allen.
Wow. So are they going to move DJ Jones to more of a nose tackle look then?
Yes, that's where he's best at.
Yeah, that's okay. All right.
There we go.
Interesting.
No, not one bit. Not at all.
Rodney Garcia.
I'm one of the idiots hanging right up here. It has one of his jerseys. All right.
Don't feel bad.
But no, I don't miss him.
No, I don't mean any disrespect to Philip Lindsay, but there was clearly a point after the first 2 years where that wall hit and his career was rapidly declining.
And you tried to blame it on Melvin Gordon.
Yeah, and it's just a pity with running backs because they get so used and abused in college football that their careers don't always have a very long length of life in the NFL. And Philip Lindsay, with all those touches at Colorado, great story, great kid. How he ended up with the Broncos, turning down a thing with the Ravens, I believe, because his mom's like, "Hey, stay close to home. We can help take care of you," things and all that. Really cool story. I always came off as a Lindsay hater. I didn't hate the guy. Just I'm going to be honest with my opinion on him, but he was a cool kid to have around for the few years, and got a lot out of him, and it's great. And Green Bay going with a sneaky center option. I think that I didn't mention Jacob Monk out of Duke.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch him very much, so I'm not going to comment on him. But damn it, there was something I wanted to grab here. Oh, never mind. It was the Philip Lindsay thing. You said that you're one of the idiots that has a jersey hanging up there right now. 2 days after the Russell Wilson trade, I bought a Russell Wilson jersey. That one aged very well in my house.
Oh, yeah, I got one of those too.
Want to hear? Here's the bad jersey move I made. Duke Iheanacho.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. No, that is a retro ass jersey. Like honestly, so one of my favorite bits from Andrew Mason, it works at 104.3 The Fan. He used to work for the Broncos. Great dude. He likes to go around and post pictures of like random jerseys on game day. Duke Iheanacho would have been a great one to wear around there because I bet you if he saw it, he would take your picture and say, "Yeah, Duke Iheanacho. That's great stuff, man."
That's crazy.
Lance, I can't get it on anymore. I bought it when I was about 200 pounds lighter, man. Like, I have only bought 3 jerseys, I have only bought 3 jerseys in my lifetime, and I have a couple others that were gifts. Duke Iheanacho, Danny Trevathan, Derek Wolfe are the 3 that I bought. I have one of those weird Tim Tebow alternates that's black. I can't remember what it was. It was some kind of promotion thing that the NFL was doing. And then, of course, I have a John Elway one lying around somewhere that from when I was a kid. Like, definitely can't fit that one anymore.
I have John Elway jerseys, the throwback one that I wore to the meet and greet last year. I used to have a Steve Atwater. It was the same 94 throwback jersey, but it was orange and not white. I used to have that. And then I have this Russell Wilson jersey and a Peyton Manning jersey t-shirt. So that's a great one. A Kurtman, that's rough, dude. That sucks that you have the lock jersey to throw in there too. But Jeremy Shawn comes and is like, I have an Ashley Lee jersey somewhere. That's a good one. Hey, I'm here for that. I loved Ashley Lilly. He was a one-trick pony receiver, but damn it, he was fun to watch.
He was a monster in Madden.
Absolutely.
That's the only thing I can really remember with him.
Yep.
Monster in Madden.
Yeah, the one that I need to go now and get Zach Powers' plumber jersey. That's a fun one too. The one that I need to go and get is it this guy right here? This little plaque on the wall is a bunch of Demaryius Thomas football cards. DT is one of my most favorite Broncos. He was one of the first players I ever scouted. And gone too soon, man. May he rest in peace. But I need to acquire me a Demaryius Thomas jersey in a bad way, because number 88 was phenomenal. One of the greatest Broncos ever.
That's my first jersey I ever got.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got one of those.
Yeah, I need to get one of those. And yeah, rest in peace, DT, man. 33 years old, born on Christmas the year before I was. It's just a horrible, horrible loss, man. And yeah, great player. A lot of fun. And I remember going back to that draft class, that was 2009, 2010, I believe, was the draft class that he was. I was a senior in high school is when I started watching that. And that was the same year, obviously, Des Bryant was drafted. And there were Broncos fans all over it was ESPN, the boards that I was on. There were Broncos fans all over ESPN saying they needed to take Des Bryant as the best receiver in the class. And I said, scratch me with the head cases, because Demaryius Thomas is going to be better. And at that time, he was a third-round pick. Nobody really knew who he was. Then he goes and he has a foot injury, but I believe he tore up the combine, and then everyone started to really figure out who he was. And then his stock just started to shoot up, because when you're 6'3", 225 pounds, and you run a 4.38, like, people are going to start recognizing you. And that's one of the I think it's the first real draft hit that I ever had, but one of the first players that I scouted and was right about.
DT, I mean, rest in peace. I mean, Broncos absolutely nailed that pick. Unfortunately, they followed it up with a major blunder.
Yeah,
even though that blunder led to one of the best moments in, outside the Super Bowl wins, led to one of the better moments. Yeah. Anyways, guys, getting back to the draft here, we've talked about them a lot. With the moves that they've made going back, we kind of. Due to the situation of when the picks were, we really kind of glossed over Chris Abrams' drain a little bit. Like, we talked about him, but we really didn't talk about him. And I want to go back to him because, I mean, we touched on the physicality, he has the speed, some concerns about the change of direction movement. But the biggest thing, one thing, and I think, Lance, you touched on this, is scheme versatile. The Broncos aren't sure exactly what they're going to be able to do in the secondary, because they had to adjust on the fly last year because they couldn't win up front consistently, and they were having issues in the secondary. And when you blitz more and you're pulling people out of coverage, it hurts what you can do in the secondary, and it leads to a lot more zone. But with Chris Abrams, if they have to do that again, well, he can play zone. If they're able to, win more and drop people in coverage and play more man, which is what Vance Joseph really, loves to do, then Chris Abrams, he can still fit that and still work very well. I'm glad you hit the scheme versatility there, because that is a big reason why, despite not being an athlete, I am more than fine with that pick.
Like, the thing with it, though, is like his press needs some work with his hand placement, but he's so physical with it. Like, he does a really good job of jarring receivers off the line of scrimmage, because he punches just so hard. And if he can work the hand technique and try to keep just a little bit more, keep him stalled just a little bit longer, that will allow those hips to flip, and then he really can unlock those hips to turn and run and stride. He's got plenty of speed. That was never the issue with him. It was just the change of direction, getting stopped and started coming out of breaks was the big thing with him. Like, and then when he's playing in off coverage, he has enough athleticism and acceleration to change directions well enough like that. It was mostly just being so sticky in tight quarters that was the big problem with him. I liked him well enough playing the long game in cover 3, but the punch that he has in his press makes him so versatile in that scheme versatility. It was that was something I really liked about him. I think I had a 4th round grade on him, coming, like I said, I have the scouting report on milehighhuddle.com, guys. Go and check that out. But yeah, like I really liked his tape, and the versatility here was a big reason why I thought that he fit this defense so well.
Yeah, I mean, and ball skills. Like,
Yes,
there are no doubts about the ball skills. He's kind of a bit of a boomer bust person in coverage. He's allowed 9 touchdowns over the last 3 seasons, 7 touchdowns over the last 3 seasons, 4 of them in 2023, the other 3 in 2021, and then 30 passes defensed in over the last 3 years as well. He can get a little bit grabby. He can get a little bit panic if he starts to get beat. He'll reach out, grab, get called for holding, get called for pass interference a little bit. So that is a concern, which adds to that boom or bust a little bit. And Jay Roper coming in here with an actually pretty one. Roads Glide Nation, we appreciate this. We will come back to this here in just a minute as soon as we're done with done talking about Chris Abrams' train. Don't want to miss out on actually talking about answering your question here. But Jay Roper is, I think you can work on hip fluidity. This is a significant point of contention that I have had when talking to multiple coaches. Some believe you can, some believe you can't. It's just, and a lot of it deals with just how your hips and the joints develop a little bit. Without going into a lot of details about it, we have something. My daughter had something called hip dysplasia, where the socket didn't, develop normally, and that it's more common in women. But with how your socket, the hip joint, and how the socket develops, it can lead to issues about it. And so that's why a lot of people believe you can't develop it, and others, they think that you can't improve it directly. You can definitely teach them tricks to make it less of an issue. So it can, but it can't be. In my experience that I've been doing this in the 12 years of doing this for under Chad Jensen, 9 of which for Mile High Huddle, and then 14 or 16 years doing this on my own, I have never really seen hip fluidity drastically improve. So it's just not something I've seen, and I don't want to make a thing of like, oh, it can't be. It's just not something that I've really seen. But going back to Road Glide Nation here, Dylan, thanks for having you back here real quick. Since Lance and I are kind of using our vocal cords a lot, we'll pass this off to you. Road Glide Nation, $4.99. What do you guys know about Denver trading a future pick to the Jets for the defensive lineman Jonathan Franklin Myers? Why don't you go ahead and give us your thoughts and all that on him, on the trade in general again?
Yeah, so giving up a future 6th round pick in 2026, great value for an interior player. It's going to help bolster this line. Last year, DJ Jones was a huge disappointment opposite Zach Allen, and Zach Allen turned out to be the a better signing than retaining Draymond Jones. He played very well despite the fluctuation in play from the defense as a whole. Yeah, I really like this pick from this pickup. It's in the reworked deal, I believe. What were the cap hits for the 2 years? Was it?
I haven't seen the cap hits, but it's turned from a basically 2-year $30 million deal to 2-year $15 million deal. Gotcha.
Yeah, so great deal as well. But he just adds a pass rusher to the interior, and I just love the fit. And I think George Payton's kind of trying to. We were joking a little earlier that he might be losing his job, and then he's trying to save it as we were just a little tongue in cheek dogging him a bit.
Well, Lance isn't here. I'll say it. Lance was the one that was doing it. I was trying to sit there. It's like maybe after the season, but not anytime soon.
Sure. Yeah, I think we were.
It was all everything's always Lance. But
since he's
Jeremy,
not here to defend himself.
Jeremy, thank you so much for getting that song stuck in my head now. Thank you so much for it. Exactly, the song that I want to be playing in my head over and over throughout the.
I hear it literally every day at work. So, yeah.
And then a favorite of all of ours going to the Giants here, and Tyrone Tracy.
Shoot, yeah.
I mean, it's easy to see what he can bring. The issue is when you have guys like this, is where do you actually play him? He is he's still learning the running back position. He's still more of a receiver trying to play running back, and what you want from running backs with the vision and the feel and the patience, that's still not there. And so it's a little bit more development if they want to keep him at running back, and which I do think is part of why he fell. And then Zebo coming in with the $5 from Australia. The only jersey I could get is for some guy who wore number 7. Yeah, I can't even think of who that is off the top of my head.
Michael Vick.
There was a meme about that, about all the dogs in Atlanta.
I already know what you're talking about. That's where my mind went to immediately.
I love the memes draft year. And then who was it a few years ago? CD Lamb, the one where he kept trying to keep his phone away.
Oh yeah,
trying to take his phone.
Yeah,
the memes that spawn from that. There's always amazing memes. But guys, we finally get him in today. It is time to bring on the beard, the legend, and unfortunately the person that comes with it.
I know.
I don't normally take shots at you, so I had to get one dig in today.
Oh man, struck me right to the heart. I know. I'm all about the beard. That's the only thing that people notice anymore. They don't even notice my personality. It covers up all the bad of me. So I definitely get that. But hey, good to see you. Welcome to day 3.
Yes,
very exciting times. And I gotta say, a little bit excited about what's been happening today.
Yeah, let's get your thoughts.
I haven't listened to you. What?
Let's get your thoughts on everything real quick, starting with Troy Franklin.
Okay. Yeah, let's start with Troy Franklin. So I think we know from yesterday's show, if you were here, I was not the biggest Troy Franklin fan, at least not for the 3rd round or the 2nd round. You know, a lot of people, I saw a lot of mock drafts having him at the end of the 1st round for a long time, till probably about the week up to the draft. 4th round, I'm okay with taking a chance on a guy like this. You know, he is very small, like in the sense of weight wise. What is he, like 170 pounds, 175, something like that?
Yeah, plays
for being
175.
Yeah, so being a 6'2" guy at that kind of size, he's got to put on some weight. You know, I think one thing I was thinking about this draft for a second until their running back that they picked. I was thinking, man, this might be the smallest, like weight wise, draft the Broncos have had in a long time. Yeah, they're getting some tiny guys.
Yeah,
and so maybe Elway needs to send over a few steaks to the cafeteria, get some weight up for these guys, get some beef going for them. And then Nick can call up Iowa, tell them get some corn sent over there as well, get them some corn fed ability. But anyway, Troy Franklin, I mean, I definitely get it at this point where he is a guy that is trusted by Bo Nix. They had a great year last year, highly productive, lots of touchdowns, lots of big plays. You know, Nick's talked about it a lot, of the explosive plays being such an indicator of your ability to win or lose football games. Well, he's one of the biggest big play receivers in college football the last 2 years. And so, again, fits that well. I still want to see what is going to be his role in this offense. How are they going to mix him in, especially since they haven't traded Cortland Sutton yet that I've seen. So, you know, are they going to ease him in? Or are they just going to have certain packages for him for his rookie year where he's not going to be a huge part of the offense, but still at least trying to build him up and take advantage of some of that long speed that he has? You know, some of the buildup is not great, but the long speed over the top, that guy's going to go make a play for you. So, like I said, 4th round, definitely don't mind that. And then we get to the 5th round here, and Chris Abrams-Drain,
real quick, there was
Missouri cornerback.
There was something I want to add to it and ask you about Troy Franklin here. So one of the things is last night you kept talking about targeting premium positions, and you just touch on there again, targeting an explosive playmaker that the Broncos need so much. But as for me, one of my biggest issues with his route running, which for the type of player he is where he needs the most work. I have a serious issue with how he struggles to like drop his hips into breaks, and he's just more linear of a route runner, and that is just going to create a more limited usage as a rookie until he can develop that as basically like a deep corner, deep post, 9 route kind of guy. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, I completely agree. And that's why I don't mind them keeping Courtland Sutton around. Like, I know a lot of people made that connection of, oh, we drafted him, now Courtland Sutton's going to get traded. And I kind of get it, but he is not ready right now. Franklin needs a year to really develop, get in with the coaching staff, work on, like I said, that route running, learn some more routes than what he knows. Give him the time to learn this offense too, because the Sean Payton offense is a complicated one. You know, most rookies are not ready for a Sean Payton offense, especially at the skill position players where there's so many option routes available. They're going to call 2 or 3 plays in the huddle, and then depending what they see at the line of scrimmage, they'll go to a certain play. You know, there's just so many different things that play there that a rookie, their head would be spinning. So I don't mind him getting some time to sit, and then the next year where you can really – Tim Patrick's probably gone. Courtland Sutton's probably gone. Then you're going to hope that this guy can really step in and be that next guy, and have maybe gained 10, 15 pounds of muscle to better be able to hold up at the NFL game. So, yeah, go ahead.
And then the trade up just quickly, and then I'll let you get into Chris Abrams' are you, does the trade bother you or anything? I think I did the math, and it's about basically like a 5.6 value, the value of a pick 215 going for it. Is that big to you?
Not especially in this kind of draft where they didn't give up future draft picks. And when this draft is not deep at all, those picks become less and less valuable. So this one, it did not bother me. Like if it was a deep draft, I'd be like, come on, just get the depth of the players, like take advantage of this draft. But that's exactly what they did. They took advantage of trying to move up, go get a guy. And then the chemistry between quarterback, wide receiver, you know, just making those two feel comfortable with each other. It makes a big difference when you've got limited reps with your wide receivers, you know, and I'm interested to see, can he command enough power as a rookie to command a passing camp where they all get together and, you know, spend a week just working on routes? Does he have that kind of power at this point? I would hope so. Like I would love to see that. And even invite Zach Wilson, Jarrett Stidham to come throw to him as well. You know, I mean, make it a whole, hey, let's get everybody together. So yeah, like I said, I don't mind it in the 4th round. He's a guy worth taking a chance. He's got a great physical profile and he knows your quarterback. I'll take it at this point.
And then Chris Abrams drain. I mean, all of us have liked what the Broncos have done day 3 so far. Chris Abrams drain is probably my favorite pick of it. And we really highlighted the scheme versatility. But again, you know, they've heard us talk about this multiple times. Carl, your thoughts on Chris Abrams drain?
Okay. I was nervous because I was riding in the pickup with my dad and I'm telling him everything the Broncos are doing. I'm going, I like that. Oh, I really like that. Oh man, that's really good. Oh, that trade. Oh, awesome. I'm going, oh crap, I'm not listening to the show. Now I'm not going to know if they really hate this and I'm going to get made fun of. But no, I do. I love this pick as well. He is another undersized guy, you know, 170, 180 pounds at 5'11". And it does show up. There's times where he can get out muscled on the field. But like you said, very versatile, can play press, can play off, can play man, can play zone, makes a lot of big plays like interceptions. And that's kind of the name of the game in the NFL today. You know, we're going to play these 2 deep coverages. We're going to make you march down the field little by little. And we're going to hope we get some kind of big player. You get a penalty and stops you. And the Broncos, they didn't have, until that 5-game winning streak, they didn't have a ton of turnovers. And so again, adding another guy that gives you some of that ability. He also offers a little bit in special teams as a returner. So that's a nice little bonus addition to this equation for him. And he's a nice insurance policy. If Damari Mathis and Riley Moss can't be that outside guy for you. You know, and I know you've talked about it before on some of these shows that there's a decent chance Riley Moss might be even going to safety. So you need another corner to add to this unit. And so, yeah, I really like this pick, especially for the 5th round. When we're talking about this not being a deep draft, I think that guy makes an impact this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think there's a good chance he gets a lot of snaps.
and
What do you think?
Possibility, even though you touched on the depth a little bit being an issue, there's a chance that late in the draft there is somebody that because once the 6th round is about halfway, 3/4 of the way through, that's when they start working the phones for undrafted free agents.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's a point where we get to that and the Broncos are here, and one of these guys that they really want is landing elsewhere. Maybe we see them flip, Damari Mathis, who struggled, accept the loss of value, get a 7th round pick for him, and then they just draft that guy.
Yeah, I could see that. Lance, you had a question?
What did you think of Chris Abrams-Drain's tackling ability? For a guy as slender as he is, he uses that length really well in run support. What did you think of him in terms of being a tackler out in open space?
Yeah, he's very disciplined. That was something I really loved about his tackling ability. Like, he's never going to be that big play, big hit corner for you. But I honestly have to say, Missouri, like, they've got some really good things going on in their football program. They've done some incredible coaching of some of these players. It's the best I've seen it, because I lived next to Missouri, and KU being my team, Missouri's always been the hated rival. Always hate anything Missouri. That's just me. And plus, Kansas City the Chiefs are in Missouri, so it makes me hate that state even more. But anyway, beyond that, like I said, they've been doing some really good things. You see some really disciplined players coming out of that program, and he fits within that as well. Like I said, undersized, so needs to put on some meat to those bones without losing his athleticism. But I think he's going to be a really nice piece for that defense moving forward.
Yeah, and then getting to Audric Estime, I don't know if you heard this or seen this yet, but he has a quote saying, "When it's early in the game and I want to send a message, I'm going to run right through your face." And I know Nick was a big fan of Audric Estime and really likes what he can bring. I mean, you kind of hit it that you liked everything they've done. Give us your thoughts on Audric Estime, unless Lance or Dylan have another question for you about Chris Abrams-Drain.
Yeah, I'll start there. So 67% of his yards this past season came after contact.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's plays where you're watching 4 guys trying to tackle him, and he's just carrying them. You guys ever watch the movie Little Giants?
Yep.
And that running back where he'd have like 4 guys on his back, and he's like, "Let go of me," and they're going, "I'm never letting go." That's how he runs. Like, he is a bulldozer. He's not going to be the big play running back, but he's going to be get the hard yards that you absolutely need. Those 3rd and 1 plays that have plagued the Broncos the last 3 or 4 years. This is that guy that comes in and every team goes, he's going to get it and we can't stop him. Like, he just has to fall forward and he's going to pick this up. And we could have 3 guys hit him head on and he's still going to be that guy that goes and gets it. So I love it. Part of it's I've been watching what's his name? Allstott, the old fullback.
Yeah.
I've been watching a ton of his highlight videos lately because I love that guy. He was one of my favorite players outside of the Broncos growing up. And just seeing a guy that big running with a football, it was a lot of fun. And that's kind of how I picture our new running back. Like, he just has that same mentality of, I really love hitting people. And he's young. He's under 21. So he's got plenty of time to keep going. And, Samaje Perine could mean the end of him. Mm-hmm. We'll have to see how that plays out with the veteran presence.
The end of his time in Denver, not the end of him.
Okay. Sorry. I wasn't supposed to. I wasn't supposed to hire an assassin to go get him. What?
Oh, damn it. I actually thought that with Audric Estime coming in, that young back, it was really the sign of the end of Javonte Williams' time in Denver because of the ACL injury that he suffered a couple of years ago. He's just not the same player that he used to be. And I mean, we're talking about a physical running back, downhill guy, likes to put his hand into your chest and run through your effing face is the way that I would have said that. But that was Javonte Williams, that to me was more of this because we talked a little bit of it because he wasn't really used as a receiver. Like he flashed good hands. Do you think there's an upside there with him to turn into a high quality receiver in an offense like this?
Oh, a little bit. You're still going to want that kind of player. I mean, I think they're going to still keep trying to add to this running back room because we know how valuable running back is to Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's got his first and second down runner, guy that you have to fear. He can also help out in the pass game as a blocker. Like that's another guy that can just be a wall on the inside to really set up other guys. And then every once in a while, throw him out there in the pass game. But I don't think that's ever going to be a huge part of his game moving forward. So they're still going to have to find that true third down passing running back. But honestly, those kind of types, you can find them, that are just more of a passing running back, not a guy that you'd want to be your 3-down kind of guy. So I'm not too worried about them finding someone that can play that kind of role. But like I said, love it for the team. Love it that they've really committed to this power running game. Last year, adding the 2 offensive linemen and McGlinchey and Powers, you got Miners there as well. I mean, Alex Forsythe is probably going to add a little bit more bulk than what we've seen with Lloyd Cushenberry. And Garrett Bowles likes to get after it too. So don't get me wrong. I don't want to dismiss what he's been doing too. So now you add this guy. And the Broncos were great last year at what should have been positive run plays. Blocking wise, they did a great job. The running backs did a terrible job finding the hole and maximizing a run play. So if you give this guy any little bit to build up momentum and then get going downfield, like watch out. It's gonna be fun to watch that running game this year.
And real quick, I'm just touching on Javonte Williams as the people in chat are talking about it. The issue with Javonte Williams was he was better earlier in the season, fell off. And the biggest issues with him are things that wouldn't have been affected with the injury. It's an issue that wasn't going back to college, going back to his rookie year. He just doesn't see things, and he'll run into the teeth of the defense, even though there's an open lane there. So that is the concern with Pookie. But hopefully he is better with more time off from the injury and as off season as well, where he's not trying to rehab it and get back earlier than expected. Yeah. And then with Audric Estime, I can't remember the exact number, but typically with backs about his size, the average for like success rate on, I believe it's run plays of 3 yards or under, the average success rate is like 70 to 80%. His is like almost like 95, I think. It's like 94 point something.
Yeah.
But absolutely ridiculous short yardage guy. Yeah. And he's not one of those guys that, I'm going to get what you need and then go down. He'll carry on. He had the second or third highest yards per carry among running backs with 200 carries over the last 2 seasons. Like he's not a guy that's going to go consistently break 10 plus yard runs, but 5, 6, 7 yards, like he'll go pick them up and he'll lay a hit down on the linebacker to do it.
And no longer are we going to have those 3rd and longs. Last year, how many times were we caught in 3rd and 10, 3rd and 8? And it really destroyed any kind of momentum the offense could build. So keeping things on track, going in the right direction, moving forward, like I said, having a 2nd and 5 gives you so many options of what you can do. Like a defense has to completely guess compared to a 2nd and 8, where you're like, oh, yep, now they're going to probably pass the next 2 plays. And so, like I said, I love this pick. I think he's got good vision on top of power. Once he gets going downhill, one guy's not going to bring him down. Teams are going to have to gang tackle. I'm excited to see him run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. The one big thing, and Eric, you kind of touched on it a little bit, is just the short yardage runs. And that was another big issue with Javonte Williams, even going back to his time at North Carolina. like short yardage runs with Javonte Williams, despite that guy being one of the hardest players to bring down, he just duck his head down and pick his feet up and just dive forward. He would never actually drive through. Estimate when he gets out into that contact, like you said, dude, he just 3-4 guys running like Spike from the Little Giants. That was that kid's name. It took me a minute to get there, but like being able to finish off those runs and every single time falling forward. Again, I've said that multiple different times. When you want a short yardage running back, falling forward is always the big thing. And doesn't matter if there's 4 or 5 guys, he's always going to continue to drive that nose directly into the ground. It was a pleasure to watch Estimate. The other big acquisition here, sorry to drive the show, but the other big acquisition here was the big move. Jonathan Franklin Myers acquired for a 2026 6th-round pick, man. I literally got goosebumps. I've said it like multiple times. Literally got goosebumps on that one. What was your original thoughts, and what do you think of this acquisition by George Paton?
We finally got some beef at the edge position. You know, I mean, I know he'll kick inside on some plays as well because he has that versatility. On top of that, he might day one be our best pass rusher. You know, he's had 4 straight seasons of 50 pressures or more. Broncos have had, I think, 1 player in the last 4 years cross that mark. So, like I said, day one, he's a starter. He fits one of the most important positions. You can kick him inside, outside. He gives them some beef, however they want to figure out that defensive line. Now they've got some crazy rotations going. I'm interested to see some of those competitions and how they play out in the throughout the entire offseason, really, but especially once we get to training camp, get some pads on. Somebody's going to get a lot less left out. Jonathan Cooper, Baron Browning, Nick Bonito. I mean, I know you talked about him yesterday, that he was a possible trade candidate. It's going to be interesting to see how they do all those rotations together and to really fill not only positions of huge importance, but to actually have a true pass rusher that can win one-on-one battles for you is such a big thing that's been missing for a long time. Like last year, it was they had to do simulated pressures. Like they had to force them to happen because they just didn't have anybody they could trust to go win a battle. Mm-hmm. Now you do. And so, yeah, I couldn't believe they got him for a 6th-round pick in 2026. Is that right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing. Oh my gosh.
He's going to be more of an interior defensive lineman for Denver, 5 tech. Expectation is he's starting opposite Zach Allen with DJ Jones in the middle. But man, I mean, even with that, the creativity that you can have with your pass rush fronts now, because you can line him up outside. You can put him up in a 7 technique. And I think they'll do that. I think he's going to be more, interior defensive line and then bump out. But you have so much creativity with him, with what Baron Browning can do, with even Alex Singleton with his ability as a blitzer and working downhill. Drew Sanders too, with however they want to use him. It creates a lot of creativity up front. And then reworking his deal, going from basically a 2-year, $30 million deal to 2 years, $15 million, cutting down that salary. It's just a really good move. And again, it's not quite a ham sandwich. So a ham sandwich is, 2 years down the road, 7th-round pick. This is a ham sandwich and a Coca-Cola is what they gave up for.
Immense value.
Yeah.
Immense value.
And again, like I said, that contract to be able to get it the way it is. So now you've got him locked in for 2 years here, gives you more time to really rebuild that, all the defensive tackle and defensive end room for you. So like I said, I love so much of what the Broncos have done today. Troy Franklin wasn't my top receiver still left. Javon Baker was, but I get it with Troy Franklin. Every one of these picks are things that I get, and premium positions other than running back. So you keep those rooms cheap. You can really begin to rebuild this roster now in free agency and target whatever positions you need. Because you've got some young players at all these positions that you can hopefully see turn into something for you moving forward. So, just kind of a crazy day to see.
And one thing that you mentioned about Javon Baker, and you mentioned earlier about Courtland Sutton, I think this kind of cements Courtland Sutton on the roster this year. And maybe after the draft, they'll come back to the table and, do something with the contract to appease him a little bit. Had they gone Javon Baker, though, I think that would have been a sign that Cortland Sutton is definitely on his way out.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. So, no, it's I have to say George Paton, Sean Payton seemed to have a plan in place, executing it well. And, it didn't surprise me to see them trade up. I'm surprised that Sean Payton has held off this long to wait for a trade up. I know they joked yesterday about having a cake that they have on hold in case they ever trade back, just to celebrate with Sean Payton. And he even talked like I was shaking, like it was so hard for me just to sit there and wait. And so it's kind of interesting to see those two work together. This is the first time that I felt like I could see a future between these two because they do complement each other well in that sense of one having those opposite views on how to handle things and then be able to come together and say, okay, how do we do this? Because last year, probably my biggest frustration in the entire draft was when they traded up for Riley Moss. Not that I don't like the player. It's just the trade that they made. And it was completely Sean Payton in that sense. And I'm just going, he needs somebody telling him, hey, this is a stupid idea. Like, even if we love this guy, we can't make this trade.
Yeah. And I'm not super high on what George Payton has done over the whole time that he's been the general manager here, but he's not a yes man to Sean Payton, and that is needed. Yeah. We talk about some of these other guys that they could look at to bring in and replace George Payton. They're yes men to Sean Payton to let Sean Payton do what he wants. And even though Sean Payton has the control, he still needs. It's like those cartoons that they have the angel and the devil on their shoulder, the good and bad conscience. It's kind of like having that there physically in your face, kind of like, no, it's probably best we don't do this, and here is why. And just help keep Sean Payton in check a little.
Is George Payton the angel or the devil?
Yes. It depends. It depends on what Sean Payton's wanting.
It's the devil when it comes to run defense, that's for sure.
If George Payton is sitting there and talking about moving up, he's the angel for Sean Payton. If he's talking about moving down, he's the devil.
Good Lord. That's awesome. The cool thing is Carl, so when that trade came through, we had just got done, and I kind of went back and forth a little bit, but we were really giving George Payton kind of the business in terms of, maybe he could potentially be fired. It was me for sure. And like, I don't know. It was more of like the way that this is all kind of shaping up right now. Who's going to be the scapegoat for this? Because is it Vance Joseph going to be the scapegoat? Is it George Payton? I kind of defended not really the Russell Wilson trade, but said, we can't really focus on all that. We've started moving the conversation forward, and then Dylan pops in and say, breaking news, by the way, George Payton is like the Broncos are getting Jonathan Franklin Myers, and we all said, yeah, he can stick around for a little longer, especially with that deal. It was pretty funny.
That saved him for another week.
Yeah, he's fine for right now. I'm going to take over here. We're going to run back to the draft. Obviously, a lot of picks have come in since Carl got in, and awesome to have you in here, Carl. Obviously, we love having you here. Jacob Monk was the last one I remember that Eric had announced, the guard out of Duke going to Green Bay. Jalen Simpson, safety from Auburn to the Colts. Rasheen Ali, a player that I liked for the Broncos in terms of a speed home run hitter. Running back out of Marshall to the Baltimore Ravens. Tyrone Tracy right after that to the New York Giants. Keelan Robinson, another running back, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Javon Solomon, edge rusher out of Troy to Buffalo. Kaiton Oladapo, the safety from Oregon State. Loved his tape. To the Green Bay Packers. That's a great fit for them too. Bub Means, wide receiver from Pittsburgh to the New Orleans Saints. Jordan Travis, quarterback from Florida State to the New York Jets to back up Aaron Rodgers. High upside there. Like, he's a quality player here. Then we got Trevor Keegan, the guard out of Michigan to the Philadelphia Eagles. Isaiah Davis, running back from South Dakota State to the New York Jets on top of Braylon Allen. That's interesting. And then the most recent pick here, Kalen Carson, the wide receiver, the cornerback from Wake Forest, press coverage cornerback to the Dallas Cowboys. That should get everything caught up unless I'm missing one. Last I knew, we have the New Orleans Saints on the clock. I'm going to refresh really fast and continue on there. But anything stand out to you guys over the last 10 picks or so?
Maybe I would say I mean, some decent running backs going off the board. Honestly, if Tyrone Tracy was still there in the 7th, that would have been one that I would love for the Broncos. If we're talking about then getting your receiving running back option, that would have been a nice one to pair together. But no, I mean, I get it. I didn't think he was going to make it that far. I was just kind of hoping.
Definitely. Seems Aaron Rodgers can't escape the Jordans of the world. Jordan Travis backing him up now. That is, I do like that move for them though. That's a solid pick to have, and a guy to sit behind Rodgers for however many years he's still here, just probably a couple.
I don't know. I think that Jordan Travis with the upside, like this is a good value for him. There's definitely some accuracy issues with him. It seemed like he was more like chuck it up and let Keon Coleman and Johnny Wilson go get the football for him. Decent athlete. He can run if he needs to, but the dislocated ankle and the injury concerns that he has with that really kind of dropped him down. If you're looking for a developmental quarterback with upside, I think that the Jets did a really good job here of going and getting a guy that can sit for a couple of years, learn behind Aaron Rodgers, and still turn into at least mid-level starter in the NFL level. Carl, what did you think of Jordan Travis coming out of Florida State?
Yeah, he's a little bit limited just arm talent-wise. Not going to be the strongest armed guy by any means. From what I understand, highly intelligent player. And like I said, I think he trusted his receivers. He knew what he had. He had Keon Coleman who could go up and make any catch, and Johnny Wilson, another one. Again, just throw it up. He's 6'6", big old boy. Let him go make a play for you. And to me, that's smart quarterback play. Just knowing who your receivers are and what they can and can't do. It was tough to watch him go down with his injury. You know, what could he have done if he was able to do all the entire offseason interviews, testing, all that kind of stuff? You know, where would he have gone in this draft? I view him as a quality backup to have on your roster, but not a guy that you're hoping to be your long-term answer. You know, I just don't see him quite being that level of talent, but I think he's a good guy to have in your locker room, good guy to have in the film room. And it wouldn't surprise me if after his NFL career, he went on to become a coach.
Or is this about Jordan Travis?
Yeah.
You mentioned the injury and you going through the draft process. What about the changes that would have most likely have happened to the college playoffs had he not gotten hurt?
Ooh, that's true.
Just
no Alabama.
I like that. I like that upside with him still because he's a damn good football player. Like I do think that when I say a mid-level quality starter, I think that's probably a little lofty for him, but I do think that he has that ability. He's got to develop still. He's got to work with some better timing and stop being a see it and shoot it thrower, and like stop trusting his receivers to bail him out of trouble all the time. But there's enough there. There's enough athleticism he can create if he needs to. He throws on the run really well. Like I liked watching his tape. There's just the finer nuances of playing the quarterback position just escape him right now. And he's still young enough that he can develop those tools.
And James, they do not have 207. So
no, they gave up 207 in the trade up.
Yep. It's just the 2 7th rounders, 235 and 256.
Where are we at right now?
The last pick in the 5th, I believe.
Yeah,
41. I think it's actually in and announced. I haven't seen it on Twitter. Oh, it's Quantez Stiggers.
Oh.
The guy who had probably one of the most interesting paths to the NFL, as he didn't play college football. He went up and played with my neighbors in Canada and came out this year.
Okay. Interesting.
I wonder how that's going to translate. I wonder how that's going to translate to the NFL game, because obviously Canadian rules football. It's a wider field. It's a longer field. They have the crazy pre-snap motions where wide receivers get to run towards the line of scrimmage before the play starts. So I wonder how that's going to translate to the NFL game, where everything's like more stagnant, I guess is probably the best way to say that, pre-snap. That's an interesting dynamic here. I haven't got a chance to see any of his tape though. So,
and adding to that, if it works out, I wonder if we'll see players kind of go that route a little bit too, of maybe instead of college, let's go play in the pros
Oh,
football league and see what happens.
whoa. Guys, we got to give EJ a massive, massive shout out here, jumping off, not from the top rope, but off the ceiling through everything to come down here, dude. Holy cow. EJ with $100 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Saying thanks again for all the coverage during the draft. Something to help you get through the last 2 rounds, man. Holy cow. EJ, thank you. This is not just keeping the lights on. This is a massive, massive amount of support, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
That covers my monthly electric bill. So thank you, EJ.
Now we can get a disco ball for our next meet and greet. Have a nice little party. But, thank you, EJ. Really appreciate that, especially this late in the draft. I know a lot of people start tuning out. Well, probably after the first round. Then we got day 2. A lot of people start tuning out after that. When you get down to the final couple rounds of this draft, most people are like, I don't know any of these names. It's not worth my time. EJ, thank you for making this such a great experience for all of us, because we love this time.
Yeah.
And we love that there's still over 700 people with us right now watching this. So you guys are the crazy ones, and we love each and every one of you.
Yes.
Yeah, 700 people. 700 people, man. I've said this a handful of times so far today, and that number keeps rising. It's down a little bit from where it was about 15 minutes ago, but when we first started off, obviously the numbers are going to be small. About an hour in, we had like 350, 400 people. We're 4 hours into this now, guys, and 700 people on YouTube and Twitter, one on Twitch, that are still hanging out here and enjoying a Saturday with us to break this down. You guys are the real MVPs. Like we put in the work and we do all this stuff, but you guys to come in here and just to keep supporting us, that means more to us than you guys actually understand. So thanks again, EJ. That's just tremendous, guys. Tremendous. Holy cow. With that,
I wanted to give a quick shout out. It is my wife's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday,
so I
Jody.
say happy birthday. I said yesterday I get to have 2 days of getting to call her an old person, because we're the same age for 2 days. So I've been saying it a few times today, and I've gotten a few side eyes, and haven't gotten slapped yet, thankfully.
DW coming. Can y'all stop calling it Twitter? No,
No.
Never.
It's just, and it's not even like to be a. All right now.
Uh-oh.
We do try to keep this PG-13 for the most part, and that includes people in chat. That is a word there that kind of pushes the boundary a little bit. Nothing personal, but no. And going back to it, Twitter's just so ingrained in us.
Mm-hmm.
That, and then especially when you talk about football here, because when you mention X with football, you can be talking about so many different things.
Mm-hmm.
So Twitter,
True.
what's ingrained, and it's what keeps it clear as to what we're talking about. Guys, I don't know, maybe you talked about this, and also real quick, happy birthday to the lady, Carl. Of course, have to make sure we get that. Jeremy coming in saying that as well. Yep. So far, off the top of your head, favorite non-Broncos pick?
We did a little bit ago, but I'm still gonna go favorite non-Broncos pick. Man, damn it. Are we just
going?
Go ahead, Carl. Go ahead.
Are we going day 3 only?
Yeah, day 3 only.
Okay. I'll go TJ Tampa to Baltimore. I thought that was good value for them at this point. Keep adding to that cornerback room. I mean, and this is what they do. They churn out these premium positions every couple years where they really hit it in the draft, and they just wait for quality guys to fall. Rodney Garcia saying Jalen Wright. I would love that pick more if he wasn't going to Miami, where I don't know how much work he's going to get. That's my one thing there. It's great value. He's a great running back, and he fits exactly what they want to do. But they've already got 3 other running backs that are exactly like him.
I think the one that really shines to me the most is one, I was actually away for a minute, had to go shake hands and everything like that, see some other people. But Isaac Guerendo to the San Francisco 49ers to pair him with Christian McCaffrey, that elite speed. And San Francisco's done a great job of adding speed. They bring in Ricky Pearsall. They bring in Jacob Cowing as well as Guerendo today. But Guerendo, that the vision that he has, his ability to get north and south, the explosive speed that he brings alongside Christian McCaffrey, where with Kyle Shanahan, they'll get creative and do some 2-back sets. If they still hold on to Deebo Samuel, you can get very versatile coming out of that backfield. And Guerendo is an underrated receiver too. Like he brings so much versatility to the offense. That's a big one for me. Very, very fun pick there.
What about you, Dylan?
One, I mean, I don't like it because it's a division rival, but I think Jared Wiley going to the Chiefs gets to sit behind Travis Kelce for a couple years and develop and just be another matchup nightmare for once Kelce inevitably moves on here in a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean that was the first one that really popped into my head. The one that I think that I not necessarily I like best, but just to be different, Ray Davis for the Buffalo Bills. With what he brings, as they're still trying to figure out a set run game, he definitely brings more of a power element and pairs well with James Cook. It's just, I saw a lot of people that were hating on what the Bills have done so far. And even though I'm not the biggest fan of Dwayne Carter, going to last night a little bit, or Cole Bishop, they fit with what the Bills want. And I think they've had some pretty ace picks today. But Ray Davis specifically, adding to that run game, adding that more power guy, and helping, be able to not fully have to rely on Josh Allen and James Cook, who has serious ball security concerns. It was the Broncos game that he fumbled it and dribbled it to him back to himself, right?
He fumbled twice in that game.
Yeah. And Lance, I thought your tie was a clip-on.
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Did you hear that comment earlier?
I listened for like 5 minutes on my drive here, and it was the tie conversation.
Do I have to prove it's not a clip-on?
It's just paper. It's just paper. No, not buying it. Not buying it.
Actually tied. I promise you, I would take it all the way out.
Okay.
No, it's an actual tied. Like, look, it's got. See, you can see the knot and everything. Like, come on, guys, leave me alone.
I think you should leave your collar like that.
Leave my collar all popped up like this.
Yeah. Leave your collar popped.
No, not doing that.
I'm sorry, Lance. I
just for the next, just that way, it's just ready for the next time somebody mentions that it's a clip-on.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I had to do it. Like I said, I listened for about 5 minutes, and that was like half the conversation was about your tie.
Well, these guys keep taking random shots at me for no reason. I'm catching strays all day today.
There's reasons.
I caught one earlier.
It's not our fault you're not catching the reasons.
Oh goodness, man. This is fun, guys. I'm enjoying this a lot. It's always fun to sit down and talk football with you guys. Like when we went to the meet and greet, this is just a behind the scenes story really fast. Carl and I roomed together, and because he was late getting there. There was miscommunication, whatever. As soon as Carl walked into the hotel room, we started talking football, and we did not stop talking football for pretty much the entire time that we were down there. It was absolutely amazing to just sit here and continue on and have a great football conversation the entire time. I mean, to sit here with you guys are all some of my best friends in the world. Like literally, Eric is probably my best friend outside of my wife on this planet. And just to be here with you guys on a Saturday and having fun, man, this is a blast. Thank you guys for having me, and thanks for joining me.
I can say, even when we were at Elway's eating steaks, like we're chewing steak as we're talking football.
Yeah,
and Chad was making fun of our table because we were sitting there doing that and talking about just at that time. I mean, it was all about Caleb Williams, Drake May, and all that because of where Denver was sitting. And then the meet and greet kicked off that win streak, so
we got to start week 1 this year.
Yeah.
I'm here for that. So it's been 45 minutes now since the last time I've asked you, Eric. What's your big board look like now?
I close it forever. I have no idea.
Okay. Well, there's just a question here from BK. How is Leonard Taylor still available?
Again, there are consistency issues,
Mhm.
and I am curious if teams are having issues sorting out what he is due to how Miami used him.
Mhm.
He was more of a 5 technique that was able to shoot gaps in 2022, and then they move him inside and just play him as a nose tackle this last year, and the production dropped, and he just really struggled. So I'm wondering if they're having issues with that. I haven't seen or heard anything else like unknown medicals up until now or anything like that. So I'm not entirely sure. But man, it's got to be something.
They're showing the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock right now. They just selected Logan Lee, the interior defensive lineman from Iowa. Boo Iowa, first things first. But that Steelers draft class is absolutely insane right now. They get Troy Fautanu. They grabbed Mason McCormick earlier today. They got Roman Wilson. They grabbed Peyton Wilson as well. Like they're really. Yeah, there you go. They're really nailing the value on this board right now. Like they've rebuilt that offensive line in a massive way. They're grabbing value. I like Logan Lee there as kind of a 2-gapping run defender. It fits really well with that scheme. It adds some more depth to that defensive line, man. I'm enjoying what the Steelers are doing with this year's draft class.
Yeah, they're having a good one. And then Denver Luke coming in asking, where is Nick? Nick said he would try to join us today, but was unlikely. He has family in town, and of course, the new kiddo there as well. So maybe we'll get him in here at some point, but it was unlikely that he'd be able to join us today, and that's okay. You know, family comes first, except for the 4 of us apparently, because we're here doing this on a Saturday.
Family, what's that?
Yeah,
never heard of this. Ooh, Eric had Jaquan Jackson to the Tennessee Titans just now. That's a good pick for them.
Yeah, I like they've had they're like the Raiders, I would say, with what I've seen with the Titans. They've had some really good picks. They've had their head scratchers. Not a bad draft, not great. And then going back to Logan Lee, James Campbell hitting the nail on the head here. Eric is happy one less Iowa player who can come to Denver. Exactly. And then Jeremy, of course. Carl's ditching his wife on her birthday. No excuses. We'll pass that along to Nick.
Wait. I got to grab this one because Zach Powers is taking shots. Now I'm getting them from the chat. You will not find me at the back of a room at a Creed concert. How dare you?
Yeah, he'll be in the front row.
That's right.
I'll be on stage belting out "Can You Take Me Higher?" Come on, man. I love Creed.
And Rodney saying, thank you guys for covering the draft and your entertainment with Lance's clip-on tie. Tim Hall comes in with a $10 donation. Appreciate the great coverage the past few days. I've definitely found my new way to enjoy the draft weekend going forward. Very happy with what they've done. Will not giving up future capital. Outside of that 2026 6th-round pick, yeah, I mean, still having everything. But yeah, man, we're glad you're having a good time and have enjoyed the coverage the past few days. We try to cover, as much of the draft as possible, but still keep it entertaining and still keep it Broncos focused, as we are, Mile High Huddle, and we are Broncos focused, Broncos oriented when we choose to be and are forced to be. Like, you guys don't see it, but Chad's behind my computer telling me to keep it on. And Jeremy coming in and saying it's Nickelback.
Ooh. I actually have a legitimate question here about Nickelback. What did Nickelback do to us that Three Doors Down didn't?
Gave us great memes.
I mean, that's about the only thing they did that Three Doors Down didn't do. I guess Nickelback kind of insists on themselves a little bit more. Three Doors Down was still garbage butt rock, so like, I don't know, man.
I'll tell a very embarrassing story. I was in 3rd grade, and in music we did karaoke, and I got up there and in front of the class said that I dedicate this to this girl that I had a crush on, and saying Kryptonite.
And how did it go?
That's awesome.
Terribly. I got laughed at.
Yeah. What'd the girl think?
She was the one laughing. One of the ones laughing.
Oh,
at me.
okay.
Is that more embarrassing than you learning how to say, can I have this dance in German and screaming it at girls that you were going to the prom with?
It was homecoming. I didn't go to any proms, but no, because at least I found it funny. The whole German thing. At least I found that funny.
Very
I do have to
language there. Yeah.
I do have to get to this. Zach Powers says Carl looks like he could win a log splitting competition. So I was oiling up my chainsaw yesterday. So it is time to start chopping some wood. And I know I'm not using an axe, but I've got a couple trees that need to come down. And then my sister, she has about 30 trees on her lot. And the other day she contacted my dad asking if he and I could come down and cut down some trees for her. So I'm definitely going to be getting the log splitting going. I'm going to have the flannel shirt on or the suspenders with no shirt. I'm not sure exactly which one. So yeah, this is going to be my life here coming up.
Suspenders, no shirt. Make sure everybody can see the Superman tattoo.
It needs to be seen.
This is the hard-hitting football analysis that people come to here on the Mile High Huddle NFL Draft breakdown and live stream, man. Good Lord. You know what? Again, I'm having fun here. This is awesome. A couple picks.
Boo.
Luke, you know what? You should turn your camera on, turn your microphone on, and come in here and join us, because I think that would be the treat that everybody deserves, man. First off, I'm still mad at Eric for that, because I went down and did that bowling tournament with my folks a couple weeks ago, and he got Luke to come on. And like, that's one of my most favorite episodes to do, is to talk with Luke, because I learned so much. I listened to the show after the fact, but man, Luke, seriously, turn your camera on and come join us, because I want to hear what your opinions are on this Broncos draft class.
And Luke, I've mentioned midfoot force a few times over the past couple days.
Yeah.
So that's definitely been a thing. But no, I mean, we're kind of hitting a lull. It's a long time before the Broncos pick again. I know there's some picks going off the board that Lance really liked. So we're just trying to fill the time a little bit. And Zach Powers coming in. Eric is the guy who has an exotic pet of some kind, like a pet raccoon or something. I have been trying to convince my wife to let me get a pet raccoon for years. I absolutely love raccoons. I think they are so adorable.
So I went over. I'll get to this comment from Flazify with 499 saying this team still hasn't drafted a tackle since Garrett Bowles. Unbelievable. Unfortunately, it's one of those positions that gets overdrafted, just like quarterback, because teams panic and there's more demand than there is available. And so Broncos seem to miss out on this. I would expect next year that'll be a huge high priority. Either edge or tackle would be my guess for the first round pick of where they're going to be targeting, unless Bo Nix is so bad that they're like, yep, now we got to go get quarterback and we have a top 3 pick. But yeah, I get it. There is some frustration with that. They have tried to attack it in free agency more than anything else. And whether that's a good idea or bad idea, I mean, that's kind of up to you, I guess, on how that goes. It's not that they've ignored the position. They've just attacked it different ways than the draft.
I want to go back to the draft here for just a couple minutes, update some picks, because one just came off the board that I want to like pat myself on the back for calling it without calling it, because Malik Washington just came off the board to the Miami Dolphins, and we were talking about, can this team get any faster? And I was like, yeah, they should watch them draft Malik Washington later. Yeah, well, that just happened. Like, you got to be kidding me. This Miami team, Eric called it earlier as well, the first team to 50 wins. They are playing in the Big 12 right now, because all they have is speed on top of speed on top of speed. Love the pick, love the fit. Man, Miami continuing to get faster. It's crazy.
They better have home field advantage in the playoffs, so they're not playing in Kansas City in negative 20-degree temperatures, because that's not going to work out well. What would you name your pet raccoon, Eric?
Miko.
Good question. There you go. Okay. Well, I have a person that I went to see one time, and they were showing me a family photo album. And they said, "Hey, do you see anything weird about this picture?" I said, "No, I don't see anything." They said, "Look at the pet," because I thought it was a dog. It was a badger, a giant badger. Yeah. And they said they had a really bad night where it went crazy and attacked the family, and they finally had to put it down. But this thing, I mean, like I said, it was giant. I couldn't believe that that's what was their pet, but they found it as a little baby and raised it up, and it was fine. Followed them everywhere.
Wow.
So, gonna update the draft a little bit because a name, which is a player got drafted that was mentioned often here in chat, going to the Eagles, and Johnny Wilson. With all the speed that they have, I like that. Like, I like it quite a bit, giving them a lot of size, whether they want to use him at receiver or tight end. Like with the creativity that they have on their offense, doesn't really matter. He can be a kind of a positionalist tweener kind of guy for them and just work out quite well. And then the Falcons taking Jace McClellan, running back out of Alabama, and then Casey Washington, the other Washington out of Illinois, going to the Falcons as well.
You said Jace McClellan, right?
Yep.
On the first one? Okay. And then what was the other Washington?
Casey Washington.
Casey Washington? Gotcha. All right, so let's update the board all the way from the last time we got a chance to talk about it. Kalen Carson was the last one I remember talking about. We had Jalen Ford, the linebacker out of Texas, going to the New Orleans Saints. Quantez Stiggers, we mentioned him briefly, going that cornerback from the Canadian Football League, going to the New York Jets. Walter Rouse, tackle, Oklahoma, going to the Minnesota Vikings. Logan Lee off the board to the Steelers. Sada Oelomea, a tackle guard. I think he's a better guard coming out of Utah, going to the Seattle Seahawks. Marcellus Dial, cornerback from South Carolina, to the Patriots. Kamani Vidal, a versatile halfback out of Troy, going to the Los Angeles Chargers. You then get Jaquan Jackson from Tulane to the Tennessee Titans. Darius Muasau, a linebacker from UCLA, to the New York Giants. Malik Washington to the Dolphins. Johnny Wilson, Jace McClellan, and Casey Washington. We are currently sitting at pick number 188 with the Houston Texans on the clock. Anything stand out there to you guys? Dylan, let's go to you for a minute.
Yeah, just Malik Washington stacking speed on speed on speed. They're fielding a track team as if they didn't already have one in Miami, which is, as long as Tua can get them the ball in December in the playoffs, maybe it'll work out for him, hopefully.
And real quick, we had this question, and I think, Carl, you and I, we kind of went back and forth with a little bit about Ayoma Uwazurike and when he's eligible and everything. He is eligible for his reinstatement hearing, or to apply for reinstatement, on July 24th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So that's right at the start of training camp.
Yep. Because he was suspended so I think that's when he was. It was exactly 1 year because he was suspended right before training camp last year. So how does that dynamic change the depth of this defensive line? Obviously, you bring in Jonathan Franklin Myers. You're keeping DJ Jones in tow. You've got Zach Allen. Who else is still there? I mean, if Uwazurike is reinstated and comes back, how does that change the depth dynamic of the defensive line, especially with the pass rush upside that Uwazurike has?
Well, notoriously, there was a very heated exchange between you and I not long after the suspension came out. And a lot of things have changed since then. The biggest one, learning that he was betting on Broncos games that he played in. That is a very big issue because at the time he gambled on NFL games. Mm-hmm. That was all that we knew at first. And at that point, it was like, all right, they'll give him a chance. And I'm sure they still will, but it's going to be a thing of you really have to come in right away and start impressing us. Otherwise, you're gone. Mm-hmm. So it's a long shot for him at this point. I think he'll land elsewhere with another team, probably on the practice squad for the season, if not in Denver. But yeah, I mean, once it came out that he was betting on on Broncos games that he was playing in, like everything for him just changed. And then there was identity theft charges, which I believe were dropped.
Yeah.
Or dismissed. just a lot of issues there that that really changes again everything with him.
Well, looking at this depth chart, I just pulled up the Broncos, not the depth chart, but the roster. I mean, we mentioned Zach Allen. You got DJ Jones. You just brought in Jonathan Franklin-Myers. Matt Henningson's still on the roster. They went out and got Angelo Blackson just a couple of weeks ago in free agency. Still have Elijah Garcia, Jordan Jackson, Malcolm Roach, obviously another free agency addition earlier in the cycle. So to me, there's still there's some upside there with Uwazurike. If he can still come in and land a spot with this roster, I mean, he's very talented. There was never an issue if he had the talent or not. It was just the idiocy of going out and being dumb enough to bet on these games, man. Like I still hold out hope that he can come in. What?
You and I have flipped completely from that heated exchange we had.
Oh, I know.
You were all being done. I'm like, nah, he'll give a chance. Now I'm like, he's done. We have flipped completely on that. Just over the last because that was September, so 8-ish months.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on Uwazurike and just in general with the defensive line and him potentially coming back?
Well, I mean, I'm a guy of second chances, so if he can prove to the team he can be trusted, that he can that he's put in the work in the off, like this time that he is off to really reflect, and if he's come back to the team and apologized for what he did, that's always kind of a big thing for me. I hate when we try to skirt things under the rug and just say, oh, let's just let it disappear and hope that nobody talks about it again. No, step in front of the team, say, hey, I messed up, did some stupid things. And if he can do all those kind of things, then I'm willing to give him a chance and see what he can do for this team. Because like I said, the talent is there. And this team needs some major upgrades of talent on the defensive line. And so he could be a nice addition to that group moving forward. It'd make me feel a little bit better if he can really prove that he still has what we thought he did when he was being drafted by the Broncos. Mm-hmm. But he's got a long ways to go. He's got an uphill battle, especially all the additions that they've made this last offseason and not getting rid of DJ Jones too. I still expect DJ Jones to maybe have a little bit better season, second year in the Vance Joseph defense. Now you got Roach that can help in that rotation where maybe DJ Jones doesn't have to play as much nose tackle. And, I think he'll be better than he was last year. I don't think he's going to be a huge impact player by any means, but he'll be nice to still have there. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that all shapes out of who gets in, who's out on both the edge and the interior for this defense. And it's a nice problem to have, that you actually have real competition, and guys that have started games over these last few years might not be even on the roster. And you have some trade pieces then.
Yeah. And going back to the draft currently, we have now the second point of history made today. After Bo Nix was drafted, we had the longest span of picks before the next quarterback was drafted. And with the Eagles trading for a 9th time, they now have the most trades made during the draft. 9 of them. Howie Roseman is the best general manager in football at the moment.
No question.
And he has always worked the board. And then Mekhi Wingo, the smaller defensive lineman, goes to the Lions. I talked about earlier about how there were certain teams that I liked him for. The Lions are one of them.
Mm-hmm. It's a good scheme fit for him, and he fits that mentality of Dan Campbell. When he does play with violence and physicality, that's going to be something that Dan Campbell is really going to like with him. Like you got to get over the looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane with him. And that was one of the biggest flaws that I saw in that LSU defensive line in general. I mean, Mason Smith was a different animal. He was just so raw in the injury concerns there. But with Wingo and the other guy, his name is escaping me for right now. But Mason all three Smith of those guys, Jordan Jefferson, that's the one. Mason Smith had the rawness issues and the injury concerns, but Jordan Jefferson, another player, looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane. When they do play physically and they do use their athleticism, because all three of them were really good athletes, they can be high quality football players. If you can get Dan Campbell in this guy's ear and get him to go and play with the tools that he does have, Mekhi Wingo fits this defense really, really well in my opinion.
Real quick, since we're talking about legal stuff, we have Mark coming in asking about the punter Matt Araiza. He is with the Chiefs, I believe. He signed a contract with them not that long ago.
Yep. Yeah, and they're never going to use him because they don't need to punt in Kansas City, apparently.
So let's see. Yeah, he signed in late February this year with the Kansas City Chiefs. So
and Zach, you're not wrong, and I'm not going to pull the comment, but I do want to clarify some things. All those charges were dropped. Like,
let's not get into it.
I know. I'm just saying the charges were dropped on that. I'm not going to say anything more than that, but that's it. So, yeah, bad situation. Let's just end it there. Eric, should I announce what was said in the group chat, or do we want to just let that surprise hit when it happens? Did you see that message yet?
I did. Here in a little bit, Luke. I mean, Coach Luke, he's going to be joining us. He has some work to do. I mean, college football this time of year, but he will be joining us, and apparently he has a good conversation starter about Bo Nix. The Philadelphia Eagles take a center. I don't think he'll be their replacement for Kelsey, but I think that's going to be Cam Jurgens. I think they drafted him to move over eventually, but he is definitely somebody who, if Cam Jurgens struggles at center, they know he can play guard, and then Dylan McMahon out of North Carolina State can possibly step in there at center, or at least develop to step in there potentially if needed. I like that pick for them, and again, I really like what Howie Roseman has done the last couple of years.
I'm surprised it didn't go Bo Limmer, who fits that offense very, very well, actually.
So, question about the center position. Obviously, Broncos have not grabbed anybody yet. Is that pretty much them just saying we feel really comfortable with Alex Forsyth at this point?
It could, and I think that I talked about it a little bit ago with Bo Nix. They were they went out and asked Alex Forsyth about what Bo Nix was all about, the leadership intangibles, the character, and everything like that. So maybe this is another one of those things with Forsyth playing with Bo Nix at Oregon for a year. Along the same lines of Troy Franklin, maybe they do feel comfortable enough with Forsyth as a starter. I thought he had starting potential, and the fact that he fell to the 6th round last year was kind of a surprise to me. But to pair him up with Bo Nix, maybe there is that comfortability factor that they're kind of relying on, at least for right now.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, obviously you're not going to fill every position. You only have so many picks, and so you're going to have to, at some point, put a little bit of trust in some of your past draft picks to be something for you, and I always think, when you're not using some of your top picks to fill those positions, it's a little bit of, we do trust these guys a little bit, not taking cornerback early, wait until the 5th round. Maybe you have a little bit more belief in Damari Mathis to look more like his rookie year than he did last year. Riley Moss, that maybe he's going to turn things around for you. McMillan as well, that, hey, we really do think we found somebody for the slot position. And it could also just be they just didn't have the value there. So, I mean, it could go either way. I just always find those conversations very interesting of when they wait to take positions.
Yeah, from what has kind of been hinted at, implied, said that they looked at some centers that were now off the board, but they were content with letting their 3 guys compete. And with Alex Forsyth, I said this last year, they loved Alex Forsyth. Mm-hmm. They had a much higher grade on him than where he went, and they just trusted that he would fall because of injuries throughout the draft process. Zach Strief really likes him, and just all sorts of stuff there with him. And now, there's some of that relationship, that chemistry with Bo Nix as well that's helping him. Wattenberg, I know he still gets a lot of flack because his play as a rookie, but he showed some good growth after last season when he was on the field. And then Sam Mustipher, I mean, he's bringing experience, even though it's not great. So yeah, definitely think they're content with it. And it's kind of with what you said, Carl, is they have 8 picks, or they entered the draft with 8 picks. They had a need at every single position. You can't fill them all. You like this guy, you loved this guy last year, and yeah, you're just trusting him to make that progress and step in. And there was a chance Lloyd Cushenberry really stepped up, but there was a chance if Lloyd Cushenberry didn't, that Alex Forsyth is the one starting.
Well, there we go. I did want to update. Odd F182 said, what picks do the Broncos have left? They have picked 256 and 235 in the 7th round. So we're just kind of waiting for the 6th round to wrap up here. Got quite a few more picks left, but it will go pretty quick. And then we'll get back into really looking at who the Broncos could be looking at to target here in the 7th round. 7th round, it's always kind of a crazy time because like you said earlier, Eric, about halfway through the 6th round is when teams are starting to contact the guys that are left that they think might be able to be had an undrafted free agent. And this is why sometimes you almost see more undrafted guys become stars in the NFL than you do 7th rounders. And because they just honestly, as a player, if I make it this far, I'd rather be undrafted. 1, you hit free agency a year earlier. 2, you get to pick your situation. And I think that's such an underrated thing of going, okay, I see that this team has a need. I see that they have really good coaching. They've really developed players before. The Broncos have been one of the best teams ever when it comes to finding undrafted free agents that become stars. Rod Smith, Chris Harris Jr. I'm trying to think. Was C.J. Anderson undrafted? Philip Lindsay.
C.J. Anderson, Philip Lindsay. Like the big storyline was Philip Lindsay. I know that he was Baltimore was very interested in Philip Lindsay. Eric, what do you got? I'll finish this on the other side.
The Patriots, they're double dipping at quarterback. Joe Milton out of Tennessee.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay. That's interesting with me. I mean, if you want vertical offense, you definitely got it. Both guys have big arms, and you can step in and just sling the ball down the field if Drake May gets hurt or whatever. I mean, Milton could figure it out. Anyways, back to Philip Lindsay. Like, I know that he was on the phone with Baltimore, and he was pissed off at the Broncos, hometown city, the hometown hero, the folk legend of Denver football. He was pissed off at the Broncos because they drafted, I believe it was David Williams out of Arkansas in the 7th round when they told Philip Lindsay they were going to draft him, and he was going to go to Baltimore. But his mom told him, you should probably stay here in Denver. It's going to be a better opportunity. And going back to sometimes undrafted free agents turn out to be better players than 7th round draft picks. Philip Lindsay was a back-to-back 1,000-yard runner for the Denver Broncos, and David Williams missed the roster cuts entirely that year.
I mean, we talk about it a lot. Situation matters.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're an undrafted free agent, being able to pick your situation and picking a team, okay, this team has 2 really good running backs, whereas this team doesn't really have any. I have a better shot to land with the team that doesn't have any than the team that does.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to look at that and evaluate that and choose where you go instead of being drafted and picked there where your situation may not be best. Maybe, the team thinks you're a good fit, but you've heard some bad things about the coach, or that you don't think that you'd fit with what the coach wants to do. So being able to pick your situation, and even drafted situations, it really matters. And the Bengals, we talked about Tanner McLaughlin a lot. Bengals taking Tanner McLaughlin.
That's a double dip at tight end for them, isn't that?
Is it?
I think so, yeah. They took a tight end it's the 2nd round, right? Hold on, let me find it. They got Burton.
They took Eric All in the 4th.
That's right. That's right. The correct spelling of Eric there. The why he's going to be the best tight end ever.
Yeah.
Talk about
the one Iowa player you like.
Well, he was at Michigan State first. He missed most of his time at Iowa with injuries, so
okay,
it's Michigan State.
Okay.
Talk about upgrading the athleticism at the tight end position for Joe Burrow there. I mean, because Tanner McLaughlin, we talked about him a little bit ago. A great vertical threat in terms of the 12 to 15 yard area, creating those explosive plays there. But Eric All is an underrated athlete. I wanted to talk about him at length. A little bit earlier. Like, his explosiveness is really fun. His quick first step in acceleration. They used him in Iowa on some tunnel screens and stuff like that. It was pretty fun. Like to go out and get a couple of players like that to add to Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. It's good work there in Cincinnati.
Yeah. I remember when the college season was just starting, Nick talking to us, of course he's going to point out, hey, these are the Iowa players to watch for this upcoming season. And Erick All was on that list, and then he goes down with injury. And I think they lose like 3 tight ends this year to injury or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy to watch that one position get hit as hard as it did. So yeah, it's interesting to see how they've attacked this draft. Obviously I love that they decided to really commit to that offensive line, getting Amarius Mims. It's going to be interesting to see how he fits in. Obviously a huge room now when you're looking at that group, but they really targeted both lines to start off this draft, and now trying to find some weapons for their great quarterback to target. So yeah, it's before they've always had such a focus on the skill positions. So to see them really coming back here to the offensive line, good to see that for them.
Mm-hmm.
And Pittsburgh going Ryan Watts here. And then I know we've had a lot of questions from Zach Powers and comments about Leonard Taylor. Reached out to somebody who is there at Miami, and he said that there was major issues of him staying focused and, wanting to put in the work to improve as a player. And so that right there is probably why he's still on the board. If a player's not willing to put in the work and they need a lot of work, as he does, why are NFL teams why will they want to put the time in and effort in when he won't?
And then I want to get to this with Christian Winterstein saying, pray for defensive line. Erick, for you, I know one guy that you mentioned yesterday that you wouldn't mind seeing the Broncos take is Christian Boyd of Northern Iowa. Anybody else out there that you would think, hey, maybe this is an option for the Broncos?
Fabian Lovett.
We've said that like 6 times today.
Okay,
no,
sorry. I just joined here.
You're good.
Maybe Lovett, one of those guys where with the way he plays, I knew I was going to be higher on him than NFL was. Dude is a pure 2-gapping nose tackle, has some ability to shoot gaps and play 1.5, can generate some interior pressure, but he's mostly a 2-down run defending nose tackle, and those are so devalued in the NFL because they barely play 40% of snaps basically anymore. I knew I was going to be a lot higher on him here, but the Broncos with DJ Jones and his issues holding up against the run, him being in the final years, his year of his contract, Malcolm Roach being more of a 3-5 technique run defender than a 0-1. I like Fabian Lovett to sit there and develop and be part of this rotation and really, kind of finalize your rotation and see if, maybe Matt Henningsen can, beat him out, or Uwazurike, and just have him go there because and the final part of this is I don't want Mike Purcell back.
Yeah.
And they don't have a true nose tackle on the roster, and Lovett can at least bring that. So I guess they did bring in the guy that was there in the Cardinals with Vance Joseph there for a while. Lawrence, I think is his name. I guess they brought him in, so he's a true nose tackle, I guess. But I still like Lovett. I think there's a lot more upside to him for it. And then Leonard Taylor, if they want to put in the work there. Gabe Hall, he's a very toolsy guy, very long. And it's funny, in first day of the Senior Bowl practices, he absolutely tore it up with the same move. Second day, the offensive linemen were ready for it, and he did absolutely nothing over the final 2 days of practice because all the offensive linemen caught on to that one move. That's all he has. So at this point, if you want a developmental defensive tackle, Gabe Hall. I mean, he's long, he's lengthy, pretty good athlete, good burst, a lot to work with, has good power. Just got to develop the techniques.
That's the big thing, is he was raw with his hand placement. He was raw with his hand usage and fighting off blocks. Like, the burst is there, the power is there. If he can figure out how to drop his hips and sink and really create leverage, then Gabe Hall was a player that I like to watch. Just the rawness with his hand technique was something that drove me away from from
And-
having him higher on in my grading evaluation.
Who loves who more, Jeremy? You and Bo Nix or me and Lovett?
I pulled that comment just a second ago, and I wanted to make a comment. This goes back to me the first year that we did the live draft. Bryce Hall, the cornerback out of Virginia. You guys remember every time that we started talking about players that we liked for the Broncos, it was Bryce Hall. That's the guy. Eric has Fabian Lovett this year. I had Bryce Hall a couple of years ago. So
Yeah.
No, we all
had one last
all have
comment.
guys. Like
Yeah.
the
wanted
draft
to-
crushes that we fall in love with. And I know Carl has, and just one of those things. You watch a guy and you just absolutely love what they are. They fit exactly what you like. So yeah, it's just how it is. Anyways, Carl, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna add one more thing about Lovett that is a really nice thing. Underrated. He was a team captain for 3 years.
mm-hmm.
So getting that kind of leadership in the building, a guy that you know is going to work hard, make the other guys work hard in that defensive line room. They just haven't had a leader for that group for a while. A guy that, like Derek Wolfe, when he spoke, players listened, partly because they were terrified of him because he looked like he was going to bite your head off. Didn't he talk about wanting to eat somebody's children at one point?
we actually talked about that earlier. And with it, and it was about the Audric Estime and how I think that he could have made it is that run over their face or run over their face and eat their kids. But yeah, he said it to Phillip Rivers and about his 17,000 kids that he has.
Yeah.
So like I said, having that kind of just person in the room that is the true adult gets everybody focused in, saying we've got to put in the work to do this well. And Florida State, like they had a lot of great leadership this last year. Not the most talented team, but they won a lot of games because they had just a very good veteran group that really focused in, thought they had something going there. So I definitely wouldn't mind Lovett one bit. Like I said, having a true nose tackle, not having to worry about that, not having to worry about bringing back a player that we've all not wanted to see back here for a while would be a huge bonus. I saw him on Twitter not too long ago after the jerseys came out and said, these look great. Now sign me. I'm like,
yeah, I saw that too.
But no, no, thank you.
I'm going to grab this question here from Zach Powers really fast. He's saying, Eric and Lance, with you guys being the quote deep divers, Dove Valley Deep Divers is our show on Fridays. Can we expect some summer scouting episodes of college guys to watch this upcoming year? I'll answer for me and I'll let Eric answer for himself. I do plan to do some summer scouting this year, but a lot of the work that I do for the draft happens after November. Eric, what do you think? Are you going to do summer scouting, or do you do the focus on after you do your scouting lists?
Unfortunately, maybe there'll be other things that we do with it. Unfortunately, because of multiple reasons that I can't and don't want to really get into, we can't do episodes focused on it. We can't do articles focused on it. We do have a period where we can't. Very limited draft content can be the focus, since we're mostly Broncos more so than draft outside of basically once the reins get taken off, the leash gets taken off for me anyways about mid-January to the draft. That's about kind of where we're at with that kind of situation. And then Chuck Hartman coming in asking about Levi Drake Rodriguez from Texas A&M Commerce. I wanted to watch tape of him. I've heard a lot of positive stuff about him. I couldn't find any or get my hands on any. I've heard a lot of positive stuff about him though. And I'm bummed. Like him and the tackle that the Lions picked, the British Columbia guy. I don't know if you saw that, Carl. He went to the Lions, traded up a lot to get to. Yeah, I mean, those are two guys that I really wanted to watch and get tape on, but just not enough. And real quick, just to hammer home Fabian Lovett, I've been popping these on the screen a little bit. Here, get it back over and popped up. Here's his relative athletic score. He's, not the ideal size, not that 330 plus, but he plays with a good base to handle double teams. 40-yard dash is a good time for a guy his size. Vertical, broad, shuttle 3-cone. It's whatever for me for a nose tackle.
They're not moving side to side a whole lot.
Yeah. So that's that. For you guys, is there anybody at tackle, offensive tackle, since 2017, last time we drafted a tackle with Garrett Bowles. Anyone at tackle for you guys that you kind of are eyeballing?
I'm trying to look at who's still available here, catch up.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of out of my depth at this point. Getting pretty far into it. I'm gonna start leaning on you guys pretty hard.
Yeah, so Frank Crum from Wyoming, big guy, pretty athletic profile.
Yeah,
somebody that I think could be a developmental choice. Needs a couple years to really refine his game, and he's 6'8". Man, he's gonna have to work on that a little bit. Lance could probably talk about him a lot more than I could, but yeah, that would be one I'd be worth taking a chance on. Like I said, at this point, I'm willing to take a chance on athleticism, even if they're not the greatest football player.
Yeah, and we kind of Dylan and I kind of talked about that a little bit earlier. But you mentioned, hold on, let me go back to. Come on, RAS. There we go. You mentioned Frank Crum and being a good athlete. Second highest RAS score among tackles this year.
There we go.
Going through here, we had somebody ask about guys still left. Well, with good RAS scores, Frank Crum. I liked him a little bit. A lot he has to work. Definitely a developmental tackle option. Let's see here. Who else? Donovan Jennings. He's fine. Garrett Greenfield. Josiah Ezram. I've talked about him a couple times out of Eastern Kentucky. I like his fit and can use some development there. And then that's about it of guys over in that good RAS with that green, that above 8 that are left that really stand out to me, specifically with the RAS scores.
And then I saw somebody mentioned, who was it? Kathy Long Coleman saying Cody Schrader, running back from Mizzou, led SEC in yards and touchdowns. He's got a really cool backstory to get where he is. I think he had 0 offers coming out of high school and had to fight and claw to get recognized by anybody, and made it clear to obviously the SEC where there is real defense, and led them in touchdowns and yards this past season. Any love for him coming in the 7th round here, or as an undrafted guy to possibly add to the running back room, or does he add anything different than what they have right now?
I think it could. You lose some speed, but you get a little bit more versatility with him than you would over McLaughlin. Mm-hmm. And I think they kind of want that explosive home run ability more so from if they're going to upgrade McLaughlin. I think they want that more explosive speed than taking a step back there and adding more versatility. Personally, that's my view on it.
I think he has enough speed, but like you said, it is a step back from McLaughlin, who has that quick twitch and explosive first step to get to top speed. Schrader's more long speed than anything, but when he does get out in open space, I loved his vision. Watching him getting himself into open space was really fun. And then the long speed after the fact, but they want that explosiveness on the front side there. And I think that McLaughlin is probably a little bit better in that aspect right now. Damn it. Eric, damn it.
The reaction there for me was I just clicked over to Twitter real quick and saw that the New Orleans Saints are drafting Christian Boyd.
There he goes.
Sucks. That sucks.
But he's not loving it, so we're okay.
You guys were talking about Frank Crum there, the ridiculously athletic and tall offensive lineman from Wyoming. Very developmental, sloppy hand placement, sloppy footwork. He relies on that athleticism. Poor bend is a big thing with him. He needs to learn how to bend his knees and get down because he can get beat with leverage. And then I don't know if it's a lack of strength or just a lack of recovery ability. Players can beat him across his face pretty easily if for some reason. I don't know exactly why it was that I noticed that, but undrafted free agent player. Easton Gibbs, the linebacker there as well, athletic, a very heady player. But those are the only 2 Wyoming guys even worth mentioning right now. They got a wide receiver coming up here in, I think, 2 years. It's going to be interesting. But Crum would be fun for a developmental piece if you're looking to add somebody like that. I think Ethan Driscoll would be a better pick, though. He fits the scheme better here in Denver than Crum does.
Yeah, going
Makes
back.
sense. And then
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, here's another option from Chuck saying, how about Laub as a joker running back? You know, he had some incredible stats as an all-around running back, giving you some receiving options. I'm trying to remember, didn't he lead all running backs in receiving this past year or something like that, or an all-purpose yards, sorry. And even had a game where he had 295 yards receiving.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're talking about a guy to add that's different than what the Broncos have right now, this might be the guy from New Hampshire.
Yeah. For sure.
Got a great first name.
Updating my boards real quick.
You're all right. I'm going to update the draft board, at least as we've seen it over the last handful of picks. DJ James to the Seattle Seahawks is an interesting one, considering Mike McDonald over there and him liking physical cornerbacks. So Jamal Hill, obviously, to the linebacker to the Houston Texans at 188. Mekhi Wingo, we talked about him. Dylan McMahon, the center from North Carolina State, to the Philadelphia Eagles. Jajuan Palmer, wide receiver, UAB. I didn't get a chance to watch him. To the Arizona Cardinals. DJ James at 192 to the Seattle Seahawks. Joe Milton to the Patriots at 193. McLaughlin to the Bengals. Ryan Watts to the Steelers. Tyler Davis, interior defensive lineman, to the Los Angeles Rams. That's an interesting pick there. You've got another defensive lineman, Zion Log from Georgia, to the Atlanta Falcons. Patrick McMorris, the safety from California, to the Miami Dolphins. Christian Boyd to the Saints, just a pick ago. Updates the last 10 picks off the board. Eric, you said you were updating your big board. How does it look, buddy?
It hasn't been 30 minutes yet. You can ask me. No, I mean, it's let me see. Let me click back over to it here. Only one player left that I had as a top 100 pick. That is Lovett, again, the guy that I knew that was going to go much lower than I had him. A few fourth rounder grades left. Bo Brady, Eric Watts, who is an edge. I'm really surprised is still left on the board. Brendan Rice, a receiver. Tackles, there is Ethan Driscoll out of Marshall. He's my top tackle left. Couple interior offensive linemen, Bo Limmer, the center. Christian Mahogany, he's a guard only. So there's definitely some talent out there. At least in my opinion, left. Looking at position specific, once you get to that, it's a lot of yikes. Not really many tight ends left that I would be looking at. I wouldn't be looking at, not doubling up on quarterback or running back with the 2 draft picks left. Wide receiver, there's still some options for it. Guards, I think there's some solid options at guards. Tackles outside of Ezram that I've mentioned a few times. Not much there really that I would look at. Defensive line, talked about that quite a bit. Off-ball linebackers, I think at this point I'd be looking at waiting until after the draft. Safety, there's a few guys there. Bo Brady, Dijon Anthony, again, mentioned him. If they really want to add some speed on the back end, again, Tyler Owens. So we're starting to get to the point of a lot of guys where I definitely get where can see them going undrafted. And we actually just have the first guy that I absolutely know nothing about in Micah Abraham going to the Colts, the cornerback out of Marshall. No, absolutely nothing about him.
You got nothing out of me on that one. I didn't watch a lot of Marshall. I watched 2 players for Marshall, Ethan Driscoll and Rasheen Ali, and I watched them at the same time.
So since I've seen a couple people now ask about Brendan Rice, why is he having this fall in the draft? What's causing him to not be well liked? I mean, he's big, he's fast, makes a lot of plays. Obviously, part of it's being USC and having a great quarterback and all that kind of stuff. And he's got the name, being Jerry Rice's son. I know name doesn't mean a whole lot, but it still plays into some of this. Why is he still here in the 6th round?
Yeah, I'm not really sure on that one. So it's kind of curious about it.
Yeah, I'm curious on that one too. Former Colorado Buffalo, by the way. transferred a couple of years ago. Actually, was it last year? I can't remember. But like you said, big, fast, strong, physical, makes a lot of really good catches. He's just more solid than he is elite at anything, though. Like, he's an all right route runner, doesn't separate the best, is like, he's physical enough at the catch point, but he does tend to get knocked off of routes with physical cornerbacks. So I don't understand that one either. Speaking of wide receivers here, Carl, I want to go specifically to the Denver Broncos here in this wide receiver room. Is there anybody on this board that's still available that interests you if they want to go and add another pass catcher to this room?
I guess Cornelius Johnson from Michigan would be one that would have some interest because, you've got your big, fast guys, but I'm looking for a little bit more size now. If you're going to move on from Cortland Sutton, part of what he brings is a physicality to the position. Mims doesn't have physicality. Troy Franklin doesn't have physicality. Mm-hmm. So if I'm looking for something a little bit different, that would definitely be a guy that would interest me. I'm trying to think if there was any other names that are still out there that have. Brendan Rice does interest me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, he made a lot of plays for them. He has that size, both height and weight, to be able to hold up well. Good at the catch point. And like I said, he's not great at anything, but he's good at a lot of things. Yeah. And if the Broncos drafted him, honestly, if I had to pick whether Brendan Rice or Troy Franklin would have a better rookie year, I would pick Brendan Rice of the two.
Wow. Okay.
If they move on from Cortland Sutton, because
right.
I think there's a better path for Brendan Rice to actually get on the field at that point, because I think he would be he'd be a more seamless substitute into that spot to take over compared to Troy Franklin. So now if they keep Cortland Sutton, then Troy Franklin's more the guy I think that would have the better year, just because they're going to have some sub package looks for him to go deep and have just a few plays designed throughout the year for him to go make something. So, like I said, I like Brendan Rice. I am very surprised he's there. I saw somebody made the comment that his dad hangs around too much, and that could always be a problem. When no coach wants the parent in their ear going, "Hey, get my son in there." And Jerry Rice carries a lot of pull in the NFL, being maybe the best wide receiver to ever play the game. I still have Randy Moss ahead of him. Just when we're talking about peak of their careers, Randy Moss was unstoppable. He just didn't have always the best head on his shoulders. But yeah, like I said, I wouldn't mind Rice as long as, his dad is in the stands, not on the sideline.
I think the one other – go ahead, Eric, go ahead.
We got our kicker. The Vikings drafted the kicker out of Alabama, and Coach Luke Poglace should be joining us shortly.
Awesome.
Love it.
So for that, we're going to say goodbye to Carl for now as we get Luke on here. We do have limits on how many people we can have on screen at a time. Unfortunately, just makes things look weird and awkward. So Carl, thanks for joining us. We'll definitely get you back on here probably, here in a little bit and everything, and it can rotate you in. But for now, see you later. Go take care of the beard. Go give the wife a hug and kiss for her birthday, and a little bit of time with her anyways.
Yeah. I'll go listen to some Creed for Lance.
Why?
Just got to come back with a clip-on tie.
I'm more along the lines of the poster that Dylan. It's a poster or a flag or something that Dylan has behind his left shoulder right now. The Beartooth poster, yes, sir.
Yeah, I got that fairly recently online, and then I got a bunch of stuff when I saw him in Sacramento not too long ago.
Nice. I'm jealous that you got to go see Caleb show along in concert again. That guy brings an energy like you don't understand. Roger Romero jumping in here with a $10 super chat. Welcome in. Thank you. This is the first time I remember seeing your name at any Mile High Huddle show, but thank you for joining us. Wants to talk about Easton Gibbs as a prospect. Would he be a good fit as a Bronco? I mentioned him just a little bit ago. Living in Wyoming, I'm connected, not really connected, but I do watch a lot of Wyoming football. Little undersized, but very heady, very instinctual football player. Puts himself in a lot of good positions to go make plays. Solid tackler. Eric, what do you think about Easton Gibbs as a prospect?
I'll take a shot on him as an undrafted free agent. I wouldn't use a draft pick on him even to secure getting him. He is my third lowest graded, linebacker there. He's not the modern old school type of linebacker. He is just the old school type of linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have the ideal traits and size and all that stuff that you're looking for in the linebackers nowadays. And I can sit here and flash that onto the screen here shortly as I, gotta go and share screen and get that all ready.
He lacks length is a big thing. He's got short arms. He lacks size. He's not the greatest athlete. He's stiff in his hips, but his football IQ is something that jumps off the page. He just puts himself in really good position all of the time. And like you never see him make mistakes, but the lack of traits is the big thing here.
He's got big hands, 75th percentile, but then you get 4th percentile for arm length, 2nd percentile for wingspan, 22nd for weight, 14th for height. Broad jump is 8, vertical jump is 22nd, 10-yard split's decent, but it's just, man, if you're getting him, maybe you can get something out of him on defense, but he is let's see what he can do on special teams, earn a spot, but probably not going to, make it farther, but you never know. There was a linebacker out of Colorado a few years ago that I felt the same way, and he went on to do pretty well with the Falcons the last couple of years. So, it's almost like that T-Rex. I got a big head, little arms, but this is I got big hands, no arms, as Priya comes in saying.
That's good. Big head, little arms. He is a cracker, though. He will go out there and crack skulls, and he's a very physical player for what he is. Like it's fun to watch him. All righty, guys. Luke, are you ready? Give me a head nod if you're ready. All right, guys. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend. It is Coach Luke Polglaze. Coach, what's going on, man? How are you doing this afternoon?
Well, I promised you guys a conversation starter, which is my left arm in a sling here.
Oh. No.
So I might be the first coach in recorded history to have been running a kickoff drill, told a guy to hit me harder. He took the coaching to his credit, knocked me right over onto it, and I fractured the elbow. So been a quiet weekend on the couch here.
Oh no.
That's still good, dude, man.
So I promised a conversation starter. I think that just about delivers.
Yeah, pretty much, man.
I think actually it is a good conversation starter because with drafting, you used to way back in the day, back when we were both younger and I had far less gray hair. And, we kind of worked alongside each other, evaluating the draft and stuff like that. And now that you're coaching, the kid took coaching. At your level, it's, how important is that? And how important is it for the NFL for a guy who is willing to be coached and willing to listen and take it to heart and put in the work to improve?
Oh, it's critical. I mean, you can only play the guys who you can trust within the scheme. And, that's certainly an element at this level of, Division III football where, you have to trust a guy that, hey, if you're going to go out and play quarterback for us, that you're going to work within the scheme. If you play, linebacker for us, that you're going to play within the scheme, right? That you're not freelancing, that you're not doing your own stuff. I mean, it's critical. And I would have to imagine at that level, of course, like when there's, Division III football is important and there's certainly plenty on the line for my games on Saturdays, but we're talking about, one of, if not the biggest leagues in the world where, people's employment, millions of dollars, everything like that hangs in the balance. Yeah, you got to have someone that you're going to go out and trust and that you trust when the game is on the line to make the right decision. No question. That's a big part of it is having guys who can take coaching, even necessarily not always playing maybe the most talented guys. If that most talented guy you can't trust to go out there and execute what he's being coached to do. It's a big trade-off. It's certainly a kind of a back and forth dynamic.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, multiple coaches at every level have always talked about that of you got to play the guys you can trust. And I mean, they have to earn that trust, and not being willing to put the work in is definitely an issue. And I know a couple weeks ago we had you on, or I had you on, not we, to talk about Bo Nix. When you were watching Bo Nix, did you notice Troy Franklin at all, the wide receiver?
No, we're getting right into it, aren't we?
Oh yeah, of course.
I will say, once I saw he got drafted, and once I was kind of messaging with you guys offline when Lance very kindly offered to have me on, against I'm sure Erick's better wishes today. Once I heard that, I was like, all right, they're gonna ask about Troy Franklin. So yeah, I pulled up a video or two just real quick, just familiarize myself. At the end of the day, look, it's day 3 of the draft. They just had puppies on my TV, like the Humane Society making an appearance. So yeah, I could spend 5 minutes and watch some Troy Franklin. That's no problem.
So what did you think of it?
And I will say it's interesting because I don't follow the draft religiously enough, but everyone that I saw on my social media kept saying, last night into today, Troy Franklin's still on the board, Troy Franklin's falling, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'd be curious to kind of defer to you guys on really why you think that happened. To me, he runs solid routes. He's someone that Oregon certainly moved around to create matchups with. You look at the places they put him, they're getting into heavy personnel, right? 3 tight ends on the field. They keep him split out wide. They're dictating a one-on-one matchup, right? And then they're running routes that are going to take advantage of one-on-one matchups. They're running double moves. They're running him vertically. So he's someone that, it's clear schematically Oregon moved him around because they wanted to get him the ball. They put him in a position where, hey, we can find ways to dictate one-on-one matchups for this guy, or if not one-on-one matchups, we're going to dictate matchups where we really like what he can do, right? Put him in the slot, get him isolated one-on-one on linebackers, things of that nature. So to me, the thing that I really wish I could have seen from him was in more of those contested one-on-one situations, coming down with the football. Like he does the hard part, right? He runs great routes. He creates separation. The easy part of that part, hey, just catch the football. Like you've done all the hard work. You've created the separation. You've put yourself in a position to go out and make a big play. You gotta close on some of those was kind of my initial takeaways.
Yeah, and that was a widely viewed, big issue with him. A lot of people, and myself included, had issues with his routes, thinking his route tree in the NFL is a little bit more limited with, he struggles with breaks a little bit with sinking his hips into him. And an explosive guy with a big play threat, but the physicality, both as a blocker and in those contested catch situations. And then, of course, I was talking about it early on, is that he was one of those guys where people came away questioning, not necessarily if he'll put the work in, but just, general attitude and like kind of a, typical, diva stuff that you get with wide receivers so often. As kind of being why they fell. And it was always and there were a lot of comments of, we'll let somebody else try to fix things. And we'll let somebody else do it. It's like, we like them, but somebody else can try their hand at it.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that you have with that is who's the biggest leader on every football team? It should be the quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. It's fundamentally the most unfair position in all of sports. More gets asked to that guy than anything else from a leadership standpoint, from an on-the-field standpoint, from a processing standpoint. So when it comes to setting standards at Oregon, Bo Nix would have set those standards, right? So if you're bringing in a guy that, if you say there's those concerns around him, obviously I don't know myself. I defer to you on your knowledge of that. Like you're drafting a guy who, yeah, maybe you're going to have the receivers coach is probably going to have to work with that guy and say, hey, we need the most from you, and have the guy be coachable. But at the same time, you also drafted the guy who was responsible for setting the standards for him in college. And you drafted a guy, in a quarterback, not only who has that relationship with him on the field, being able to find him, being able to, have that chemistry, that knowing where he is at all times. Shoot, you just drafted a guy who was responsible off the field, for patting him on the back in the weight room and saying, hey, man, we need more from you. Keep grinding, right? Or it's, hey, keep pushing, right? Hey, this is a big drive coming up. Hey, I need you to be locked in, right? You're drafting that guy who already has that relationship with him. You don't have to have a quarterback in the league who already has to now build that chemistry with him. That's something that you kind of already have built in.
I'm glad that you touched on that. Go ahead, Eric.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I'm glad that you touched on that, Luke, because I was going to go back to that with Bo Nix and with Troy Franklin, having that familiarity, that chemistry, going to the Division III level. How often do you guys do that when you're in your recruiting process, trying to find players that have that chemistry, have that familiarity, and how much does that mean to you as a coach?
Oh, that's a great question. I think you always want to try and find guys with chemistry, and especially for recruiting at this level, a lot of the time when you're recruiting a great high school program, if they have a guy who's not good enough to play at the Division I or II level, if you have those D3 caliber guys, guess what? You're going to try and go in and recruit every D3 caliber guy at the best programs because hey, I don't have to necessarily build the work ethic or build the culture for this guy because he's at a place where he already does it at a high level every day as a high school program. Again, you look at state championship high school programs. Yeah, you're not going to have 5 stars at every position. You're going to have even backups who can play at the Division III level, but they understand what it's like to be in those programs. And a lot of the time, you're going to try and recruit those teammates. You're going to try and recruit guys who already have that bond, that relationship, who say, heck yeah, I want to come to your school and I want to play with my best friend for another 4 years. That's definitely part of it. And, another thing that we always love recruiting, certainly, and you see this in the NFL too, we love recruiting guys who are high school team captains. We love bringing in guys, who have that leadership, that maturity already, who are seen as leaders. Because at the end of the day, yes, you have to coach guys on the field. You also have to coach them off the field. You have to do what you can as much as you're going to, coach a quarterback's footwork, or you're going to coach a receiver's break point, or you're going to coach an offensive lineman's feet. You got to coach leadership and you got to really develop leaders. And, when you already have those bonds, when you're recruiting high school teammates, yeah, it's a slam dunk.
And then you touch on something with the chemistry for it. And I'm going to ask about that with a specific element is when you were on, we both talked about the arm strength with Bo Nix, not being the best, the midfoot force, cleaning up that footwork and how that can help a little bit when attacking vertically, those deep shots. How much does that chemistry between these two help, ease the pressure on Bo Nix ever so slightly, just because, they have that repertoire. Bo Nix knows, is used to his speed, and Franklin being used to his arm.
Oh yeah. There's a real easy expression anytime, a quarterback misses a route based on timing with a receiver, which just a coaching expression is, hey, KYP, right? Hey, you missed that throw, KYP. KYP stands for know your personnel, right? I know if I'm throwing a deep ball to a tight end, I'm not going to put as much air on that ball and put that way out if that guy's going to be a little bit slower. On the flip side, yeah, if it's a smaller, speedier guy, I know I may put that thing way out there and he's just going to run under it and make the play, right? At the end of the day, as a quarterback, you're responsible for knowing every single person on the field, how they play the game, what kind of speed they play at, right? Because at the end of the day, we say it all the time. You guys say it all the time in draft analysis, right? The way they run the 40 isn't always the way they play on game days, right? Because there's 40 speed and then there's game day speed. But yeah, it's about knowing everybody. You have to know your offensive skill group. You have to know the guys around you. And yeah, you got to be able to build a relationship and say, heck yeah, I know exactly where that guy's going to be when I put the deep ball up.
Yeah.
Now, moving the conversation forward, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you happen to know anything about the other 2 players the Broncos picked today?
I'm gonna out myself here and tell you I don't even know who else they picked. I just saw the Troy Franklin pick on Twitter earlier.
They selected a corner out of Missouri, Chris Abrams-Drain, and then the running back out of Notre Dame, Audric Estime.
All I know about Estime is just having watched a couple Notre Dame games in the fall. He's a hard runner. I couldn't tell you much more than that, to be honest.
Estime, I think you would like a lot because being a former running back coach, that guy just knows how to tote the rock. He's physical. He puts his head down. I implore you to go and take a look at him and kind of dive into his tape because I think that he's going to fit your style a lot with that smash mouth style of runners that you like to have, Coach.
Heck yeah. Hey, running backs, football is it's such an amazing sport because you really get so many different types at different positions to give you success, right? Running back's a great example. Receivers may be the best example, right? Where you look at some of the best receivers in the sport, they're not always your 6'4" giants who are going to tower over you. You're going to have the Tyreek Hills who are the smaller, speedier guys. Running back's the exact same way, man. There's no cookie cutter. Hey, your best running backs have to look just like this. that's the amazing thing about this sport, right? Is you get guys who look all kinds of different types of ways, and hey, that's what makes it special.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it a couple weeks ago, but Broncos country, they are all, most of them, I wouldn't say all, are super excited about the pick of Bo Nix. Let's get into the quarterback, Luke. What are your thoughts on Bo Nix?
Yeah, the big thing, and I know we talked about this a lot when I was on, is just the footwork. I think, to me, looking at it from the quarterback coach lens, he just plays with a little bit of a flaw in his footwork. Now, again, he started what? How many college games? 50 some odd?
61.
61. Yeah, there you go. When you play 61 games of college football, at the end of the day, there's some mechanical things you're going to be able to tweak, and there's some things that you look at it and you're just going to say, hey, that's a habit at this point, right? And there's only so many ways you can break that habit. So I would say that the big thing with him is just he doesn't put himself in a great position to succeed from a footwork perspective, right? It really, to me, playing quarterback starts with the base. It has to be built from the ground up. I know I'm on the record as saying this, and I think I said this on the show last time. Like, I think Patrick Mahomes is one of the worst things to happen to QB development in the last 10 years, because that's a guy who has an all-universe arm, and he can play without a base because his arm is just freakish, right? And so now you have all these quarterbacks who are kind of disrespecting playing with the appropriate footwork, playing with cleats in the ground, because they say, oh, hey, I saw Mahomes do that. Well, look, yeah, Mahomes can do it, but how many others can, right? And so I would say kind of the first thing for me was just seeing that footwork and saying, hey, he's because of it. And I wish I had a second hand to be able to put up here and show you the way that he's in his footwork and his drop. Most quarterbacks have their toes completely parallel, right? That they're just kind of pointed. You've got like the tick marks on the field that are kind of roughly parallel to those tick marks, right? To the hash. For Bo, his feet are almost sprayed out a little bit wider, right? It's the opposite of, I know everyone says pigeon toes when the toes kind of point in. I don't know what the opposite of pigeon toed is, but if someone wants to come up with that, he's got those feet sprayed out a little bit wider. I don't know, chicken feet. I don't know what we're going.
Duck-footed is the way I've always heard it.
Yeah, I like that. I'm good with that. So he's a little bit more duck-footed. That's appropriate too, Oregon guy. So he's got his feet sprayed out that a little bit wider, which means, again, going back to midfoot force, right? It's harder for him to get that midfoot in the ground, and all of your power, all of your speed as a quarterback comes from getting that middle of the foot in the ground.
Yeah, and we have a couple questions here from Chuck Hartman, and you can touch on this a little bit. Doesn't accuracy come from the base? Pretty sure he holds the record for accuracy in a season. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you take it here about accuracy and how it deals and how the base affects it.
Yeah, the way I've always put it is that speed and power come from the base, and then accuracy comes from your upper body. That's where you're able to generate the touch. So much of that is just based on the way you load the ball, your back shoulder, the way you follow through your actual mechanics of the throw. To me, at the end of the day, when you talk about accuracy, I don't know if there's a true stat to really determine accuracy. I think probably the closest way people will do it is completion percentage, right? Is, hey, how many balls does he complete, right? If you put a ball 10 feet over a receiver's head, that's not going to be completed. And so obviously that's not accurate. But I think that's where completion percentage can be deceptive, right? Because we've seen this offense that he played in at Oregon. A lot of it was really easy throws. Some, people would say pejorative term, dink and dunk. At the end of the day, as a quarterback coach, I look at a dink and dunk and I say, hey, that's an easy rhythm throw to get my quarterback into the groove of the game. Gets the ball out of his hand fast, and so I see upsides to that. Dink and dunk, you're at the end of the day, sometimes I have to live with dink and dunk. Yeah, it's not aggressive. It's not taking the ball and pushing it downfield. But, hey, it's getting my guy into the flow. It's getting him into the rhythm of the game. So at the end of the day, when I look at that, again, completion percentage can be artificially inflated, because it's those easy throws, those cheap throws, those short throws. Hey, if I'm going out there and throwing a bubble, I just went 1 for 1. I should be able to hit that throw with my eyes closed, backwards, in my sleep, right? Bubbles are easy, right? When you're throwing those digs in rhythm, when you're taking your deeper drop and really trying to drive the ball, that's a little bit tougher, right? So I don't know if there's a great way to be able to measure accuracy in a metric sense, because so much of it is feel, right? I'm not always going to put the ball in the same spot. let's say a receiver's running a hook, right, where he's coming back at me, I got to understand, hey, if that defender's on his back hip, I maybe have to put it a little bit more on his front hip, right? If he's got space, if it's zone, I'm going to put it right down the middle of his numbers. So accuracy to me as a coach, I think that's really tough. I don't know if there's a way to really consistently measure accuracy within a quarterback.
You were talking about the dink and dunk, and Joe comes in here saying dink and dunk is all Brady ever did. And this kind of ties everything together with the Oregon offense, just the quick passes and stuff like that. But when you think about Tom Brady, the big thing you do think about is the processing ability. And with Bo Nix, that's something that we've heard a lot of, his ability to process information, read a defense, and then just get the ball out of his hands in rhythm with timing, anticipation, and keep the offense moving. When you watched Bo Nix, is that something that you got as one of the primary takeaways?
Boy, you're asking me to compare Bo Nix to Tom Brady from an anticipation.
I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you that. I'm just saying, is that something as a reason why he got the ball out so quickly? The style of offense that they play, but just the processing and him understanding where he needed to go with the football.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to the offense that he was asked to run. I would not say would be the most complicated of all time. I don't think they're going out there having him make complicated pass protection checks, having him go through a million different reads. I do think that the offense that they asked him to run, he went out there and he mastered it. Like, I think you can really say he operated that offense at a very high level. A lot of it is getting into empty and saying, hey, where's my best matchup? What's my best option here? Or even as simple as I've got a man side that I'll work and I'll throw that side and read that side out against man coverage. If it's zone coverage, I'll work the other side, right? So they put him in a position just to be able to get the ball out fast, play in rhythm, keep himself kind of in a good rhythm as a quarterback, which is so important. So to me, at the end of the day, does that mean he throws with anticipation? Yeah, in a sense, like he knows the offense. Again, the guy started, like you said, 60 some odd college football games. It's not like he's going to, hopefully you hope at that point, after 60 some odd games, it's not like he's going out there just absolutely clueless about what he's trying to do. But like I said, I would say for him, at the end of the day, you can only evaluate a guy based on the offense that they played in. You can only evaluate a guy based on what they were asked to do in college. And to me, he really mastered the offense in which he was in. And at the end of the day, to me, there's too much involved in, the what ifs of, maybe what if the coaches didn't trust him to throw the ball more, or read longer progressions. Maybe the coaches just don't like that. Maybe that's just not their forte. And maybe that has nothing to do with him. At the end of the day, like that's where I settle on it is, hey, the only thing I can definitively say is what he was asked to do on Saturdays. And hey, I think he went out and he mastered that. He knew what he was supposed to do and he executed it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too is that I try to convey is when we're evaluating these quarterbacks, we can only, as you said, we can only evaluate what we're seeing. I don't know what exactly he's being asked to do, what the reads are, what the calls are, because not only can things change, game to game, they can change from play to play to series of what the reads are. I mean, we talk about it when like, okay, this corner got hurt, let's target the replacement. Like that's a big thing with it, and that is something that we just can't ever do. And I want to go back talking about your whole comment about the base. There is a reason why almost every single position in football, every single sport, even outside of it, you start with the foundation and you build up from there. Offensive linemen, you want to improve the base before you start working on the upper stuff for the most part, generally speaking. And it's the same for quarterbacks. I mean, coaches, these quarterback gurus, they talk about it a lot of tearing them down and then starting back over from their feet and work their way up. It's just one of those very common things that we get and we have year after year. And there was one comment here I wanted to grab from Joe saying, LOL, sorry guys, I didn't mean to say Bo would be Tom. I know you didn't, but Lance likes to make those comparisons, especially after Jonah Ellis and DeMarcus Ware last night. It's a Lance thing. So
why are we taking? Why do we continue to
take your clip off tie, your clip on tie off, and
fingers again? Guess which ones they are.
So,
oh man,
I mean, we talked about Bo Nix, and last time you were on, we talked about quarterbacks in general. What are your thoughts on some of the the other quarterback picks that were made in the first round?
6 and
Do you
12.
know them?
How wild is 6 and 12? I mean, let's all take a step back and take a look at that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like the NFL is it's a league where you have to have a quarterback in order to be successful. And so look, I mean, here's the way I'll put it. If you're drafting I'm not a big stats guy, so bear with me on this one. If you're drafting a quarterback in the first round, you've got a 50% shot he's the guy, because either he is or he isn't. But at the end of the day, if you have a quarterback that you think you can win a Super Bowl with, you got to ride with that guy. And if you don't have a quarterback that you think you can win a Super Bowl with, at this point, you got to do what you can to get the guy. And you got to do what you can to get a guy in who you think, hey, we're going to rally around this guy. We're going to build a team. He's going to lead us to the promised land. And that really is what it is. I mean, at this point, this league is more quarterback driven than it has ever been. So if you have a guy at quarterback, good. Like you feel great about him, good. You got to pour everything you can into that guy. And if not, you have to spend your resources to go out and get a guy. So to me, having said all that, the weirdest one, I know we're all thinking it, I'm just going to say it. It's Penix, right? Like you have Atlanta says, hey, we don't have a guy, right? We don't think who'd they play last year? Ritter, someone else.
Heineke, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Heineke, yeah.
Yeah, Heineke. Hey, we don't think those guys are the guy, so we're going to go out and we're going to pay big money to Kirk Cousins because we think he is the guy. All of a sudden, you pay big money to Kirk Cousins, and you go out and you draft Michael Penix in the top 10. Again, you're doing everything you can to find the guy. Now, again, not many teams have double dipped and said, hey, we're going to do everything we can to find the guy at quarterback, so much so that we're going to double invest at 2 guys at the position. That's rare. Like there's teams that'll go the other route, and those are few and far between, right? Like the Buccaneers giving Baker Mayfield a 1-year prove-it deal to be a quarterback. How many times do we see that in the NFL these days? 1-year prove-it deals to quarterbacks? No, you're going to say, hey, we're all in on this guy. We're going to pour everything we have into this guy, and we're going to see if we can get it done with him. So at the end of the day, it's a real simple situation. Either you have a guy or you're looking for a guy. And once you're looking for a guy, you got to do everything you can to bring someone in.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things why I'm not, I mean, again, I don't like the value of Nix at 12 coming into the draft, but I understand circumstances change, especially when you get Michael Penix going 8 overall. And that just really makes a significant change for it. And you got to swing. You got to keep swinging until you have a quarterback. Jeremy coming in says, I love Lance. He's a good egg. He's also a really good punching bag. Back to the Falcons and Michael Penix, just because I'm curious for your thoughts on this. What are your thoughts on the fact that they didn't even let Kirk Cousins know until 5 minutes before the pick was announced, and then immediately after, in defense of it, leaking up that they are concerned about, the injury to Kirk Cousins?
I mean, it feels like bad ball. Like it just feels like going about things the wrong way. Like, yeah, 10 minutes ago before you drafted Michael Penix, you're all in on Kirk Cousins, right? And at the end of the day, correct me if I'm wrong, but did they trade up for Penix or did they sit there?
They sat
there.
Like, and that's what's wild to me is I don't think anyone behind you is beating down the door to draft Michael Penix. Like, I don't know if it crossed their mind to try and slide down, but to sit at 9, I don't know. It's bad ball to me. It's bad ball because you just paid a guy a lot of money to come in, be the guy. Everything around the whole conversation around him, Kirk Cousins going to Atlanta has been, oh yeah, we found our guy. Is all the joking about Kyle Pitts about who is going to get to wear number 8. Like it's all the communication coming out of a franchise when they feel like they've found a guy that they're all in on. And then what do you do that makes you feel like you're not all in on a guy? You go out and draft a first-round quarterback. I mean, what was the last time we saw a franchise with a really entrenched dude at quarterback that they feel great about go out and draft a first-round quarterback? Probably Rodgers and Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Right? And again, you look back on that, if memory serves, I don't think the Packers handled that one with a lot of delicacy and grace. I think that was another one where they didn't tell Rodgers they were drafting Love or something like that. So, yeah, like it's And that was with Rodgers being established, being entrenched, being the guy in Green Bay. Kirk Cousins hasn't taken a snap there, but you're going to pay him, what, I don't even know how many figures that is. 6, 7, a lot of
million,
figures.
right?
And with the Rodgers and Love thing, I'll just real quick is at least with Love, he was young and needed a lot of time and development. Penix is a 24-year-old guy, and going back to the injury thing of leaking that with Kirk Cousins, 4 serious surgeries on Michael Penix, the knees and the throwing shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
So like I am with you 110%. Just bad ball from them with how they handled it. And I mean, you can have some defense for Rodgers. I do agree that they handled that wrong, just because of the situation with Jordan Love, just so different here that it is a completely mind-boggling move. And you should have heard. Since I believe you've met Scott, right?
Yeah.
You should have heard. You should go back and find his YouTube channel and watch his reaction to it, because he came on here and joined us for it, and it was he's pretty heated about it. He's a Falcons guy, so
it was electric, very, very, very animated. Quite honestly, hilarious. But yes, it was very fun to watch.
Yeah, just it. Like I said, it doesn't make sense. It's bad ball. It's bad ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, going back on this, since you were talking about it on doubling up on it on quarterbacks and everything, we did get a team this year to do that. They took the Patriots. They selected Drake May there at 3rd overall, which I believe I had you watch some Drake May for the
Correct.
show. And then they just drafted Joe Milton not that long ago. And I can't remember if Joe Milton was on the list either or not. So, yeah, I mean, they were willing to take it. Kind of, that similarly to, Robert Griffin and Kirk Cousins, taking that early quarterback and then taking a guy that needs a lot of development. And Joe Milton, I mean, just talking about a guy who has to be built up completely. And I think that if you're going to double dip in quarterback in the same year, that is an acceptable way to do it. Because, I mean, again, not an established quarterback with the first pick, a developmental guy for the second, and it's not a situation where you just handed 4 years, $180 million contract with $100 million guaranteed to a guy to be the guy. And part of the reason why that guy wanted out from his previous team was because the previous team wasn't making him feel wanted. Like, just every step of this with the Falcons trying to defend their decision, the video of the general manager and Arthur Blank kind of getting a little heated in the war room, like every single thing that has been coming out about it just makes it worse.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation, and for it being a new era, it's just not what you want to see. Like, it's just a bad look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and guys, we are nearing the end of the 6th round, so we're in the last legs of it, and here pretty soon we'll have the Broncos on the clock. Let's see here. Odds. I'll set the odds at 0.7% on if Luke actually knows the player or not.
Oh, they're doing stump the truck on NFL Network. This is what this feels like.
Well, let's go back and run through and try to refresh this draft board. There's been a lot of picks coming off the board in the last about 10 or 15 minutes since we've gotten Luke on with us. Let's see here. I'll just run back through the last handful or so. Tylen Grable picked 204 to the tackle from UCF to the Buffalo Bills. Jawar Jordan, the halfback from Louisville to the Houston Texans. Nathaniel Watson, linebacker, Mississippi State to the Browns. Mike Jarrell, tackle from Findlay. That's a name that I don't even recognize, to the Seattle Seahawks. Dylan Labe, the halfback from New Hampshire. This is a quality receiving threat. Unfortunately, lands with the Las Vegas Raiders. This is a big deal for them, for that offense.
That's a fun player, by the way.
It's a really fun player. Man, he was really fun to watch. Joshua Carty, the kicker from Stanford to the Rams. You got Christian Mahogany, guard, Boston College to the Detroit Lions. Kamal Hayden, a guy that I know Eric really liked a lot, cornerback out of Tennessee to the Kansas City Chiefs. Another kicker, Cam Little to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jordan Whittington, wide receiver, Texas to the Rams. Cedric Johnson, edge Mississippi, to the Cincinnati Bengals. Jarrett Kingston, the guard from USC, to the San Francisco 49ers. Ryan Flournoy, wide receiver, Southeast Missouri State, to the Dallas Cowboys. Bo Limmer, a guy that I liked for the Broncos, the center out of Arkansas, to the Rams. Devin Leary, a quarterback from the University of Kentucky, to the Baltimore Ravens. I believe it's Buffalo on the clock right now, at least is what I have right now, at
Daquan
219.
Hardy.
Oh, they took Daquan Hardy. Okay.
Daquan Hardy. Devin Leary was the guy who, from what I understand, was one of the most, he was the guy who at the combine had no meetings and interviews, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But at the Senior Bowl, he was one of the guys that was one of the most impressive guys in interviews at the Senior Bowl, which just made the whole combines aspect of it quite funny to me.
That's interesting, and he's like completely the opposite of anything that the Baltimore Ravens want to do. Like, he's not the athlete type. He's not a guy that's going to run. Like, I'm curious as to why they would go in that direction with him, honestly. Like, all the way opposite of Lamar Jackson. Interesting.
Well, I mean, there's not many Lamar Jacksons that.
Well, still, though, I mean, if you're looking for a backup quarterback, that was a big reason why I think that pairing Justin Fields with Russell Wilson up in Pittsburgh, like, that's a good idea. If nothing else, if Russell Wilson does get hurt, you've got a guy that is a creator, good with his legs, throws the deep ball pretty well, and Justin Fields that can step in and still run at least a similar style of an offense. If Devin Leary's, I don't think he's going to be the backup quarterback option there for the Baltimore Ravens, but if he is forced to play, you're completely changing your offense to get Devin Leary even on the field. Yeah,
I mean, he's got to beat out Josh Johnson, who's their current backup quarterback, and Malik Cunningham, who is more of that style. Like, it's a 6th-round flyer, 6th-round flyer on the quarterback. You know, as I've said multiple times, draft a quarterback every year. Doesn't have to be round 1, round 2. At the very least, take a 6th, 7th-round flyer, see what you can do, and try to cash in on a late-round lottery ticket.
Yeah,
that seems to be what all Ravens are doing here.
I want to go back to Dylan Labe because, Coach, you said that's a very interesting player. Give us your breakdown on him.
I mean, I haven't watched a ton of him. I've just watched enough of him to see basically everything out of college football this year has been, hey, New Hampshire has this stud running back. They find a ton of ways to get him the ball. And that's a great example of an offense knowing, hey, who is our playmaker? Who do we have to get the ball to? And how can we find ways to get him the ball? I mean, he had, how many touches and yards and everything like that. Just a dynamic playmaker, someone that I think a lot of offenses are going to be watching this offseason to try and figure out, hey, we think we've got a dynamic running back at school X, right? What did New Hampshire do to get this guy the ball? What can we do to get our guy the ball? I think he's just going to be a really fun study for a lot of colleges, really college offenses this offseason, and say, hey, what can we do? Who can we kind of put in a similar spot?
Yeah. He had a 294-yard receiving game out of the backfield. Just ridiculously explosive receiver, man. It's awesome. He was fun to watch. Yeah,
we've kind of kept Dylan in the background here a little bit. Dylan, is there anything that you want to add or ask Luke while he's here? Let you have a bit of a voice.
Oh, I'm just sitting here trying to absorb it, especially day 3 of the. Like, I'm no draft expert or nothing, and I just like hearing you guys go back and forth. I'm trying to absorb as much as I can, especially round 7. That's where I don't know very many names outside of maybe a handful.
Yeah, it's there's been, over the last few picks, there's definitely been some guys here that are like, I heard of them, they were on my list, didn't have enough tape there or access to film for them. There was a couple guys who were like, I'm not sure who that is. So yeah, even I can get stumped, and I'm a know-it-all. And then GGG coming in, $1.99 says, I hope they finally take a tackle for the love of football. Yeah, I mean, while we're at it, let's just take a quick look at it. Everybody wants a tackle. 2017, last time a tackle was drafted. I know, there's always, typically we get pushback on that because of Dalton Reisner, who was never drafted to be a tackle. Glad we haven't had that today. But I mean, at this point, Josiah Ezram, he's one of them. Aneem Dankwa, he's another one. They're both from a little bit smaller school. One of them's Howard, and I can't remember the other one off the top of my head. But if they want a guy who with the leadership and experience, Doug Nesser out of West Virginia. So there are some options, but the pool is really thin.
The one that really sticks out to me is Ethan Driscoll from Marshall. You want to talk about kind of like Frank Crum, a big, burly, powerful, athletic type of player for his size. 6'8", 355, I think is what he measured in at. Moves really well. The big thing is, again, when you're that tall, you're at a natural disadvantage for leverage players, and he does allow a lot of players to get underneath his pad level. But being as big as he is and as powerful as he is, it doesn't necessarily affect him in a negative way like that. If you can figure out a way to get him to, again, bend his knees, get that pad level down a little bit, and then really work with that power, he has enough movement ability as a drive blocker to get to the second level and go just obliterate cornerbacks and safeties, which was really fun to watch in his time at Marshall. But the other one that I really liked was Trent Jones out of Michigan. He was a backup player for them. He only started, I think, 6 or 7 games for them. But inside-outside versatility, a quality mover. He's just very raw, though. So if you're looking for a quality, he's got the nice tools, the good footwork, the good foot speed to handle speed off the edge. If you're looking for a developmental guy to take here, even as an undrafted free agent, Trent Jones makes a lot of sense to me for Denver.
Yeah, it's just there's some options here for them, and just want to say, chat, if you guys have any questions for Luke about Bo Nix or Troy Franklin, feel free to get them in. We'll definitely have him answer them while we have him here with the show. We have Connor Klein coming in, Austin Reed, late pass, undrafted free agent. Sure, I'll take a shot there, but I wouldn't use a pick on it. I wouldn't use another pick on a quarterback at this point. I would see what's available in free agency. I mean, Michael Pratt, I could see Michael Pratt being a pick for the Broncos just because of the connection there and that being the type of guy that Sean Payton trusts. But after the trade for Zach Wilson and taking Bo Nix, who he absolutely loves and adores and dreams about and has fantasies of, I don't see it. But if he's there, somehow falls undrafted. Yeah, maybe.
Awesome.
Chuck Hartman coming in. I believe this team loves our current tackle, Alex Palczewski. Yeah, I mean, they were high on him throughout it, but just the question if he can play the left side a little bit. And then Zach Powers coming in. Luke, I put you on the spot last time. Who would you compare Bo Nix to?
Oh, man. You know me, and comparisons are not my thing. Mostly because there was like this 3-year dip between times I've really analyzed the draft, top to bottom, start to finish. And secondly, as a college coach, you don't really get a chance to watch Sunday football so much. Sunday's the big day for us. That's when we're breaking down the last game, starting to look ahead to the next week. To me, you're looking at probably taller guys, bulkier guys with good starting experience, but significant footwork or significant mechanical flaws. I don't even know where to start. Like I said, the probably the best thing I could do is kind of giving you hey, here's more what he kind of does well and what he doesn't do well. I know a ton of people have thrown out Drew Brees as a comparison. I can't get on board with that personally, just because to me, you're talking about Drew Brees. Bo Nix, we're talking about a significant footwork flaw, whereas Drew Brees was the master of his footwork, right? He had to work that so extensively because he knew, hey, I don't necessarily have the arm strength some of these other guys have. So I don't know if I necessarily see that one. So I see people throwing them out in the comments, but I'll defer to those who do comparisons for a living.
What about just to kind of bring attention to it, Jeremy throwing out a Jalen Hurts comparison? What about that one?
That's an interesting one to me. I think one thing about I think Jalen is a very tremendous quarterback just because of his ability to kind of create and extend plays. Well, not even extend plays, create plays for himself with his legs. I don't know if I necessarily see the same from Bo. I think Bo is more of a extend plays to throw the ball, and Jalen is, I think, extend the plays to make plays with his legs. I could see that. I don't dislike that. I don't dislike that in terms of the kind of the stylistic, the offenses they were asked to run in college, kind of asked to do similar things. So I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, and then we had a couple other questions here that I wanted to grab. Let me see. Michael Roche saying, can Bo see over his lineman?
He's what, 6'2"?
Something like that,
6'3"? Depends on the lineman, I guess.
Now this is a question for me. Did anybody with the name Bo, are we sure his teammate showed up to his birthday party?
You know what's funny is I'm sure everybody like watches that movie every year. I think I watched it the year it came out, and I haven't seen it since.
It is a tradition it has become a tradition for me. I watch it every day, a few hours just before the first round starts. And every year it cracks me up because Sonny Weaver Jr. would definitely get fired for what he does if it was real. But Triple G coming in here. Coach, is Troy going to be the special teams guy now, or will Mims stay there along with learning the wide receiver 3 position?
Special teams, I'm going to take that as, hey, is this guy going to be a special teams contributor or a return specialist? How am I taking that one?
Yeah, probably a return specialist.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, just from what I've seen of Mims, I think he does a good job with that. I think he's shown some flashes there for me, just of being able to get vertical. I think at the end of the day, in today's NFL, you have to have you've got to have multiple wide receivers. You probably have to be at least 3 to 4 deep to be successful. So I like at that point, I don't know. I'm not gonna say who's gonna be doing what. I think it's kind of a more the merrier situation. Yeah,
and then especially are you familiar at all with the new kickoff return rules?
Yeah, I've seen that. It's interesting, isn't it? It's a new era. I personally hate it because it's putting good special teams coordinators out of business, man. It's you're cutting out a third of their playbooks. You really are. It's a shame.
Go ahead.
I actually disagree with you a little bit on that one, Coach. And here's, I think, more creative minds, especially if they want to collaborate with offensive coordinators, they can really come up with some really cool play designs here. Because the way that it was kind of presented to me by Eric Galco, who runs the Shrine game, he was saying that you can now create like inside and outside zone running schemes with it because everyone's lined up super close. So you take away the high impact collisions, but you're now creating different kind of blocking schemes. So I understand what you're saying. Like it takes away a third of their playbook. Sure. That's fine. But I think that you can get super creative, especially if you got a guy with good vision and good explosiveness as the return man. You can really open up some creativity play designs as a special teams coordinator, which definitely opens up more room for younger guys to come in and create an impact on the league.
You don't even know the wormhole you're opening up here talking to a special teams coordinator, because I have some thoughts on this, so I'm fired up.
Okay, go ahead.
To me, so much of the beauty of kickoff and kickoff return as a play is understanding leverage and having to coach angles, having to coach blocking in space, and having to coach how you engage. Because at the end of the day, a kickoff player has to read off of your KOR player which way he's dropping, where he's allowed to avoid and where he's not allowed to avoid, right? Because you don't want guys avoiding, you would call it a front side of a block, because you're just running yourself into block or getting blocked, right? Because you're just running yourself into where the guy's hands are, and he's going to be able to block you there. Where you really want is guys typically avoiding butt side, right? Because again, you're kind of going to try and attack that guy, threaten him front side, and then get back across his face. To me, there's something very, I don't know, it's a lot of fun for me to be able to build a kickoff drill, I guess, drill syllabus, I guess, for lack of a better term, like an install overview throughout of a camp, a spring, whatever the case may be, where so much of those fundamental skills that you talk about on kickoff, on KOR, because think about it, flip it from the other perspective. If you're KOR, you know which way the return's going to declare, you know which way the ball is going to be. Now you have to do everything you can to get the guy to go away from that, right? And if he somehow beats you across return side, now you've got to wash him out. Now you've got to run your feet and get him out of the picture. So to me, it's not even so much playbooks. It's a third of your drills just went by the wayside, where everything that you talk about with kickoff, avoiding butt side, KOR, we call it the high screen block, right? Everything that you do with that just completely disappeared, because now this is true offense, defense. I'm blocking a guy in a close quarters, and I'm trying to destruct a guy in close quarters. I agree with the opinion that, yes, this can lead to more creativity. Here's why I don't think it will. Because at the end of the day, in the NFL, special teams, you get 46 guys on game day, and realistically, your probably best special teams players are probably going to be in the mix of like 35 to 40 of your best players on the depth chart. And realistically, if you're player number 46, and you're up on game day and you know you're the 46th best player on the team, you're going to have to play special teams. And guess what? If there is a slightly better 46 guy that hits the waiver wire, you're gone. Like, that's just how it goes in the NFL. So to me, yes, it can lead to more creativity, but I think you're going to lose that creativity because NFL special teams coordinators, fundamentally at their core, they understand, hey, I can't do anything wild on special teams because I'm going to have to reteach a whole playbook every week to someone we just brought in off the waiver wire. So to me, you're not going to get as much creativity. They're just going to say, hey, we're going to coach blocking. We're going to coach block destruction. We're going to go return left, return right, and we're going to go return middle. And they're just going to coach the basic elements, the basic fundamentals of the play. I would love to say that I think there's going to be a lot more creativity. I don't know if I think you're going to see reverses, traps, things like that more than once every few weeks because of how much, from a football coaching perspective, we use the term expensive. How expensive is it to put all that in, right? How much brain power, how much practice time, how much drill work is it going to take for us to get that done? So to me, you're cutting out a third of the playbook in terms of some really fundamental indie, avoiding butt side, high screening on kickoff return, working double teams on kickoff return. You're kind of fundamentally changing the play for safety, which I understand. I'm all for player safety. From a football nerd perspective, as a special teams coordinator, I feel sad because I think you're taking away a lot of what makes that play incredibly special. And to me, the biggest thing at the end of the day, you look at NFL special teams, the biggest example I'll give you, every college team, most college teams in America run shield punt. Why? Because it's easy to install, because you can get three dudes and you're always going to figure that the guys coming off the edge from the backside are not fast enough to get to the launch point, and your long snapper is not good enough to block. Everybody in the league runs that same generic pro style punt. Why? Because it's easy, because every team runs it, because they know if they pull that 46 guy over from another team, hey, guess what? They probably had different lingo of how they call punt, but they did the same exact thing. Right. So you can plug that 46 guy in a lot more easily. So again, I know this was a diatribe that probably everybody's, taking a mental commercial break right now, but hey, that's my soapbox special teams coordinator moment here.
Nah, dude, that was fantastic. Let me give the round of applause because you deserve it. That was very well done, Coach.
Real quick, we got to get Joe. $10 donation says, hey, guys, busy morning and missed rounds 4 and 5, but have seen who we grabbed. How are we feeling about day 2? I really like what Denver's done, including the trade for John Franklin Myers. I've been a fan of every pick that they've had so far. Felt they got good value. And Carl, I'll pass this off to you. Hopefully your mic, whatever it is, because you were fine before you left and you come back and now it's all weird. Hopefully it is it's not thumbs up.
You got like a fan going or something.
It's a lot of noise.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. We'll still sit there and we can sit there and still try to figure that out. And we were talking trying to figure it out behind the scenes too. But Lance, what are your thoughts about it?
I'm super ecstatic, quite honestly. And the more that I sit and think about this draft, outside of the Jonah Ellis pick, I'm even fine with Bo Nix at number 12 now. You go out and you get a value player, a guy that everyone thought was going to be a top 50 pick. There were people thinking that he could have been a first round pick in Troy Franklin. You trade up to get him. Aside from the trade up, I'm fine with it. Troy Franklin at 102 adds the explosiveness to this offense. Great pick there. I loved Chris Abrams-Drain. I liked him a lot more than his teammate Ennis Rakestraw Jr., who went yesterday. Versatile player, a very good tackler, sound run defender, can play in multiple different schemes defensively. That was a great pick there. Then you go get physical in the running game, getting Audric Estime to come out and, again, run through your face. At the beginning of the game, you want a guy that's going to go and set the tone. That's a tone setter there. And then, of course, the big pickup of Jonathan Franklin Myers with the 2026 sixth-round pick. This is an A-plus day to me. I really do enjoy what the Broncos have going on. It's building up for the future. You're surrounding your number one franchise quarterback with a lot of talent, and you're just getting better. And I think that the Broncos desperately needed a day like this to really round out this class and make me a lot more comfortable with the vision moving forward.
Yeah, Luke, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I mean, I know you don't know a whole lot about him, but what do you think of what the Broncos have done? Even though I know you don't get to watch the Broncos a whole lot anymore.
Shoot, if you're saying it's an A+, I'll say it's an A+. It's the easiest grade I've ever had to give out. I'm good with that.
Well, I mean, I think we're going to have to let you go. We appreciate you joining us and helping fill this time. But as the Broncos approach the clock, as the Broncos pick approaches, we're going to got to switch over and focus in on that. And it's going to be a lot more of the hot and heavy draft stuff. If you want to hang out in the green room, you can, and we can pull you in if you have any comments you want to make or anything like that, and still get your takes. But for now, we're going to have to say thank you and bid farewell. And I know I absolutely enjoy always being able to talk to you. And I know last time we talked about trying to get you on sometime over the summer when things slow down for you again, and still would love to at some point. And also to get Lance off my back for scheduling the last one when he was gone.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on a little bit impromptu here, guys. It's always great to be able to jump on and kind of share some airtime with you guys. And again, appreciate you putting up with I don't even know what that was, like a 2-minute rant on special teams. So, hey, I'm passionate about it. Obviously, I get to coach football for a living, man. It's a special sport that we're all lucky to be fans of. And hey, there's no better weekend to be able to go out there and celebrate some football than by watching the NFL draft. So, like I said, appreciate you guys giving me the airtime, giving me the time of day, and always grateful to show up. And, as they used to say back in the day on radio, I'll hang up and listen.
All right, man. Well, thank you again for joining us. And I can't speak for everyone, but I actually really enjoyed the special team stuff, man. It's always nice to learn more, and special teams is the one thing where I will openly admit I don't know a lot. So thank you for teaching me some stuff. And every time, I said this last time too, you always manage to teach me something a little bit more every time we have you on. So thank you again.
Awesome. It was awesome.
Special teams never gets the glory, man. Like you're not calling me back saying, "Hey, can we do an hour-long episode on punt?" I mean, nobody ever does that. I mean, everyone says they love football. How much do you actually love football if you don't want to talk about shield versus pro punt? I'm just saying.
Thank you,
Thanks,
man.
Luke.
And sounds good. Thanks, fellas.
We'll catch you later. So we're gonna move Luke out, and if Dylan's ready, we can bring Dylan back in. Carl, you want to check your mic, see how it is doing?
That's
so
better.
far so good.
So far good. Okay.
All right, it sounds a lot better than it was. Yeah,
I did the old IT trick of taking it out, plugging it back in. Everything, right? Easiest job.
Time.
So as we approach, we got a few picks coming off here. I know that we're pretty far behind on my the tracker that I'm watching, but we have the Raiders. Let's see here, just in the 7th round, Travis Clayton, an England guy, an international player, being taken by the Bills with the first pick of the 7th round. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, an edge out of Notre Dame, who was a weird one to watch. Mm-hmm. Trey Taylor, the Air Force safety, going to the Raiders. Dijon Anthony, going the safety out of Mississippi, who I really liked. I thought he had an excellent combine, going to the Bengals. And then Brendan Rice to the Chargers.
Yeah, that's a rough one there. they needed receiver help dramatically after moving on from Keenan Allen, moving on from Mike Williams. They needed somebody to come in and be a reliable pass catcher. And I think that was one big thing with Brendan Rice. He was reliable as a route runner. He's got the physicality. He's got the size. There's enough there to work with. I think that he can actually step in and be a starter for this team on day one, to tell you the truth, just because they don't have very many quality options. They missed big time on Quentin Johnson last year. He's just not reliable enough. He drops the football way too often. Rice might actually be the number 2 receiver on that team this year. At least at the first glance. I need to go back and look at their roster again, but I think this is a good pick for the Chargers this late in the draft.
And I will also add that one of your guys, the cornerback out of South Dakota, Miles Harden, going at 227 to the Cleveland Browns.
Damn it. That's a good
So
pick.
quick comment on that. My mother-in-law just got to town yesterday and got to talking about the draft, and she goes, "Carl, I was listening to the radio earlier, and they were talking about there's some South Dakota kids that are going to get drafted." And she had in her head that they were going to go first round, and they I don't know what was going on there. She goes, "Haven't even been drafted yet?" Well, there you go. Now I can tell her South Dakota kid got drafted.
Apparently, I don't know if you guys know this, Trey Taylor is the cousin of Ed Reed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Ed Reed had another. So it was a cousin, and I think he had a nephew in this draft class as well. I don't remember who
I
it
know
was, but
the great nephew of Hank Aaron was in this draft.
give me a second. I'm going to mute myself so I can do some typing. I want to go back to the Chargers really fast. According to their roster, they have Darius Davis, Quentin Johnson, and Joshua Palmer, at least as of right now, as the wide receivers on their roster. Oh, that's right, Simi Fehoko. That's right. But that's what their roster looks like, at least as of right now, according to the team website. So getting again, Brendan Rice. Did they get Ladd?
Yep.
Ladd McConkey.
Oh,
Yep.
that's right. That's right. Okay, so they haven't updated it, but still, I mean, you get Ladd McConkey as that slot receiver with separation ability, and then a reliable target in Brendan Rice. That's a good way to start. A good way to finish this class for them in the 7th round.
It's a young room, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting to see how long it takes all of them to mesh together, especially with how much the Chargers are probably going to focus so much on the run game this year and not be quite as pass happy as maybe they've been the last couple of years. So I like the receivers that they brought in. It's just going to take them time to really mesh as a unit. So I'm hoping the Broncos can catch them early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
Which I know, hey, Broncos got a young quarterback, so maybe that's not the best idea there. But especially having their new coach in place, sometimes the best time to catch them is early when they're still trying to figure out how to work as a team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm probably higher on Joshua Palmer, but I think that he has a chance to still be a really good receiver. But the pressure's on him to step up. He's the veteran of the group. He's got to step up, and he's got to step up as a leader in the room as well. Speaking of receivers real quick, I saw this go around on Twitter last night. I think it was the Athletic wrap-up podcast from last night that mentioned it as well. San Francisco, they went and drafted Ricky Pearsall. They drafted Jacob Cowing. All the talk about Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk being on the thing. They have Ronnie Bell as well, Danny Gray, who they like. I would be calling them not about any of those, but Juwan Jennings. What do you guys think about that?
That's an interesting one. I got to remember kind of who he is. A bigger body receiver, downfield threat, contested catch guy, right?
Blocker.
blocker.
Best blocker that came out that year, and still a really good blocker.
Yep. Yeah, that would be an interesting one. I still like Marcus Rosemy-Jack Saint. That was the guy that I was going to see if Carl was going to talk about when I asked him about wide receivers earlier. But if you're going to go with Sean Payton in the running game, you better go out there and dig somebody out as a blocker. So if Juwan Jennings is that guy, I just don't remember enough about him. But Marcus Rosemy-Jack Saint is the best blocker in this class at the wide receiver position. So either one, I'm fine with that. If that's what you're going to like, big body, contested catch, go out there, be physical as a blocker, then yeah, I'm cool with it.
And we have Rock Chalk coming in with a $10 donation saying, Gabe Paul at 235. Thanks for the great draft coverage and analysis, guys. Really appreciate your time and effort. Well, as I definitely want to come back to this conversation about Juwan Jennings, but we're getting ever so close to the Broncos pick. The Patriots at 231 are on the clock, at least according to the tracker that I have on, and Denver's picking at 235. Michael Juergens going to the center out of Wake Forest, going to Minnesota with that pick. So getting back onto the Broncos here, and remind me, Carl, to come back because I definitely want to hear your take on that as a receiver guy.
Yeah.
What do we think about Gabe Hall here? I mean, I've talked about him a lot. What are your guys' thoughts on Gabe Hall here?
In the 7th round, definitely worth it. High upside guy, athletic. These are the kind of times I love to take chances on those kind of players. You don't expect it to work out, but obviously if it does, that's a huge hit for your team. So I definitely think that would be a decent pick. There's a couple edge players here right now. I'm trying to remember the other one. That's was it Miles Cole of Texas Tech? Obviously not very productive, but when we're talking about height, weight, speed guy, he's up there. Like, maybe you could get the most out of this athletic freak and turn him into something. I'm willing to take a 7th round shot on those kind of guys. And like I said, it's a throwaway pick. Most likely, probably 99% of the time, nothing's going to come from it. But that 1%, all of a sudden everybody's going, man, you are so much smarter than everybody else, picking them here in the 7th. Gabe Hall falls in that same category.
And Dylan, I'll pass this along to you. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Denver wanting a tight end. Dallin Holker was a guy for them. For you, I know at this point you said it that you're not, super familiar with these guys at the point. Are there any tight ends that you are familiar with? Are you familiar with Dallin Holker? Or is there anybody that stands out to you at the tight end position?
Yeah, I saw Dallin Holker at the combine, watched him a little bit. We definitely have the best tight end room in terms of hair if we drafted him. Just looking at some of these other guys, Jaheim Bell from Florida State's an interesting option.
Got drafted.
Well, of course. Never mind. Other than that, like the name that I know, Brevin Span-Jordan, but I wouldn't really be looking his way. I think Dallin Holker would probably be the guy at tight end for me at this point.
Yeah, Brevin Spanford is Michael Okwuegbunam light. Like, not nearly the athlete with him, has that great size, looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane, nothing as a blocker. Just the guy. I know Nick was really high on him coming into the season, but that seemed to fall off. Lance, to you, what position here? I mean, we talked about defensive line, we talked about tight end. What is a position that you're kind of eyeballing here? And if there's do you have anybody at it?
I think offensive line is probably the way that I would go here. Maybe even defensive line if you find somebody you like. Gabe Hall would be an interesting one for me because the tools are there. He has the great size, great burst, great length. Just that technical refinement. And if you're trusting Marcus Dixon and who's the other defensive line coach there in Denver, right? His name is escaping me right now. But if you're trusting this defensive coaching staff to go and take a raw and toolsy player like that, then Gabe Hall would be one that would be fun. But offensive line, if you can find a guy, I know Bo Limmer was just taken just a few picks ago, and now I don't have a big board to look at because the PFF board is going super wonky. Ethan Driscoll still interests me in terms of a developmental tackle. I talked about Trent Jones from Michigan just a little bit ago. That's a guy that I like a lot for a developmental tackle with tools and some high athletic upside. So that's kind of where I would be looking at.
Broncos are on the clock. I'm going to interrupt you here for a second. The Broncos are on the clock. I don't know who it was, but they asked about Levi Drake Rodriguez, the Texas A&M Commerce defensive lineman. He went to the Vikings at 232. I have not seen who the Cowboys and Colts took at 233 and 234 respectively, but the Broncos are on the clock at 235, according to their very own Twitter account.
This is actually funny because Christian Parker's burner comes in and says, we're drafting Derek Tuska. And I remember this specifically at this particular point. It was a couple of years ago. Nick Kendell was talking about players that the Broncos could be looking at. And the last one that he said was Derek Tuska, the edge out of North Dakota State, and was on a big, long diatribe. And then come to find out, as he was talking about him, the Broncos drafted Derek Tuska. That's a good pull, Christian Parker's burner account.
Yep. So just waiting to see Nathan Thomas, Louisiana Lafayette offensive lineman, going to the Cowboys at 233. So I'm rapidly clicking refresh on Twitter to see if I can't get the pick here, since the tracker is.
Yep.
And
So Devon Bailey, wide receiver from Utah.
so they do double up on receiver, right? No. Yeah. Troy Franklin.
You get Troy
Yeah.
Franklin.
Another guy who brings some explosive ability.
Straight line speed guy is the big thing. I don't remember watching a whole lot of him, but definite guy that can go and take the top off of a defense.
He's tall, 6'4", 203 pounds. So Broncos might have the biggest wide receiver room in football at this point. I mean, this will be what, number 3 or 4 wide receiver that's at least 6'4" or taller. So, hey, when we get to the red zone, let's go 5 wide, spread them out, see what we got.
And
Well, let's not act like Greg Dulcich, I think, is 6'4", and Troy Franklin 6'2". So you've got definite height on the boundary to work with. The shortest guy is Marvin Mims, and he's 5'11", I think, maybe 6 foot. So interesting pick. I didn't get to watch a whole lot of him. I just remember seeing him go deep a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 4.47 40-yard dash, which was, as you can see, was in the 62nd percentile. He's got that size, as we talked about, and all that. He's got good hands. He's, he uses physical, has a physical play style to work through routes. He's also a pretty decent blocker on the outside. I mean, we were talking about trading for Juwan Jennings. Well, Juwan Jennings is significantly better and has experience. He's not a guy who's going to win after the catch. Even if he's working vertically, he's going to probably get taken down because he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that sustained long speed. Has issues in and out of breaks, and he's also going to be turns 26 years old here pretty soon as well.
Turns 26, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow!
Wow.
Older prospect for sure. That's kind of crazy. I'm surprised that nobody's taken a flyer on Ayabi Okianoma. That's a dude that I loved throughout this process. We got MBLX Test Prep jumping in here with a $2 super chat. Draft Carl's beer to increase the toughness in Denver.
I would give it up if it meant the Broncos got tougher. That's for sure. I would do that for my team. But yeah, no, I'm hoping. I just ordered the orange spray for my beard so I can make it orange and glittery, since I said if the Broncos draft Bo Nix, I'd color my beards. I don't think it's going to be for the upcoming show on Tuesday, but the next Tuesday, my beard will be all colored. I already asked my daughter if she would do it for me.
Heck yeah.
You need to go back to the monkey tail. The monkey tail was great.
It was legendary. I just had to do something a little different this time.
Eric, where are you at, dude? What do you think?
I am actually in the process of trying to pull up exactly when Bailey's birthday is, so we can actually get, a little bit more of an answer here. This late, taking a flyer on somebody like that, and it is what it is. That's kind of what it is to me. It is what it is. I think there were other receivers I like more, but I know there were a lot of receivers I liked more. But at this point, you just take those shots on guys that your scouts like, and the scouts probably like him here. He's got good measurables. I like his spider chart here. He's got a frame that you can add up a little bit more bulk to it, and and see what he can do. I mean, this is a guy with his build and everything. I'm sure they're kind of looking at him as a somewhat of a Tim Patrick light type player here if they can develop him.
And he turns 27 in December.
Good Lord.
Wow.
That's crazy. Eric, will you do me a favor and send me your big board, please?
No.
On sheets, please, so I have something to look at, because I have no idea what's going on right now. I'm trying to get the simulator I was using to work again, and it's not loading up the rest of the draft, so I have no idea who's available.
If you go to Google Sheets and you go to things that are not owned, there should be a thing for not owned by me, and you should be able to find it there.
There you go. Yeah, so a couple things about this pick, just process-wise, that I have a little bit of trouble with. Like I said, being an older prospect, he's a one-contract guy. Like after his rookie contract, his NFL career is pretty much done. Unless he just becomes something ridiculous and then he gets a maybe 1 to 2 year next contract kind of thing. So I don't like taking players like that where there's just so little upside on that sense of things, of having this long career of this guy becoming something. To me, when we're looking at how do you show a value of a draft pick? Well, it's by, can they get that second contract? Like, to me, if they can get that, that means this is a player that brought something to the team. How much they brought obviously varies. You could have a Von Miller, or you could have a Josie Jewell, like very different variances of what they brought to the team, but both were valuable. So, yeah, so this is part of it. James Campbell said, Bailey served an LDS mission in Samoa, had that extra year of eligibility due to COVID. Date of birth is December 12th, 1997, so will be age 27 as a rookie. So I agree. I think this is a Tim Patrick next year step in for him. Has a very similar skill set, big, strong, wins vertically down the field. Not a ton of the change of direction kind of look, but it's more the process that I have a problem with than the player.
Yeah. Couple things is, I believe that one of their best scouts is, the one who covers, the area that Utah is in, and they have over the years really trusted him and gone with guys that he scouted. And the other thing that I'll slightly push back on about with Bailey here as a 7th round pick and the second contract, at this point, anything you get out of these guys
That's
is
true.
Can make it a decent pick. Even if he goes out there and catches a couple touchdowns over his rookie contract, I think he got some good value in return, because the odds of these guys really making an impact long term in the NFL is so slim. It's like less than 2% of 7th round picks have long 7th round picks have long careers. So anything you can get out of him at this point is I think his value. Second contractor now.
Right?
Yeah.
I was going to say, James, you need to come in here, because saying a very physical block, where did it go? This one. Very physical blocker, though. That, like, this to me screams special teams upside. If you're talking a physical player that has a lot of speed, why not bring a guy in like that? And like Eric said, if you're getting anything out of a player in the 7th round like this, if nothing else, he can come in at 6'7" and offer special teams upside as a gunner. I mean, why the hell not?
Don't y'all talk at once here now. Go over to the talk. We took a look at his spider chart. Let's take a look at his RAS here, and pull that up. I will say this, that I do remember taking notes about him during the combine, and I thought he looked pretty good there. That was when he first caught my attention. I did have him as, I believe, just a regular undrafted free agent, not a priority, and also not a low priority. Part of it was, because the age, even though I like him as a blocker. So let's see. Once the relative athletic score gets up, I will push it on there. But yeah, he's a big guy, high character, loved, we had it in the chat, served an LDS mission in Samoa before going and joining football at Utah. Which, you get an older prospect that's, out of Utah, BYU, Utah State. Odds are there's a mission served for them.
Yeah, I will say the other big thing here is, obviously we're seeing the wide receiver room completely overhauled since Sean Payton got here. Jerry Jeudy out. Tim Patrick, 1-year deal, gone probably after that. Cortland Sutton, how many times has he been linked to trades? And it still wouldn't surprise me if he gets traded even this offseason, for a 2025 pick, and giving the Broncos a little bit more ammo for next year. And so I like it in the sense of more competition at a very important position. And you're bringing in a lot of different kinds of guys. Like I said, this guy's big, strong, can block in the run game, where Troy Franklin, he's not going to be as interested
in blocking in the run game by any means, being a 170-pound stick on the field. And that just wasn't his forte there with Oregon anyway. So like I said, it's bringing in some different people so you can rotate them in compared to what you're trying to do on the field. That's what Sean Payton loves. Like, he loves having the ability to change things, formations, types of plays, and having all these different pieces that he can move around and do things that other teams don't always have. So the Broncos were lacking that moving into this season. Now they've got at least a couple more pieces.
Yeah, and we have his RAS on the score. You know, the 10-yard split wasn't ideal, but, you know, the flying 20, I mean, he has a 4.47. The flying 20 is pretty good. That he's, you know, that kind of long strider, build-up speed kind of guy. Bench, it's whatever. Shuttle and 3-cone. Yeah, he's a straight line, linear guy. And you can see the explosiveness with the broad jump. And the vertical is not bad either. So he definitely, you know, has a lot to work with here. And just, you know, continue, as you were talking about, building up the room and adding more pieces to improve the depth. I think we saw last year that, you know, once injuries started happening, the depth was just, it's whatever. And that did hurt. I mean, there were other issues with the passing offense, but the lack of depth hurt. Now it's, well, we're just going out and we're going to add more talent to it. And we're going to keep this competition going and seeing who wins this battle in training camp. That's what we're going to be rolling with. And it's sending a message to a lot of these guys on the lower part of the depth chart of, like, you better bring it.
David Youngkin jumping in here with a $4.99 super chat, asking, with all these wide receivers on the roster, who will get cut? I mean, we talked about Cortland Sutton being a potential trade option. You've got Marvin Mims. You've got Tim Patrick coming back from all of those injuries. You got Brandon Johnson. Little Jordan Humphrey was brought back. Jalen Virgil, who had that knee injury early in training camp, that was a straight line speed threat kind of a guy. Now you bring in Devon Vele, man. It's going to be an interesting competition. Dylan, I'm going to throw this to you. Of the guys that you know on this roster and the little bit of knowledge you have of Vele, who do you think is the one that's going to get moved on from first?
Oh, first. I'm looking at the depth chart right now. I didn't even know Philip Dorsett was still on this team.
Me neither, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on how they feel about a guy like Brandon Johnson. I know they brought little Jordan Humphrey back. Who I'm trying to see who fits. Besides like the obvious like end of the roster guys like David Sills and Michael Bandy, I would have to go probably Brandon Johnson.
You moved on first. Why is that?
I don't know. I think they're going to be looking to get some of these younger guys on the field, and I know there's a lot of fans are put a lot more stock into certain players, especially if they're on their team. Like Brandon Johnson, I don't know if he's done enough to warrant a roster spot with the Broncos.
Yeah, we have David Wilder coming in with a $5 donation. Thank you guys for all your hard work. Do you think we will pick OL with our final pick? I mean, we talked about George Payton and him at being risk of fired. If they don't take a tackle, he might want to have security escort him home. I mean, Broncos country has been starved for a developmental tackle option in the draft for years. I mean, we've kept trying the undrafted free agent route, and maybe Alex Palczewski, you know, does something, is able to be something about it. But I mean, like, just, man, like 2017, like, but the issue is, on the flip side of it, there's not much left at the tackle position. So it's tough to, you don't ever want to force a pick. You don't want to take a position just to take a position. I'm sure that, you know, we'll get the same spiel we've heard the last couple of years. Oh, there was a tackle we liked, but they didn't fall to where we could get them. I'm sure we'll hear that, as we've heard the last couple of years, and that could be the case here. And it could also, I mean, maybe they go into your offensive line. There's been a value shown for interior offensive linemen since George Payton's come to town.
Carl, what do you think of the receiver room?
Well, I mean, thankfully you got a lot of these younger guys that don't have any guaranteed money, so it's not that big a deal to move on from them. I think you save about $1 million, which, I mean, then you're going to still have to pay this rookie anyway. So I can see little Jordan Humphrey, like he was really great in the run game, but if you just brought in a big, strong guy that can help in the run game, it makes sense. Tim Patrick, his contract makes things a little bit tougher to move on from him, but maybe this is just that insurance. We can't trust him to stay healthy. Like he can't make it past one day in training camp without getting hurt. And last year they saw like that completely changed their entire offensive outlook.
Yep.
He was planning to be a big part of that offense and somebody that Russell Wilson actually really trusted. And they just didn't have any kind of receiver that could have replaced him. So I do like that sense that you've got a guy that has a very similar skill set, not just because they went to the same college, but a guy that could actually step in there, do some of the same plays, be trusted in that way. And he's being older. I mean, older doesn't mean you're more mature, as we know from this group right here. I'm the oldest and I'm the least mature. But still, like, there's going to be something about him because he's went and lived a lot of life. Obviously, going to Samoa, like, man, I would love to hear some stories of what all he experienced there. But still, like, this guy, he's going to be ready to go. He's going to be a grown up in the room day one. He's not going to be your typical rookie. So that's a nice thing on that end of things. As it comes to this final pick, yeah, you hope that they could find an offensive tackle. But as Eric said, who? Like, what's left that you're really going to be excited about at this point? There's still a couple players on the board that I wouldn't mind. We've talked already about Gabe Hall. Blake Watson, Memphis running back, would be an interesting one because he was a great receiving option for Memphis there, caught 90 passes for him during his time. Bo Braid, the safety from Maryland. This is kind of that point where you're trying to increase special teams, and safeties are sometimes your best players to help in that area.
Real quick, Lance.
Yeah.
You had to say it. Can Miami get more speed? Taj Washington out of USC.
Are you serious?
Everything for them is speed. But on this too, let's talk about the receivers and the log jam. Didn't Denver enter training camp last year with like 15 or 16 receivers on the 90-man roster?
Something like that.
If my count is correct, they're at either 12 or 13 now. And I would assume that they're probably going to be adding a couple more as an undrafted free agent. And I remember looking last year, and Sean Payton has consistently entered training camp with, 15, 16 wide receivers and really let them battle out to decide the depth. He has the stars, and then he lets the depth guy.
Yeah, this puts him at 12 wide receivers on the roster.
It's crazy.
And we got a comment from Luke real quick through the Facebook chat saying some of the guys in the chat are saying this, but drafting 2 Utah players says a lot. It means that they really like what's coming out of that program. Same point I made about recruiting and Oregon players. And yes, and actually I had to look it up because I couldn't remember his name, and then I exited off. But they really trust their 2 AFC West or their Western scouts. Let me see here. Let me go through and find their names real quick. Seiwoon Zhou, and then they also really like Dave Bratton. They really like what both those guys, and they over the last few years, they have really taken to their reports and drafted guys that they have pounded the table for, which I'm sure is the case here. So yes, they like what's coming out of those programs, and they're really putting a lot of trust in their scouts for that area and the scout for that area. The 2 scouts for that area.
Yeah, let's give a big shout out to Kyle Whittingham and the organization, the program that he's built at the University of Utah. That team has always been good since he's been there. And I think he was hired back in like 2004 or 2005. He was the coach that they hired after Urban Meyer left to go to Florida. And ever since then, that team has been defensively sound. They are an NFL pipeline. They constantly churn out high quality players at the University of Utah. So I don't want to say like Alabama or Florida, LSU, anything like that. But if you're looking for a western side of the United States for an NFL factory, it has been Utah over the last 15 years or so.
Yeah, I sent you a message in the private chat real quick. But David Wilder coming in. Is Miami the new Raiders? Speed, speed, speed. Yeah, Al Davis, I'll get a lot of flack for this, but rest in peace to him. I mean, even though he was the owner of the hated Raiders, he did a lot for football to be what it is today. Miami, they at least know how to use that speed effectively. Al Davis, I think if he was the owner now with like still alive and still the owner, I think that he would have the Raiders on the right track with the speed. I think the time that he was going over the speed was just a little bit early, personally. But yeah, I can't hate the Raiders, but we wouldn't have the NFL as it is without him. And James Williams, the other safety linebacker hybrid out of Miami, going to Tennessee here with 242. As we're approaching, the about 15 or less than 15 picks until the Broncos pick again. I said I don't think Denver doubles down, but Michael Pratt's still on the board. There's a lot of connections there from, with the quarterback from Tulane. Sean Payton knows him. The offensive line coach there at Tulane was the offensive line coach under Sean Payton. A lot of connections there. Maybe they do, I didn't think they'd double down at wide receiver. Maybe they'll do double down at quarterback.
I like Michael Pratt, but I think that a better fit, especially considering what the Broncos do, I like Sam Hartman a little bit more than I like Michael Pratt. Pratt brings a little bit more athleticism, but Hartman brings more creativity.
Pratt, we have Colorado coming here in the thing. My tracker is not updated, and I hadn't been over to Twitter yet, but Michael Pratt did go to the Packers at 245. So I'm still showing 244 on the clock on the tracker, but it is definitely behind. It always happens this time of year. So apologies for that. Just hadn't seen it yet.
Yeah, I'm on the NFL.com draft tracker right now. It says still on 244, Justin Rogers to the Dallas Cowboys, and watching the draft at the same time, they're still on Juwan Briggs to the Cleveland Browns at 243. So a little laggy here right now. Apologies for that.
Happens every year this late in the draft.
Yeah,
every year.
Going back to players that the Broncos could potentially be looking at, if you're looking for an offensive tackle with upside, Garrett Greenfield from South Dakota State is one that I really like. Athletic guy, kind of ducks his head into contact, so he'll whiff some blocks every now and again. But if you can teach him some better technique and utilize those hands, because he has really active hands and they're powerful, he would be a fun one if you're looking for a developmental tackle as well.
I'm not a big fan of him for what Sean Payton runs on offense.
That's fair.
Eric, I wanted to ask you a question here about a guy that at one point before the season started, and this happens every year, where you have these guys that have high potential. Everybody's looking at them going, hey, if they take that next step, they're going to be, moving up into the top half of first round. Kalen King of Penn State, cornerback. There was talk heading into the season of, hey, this is a guy to keep an eye on. What happened this last year for him to fall to this point now where he's not even drafted?
As you started talking, I was about to type as you said, guy coming into the year. Before he said his name, I was about to go to private channel. Like, it's going to be Kalen King, isn't it? Kalen King was a guy that nobody knows where to play him. And that is not something that you want for a player in the secondary, because it's not a thing of, you can move him to linebacker. He doesn't have any of the traits that you want to move him back at safety. He doesn't have the ideal traits to play corner either. He doesn't have the fluidity or smoothness to drop inside and play in the nickel as well. They're not sure what scheme is the best fit for him. There is just a lot of concerns about what is he at the NFL level. I am surprised that he hasn't been drafted yet. I am not shocked that he didn't go in the top 100, top 150 even, that a lot of people were expecting.
I think a big thing with him is just the stiffness in his hips. His lack of change of direction ability really hampers his ability to play at the outside on the boundary at cornerback. And then he doesn't bring physicality as a tackler, at least not from what I saw. So you don't want to put him inside to the slot where things kind of narrow down and he doesn't have to really focus on that change of direction ability. And he doesn't have the range or athleticism or speed to play single high or even in a two high shell as a safety. he's just so limited athletically, and that's a big flaw on his tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, every year there's always that one player, two players everybody's talking about before the year, has them possibly in some of their early, you're going to have 2025 mock drafts coming out tomorrow. And I always like looking back at those and just seeing how far some of those guys fall, that everybody's like, oh yeah, look at this guy, he's going to be that next name for everybody to keep an eye on. And then they just bomb that next year. So Caleb King's one of those for me.
And there's a couple, I can give you a couple others too. Leonard Taylor. I mean, we've talked about him a lot, the defensive lineman out of Miami. A lot of people thought he would be competing for the top defensive line spot this year. Curtis Jacobs, the linebacker out of Penn State. A lot of people were betting on his athleticism and development, not necessarily round one, but people thought he would be a day 2 pick. He's still available as far as I'm aware. ZTF, the Washington edge, who a few years ago lit up college football, and people were like, this is a for sure first round pick, going to be a top 5 pick in a few years, and he's still available. So even if, I mean, it's not just from the year prior, but just always see these players drop. And we also, on the flip side, we see players rise up as well. A year ago, nobody was talking about Terrion Arnold as a first round pick. Jaden Daniels was undraftable a year ago. And that is one of the things I absolutely love about the draft every year is we can have our guys for next year, and in next February we could have a completely different opinion on them because things just didn't go the way that we thought they would for them when it comes to developing and growing as a player.
I always think of with Jaden Daniels, like there's video of his Arizona State teammates clapping when they found out he was leaving the program. And then he becomes the Heisman winner going to LSU. And I'm going, man, those guys look like idiots. But I mean, still, like his time in Arizona State was not great. Now, why that happened, obviously those questions have to come up, and made me leery about drafting him if he was going to be one of the guys for the Broncos. But still, like you said, some players, they just go to the right situation. Bo Nix is another one. Like Auburn, things were really falling off a cliff where we were talking about that guy being undraftable.
He was being compared to Tim Tebow after his time when he at Auburn.
Yeah. And so all of a sudden now he's moved up to where he did. Michael Penix Jr., another one that really changed his outlook after being in Indiana and not looking great. Gabe Hall just went to – oh, sorry. No, never mind. I just saw his name pop up in the chat, and it was just somebody making a comment about him. But yeah, you're right. That is the cool thing about the draft is seeing these guys. You just never know when things are going to click or if they ever will click. There was who was the edge for Clemson this year that's in the draft?
Xavier Thomas.
Yeah, Xavier Thomas. Like when he got to Clemson, I remember everybody talking like this is that next great pass rusher. And then he was just the same player as freshman, sophomore, junior. Like he just never grew as a player. He just seemed to stay exactly the same year in, year out. And so it just you never quite know how it's all going to play out.
One player that's still available that I really, really like, and if he was taken, then do forgive me on this, Gabriel Murphy, the edge defender out of UCLA. Like, want to talk about a player with elite hand placement and elite hand technique. He's small for sure, lacks length, and it's an issue. Not the best run defender, but is explosive, and he's disruptive. They lined him up as a standing 3 technique several different times. They lined him up as a nose tackle, standing up just to try to create mismatches along the interior of the offensive line. He's going to be an edge defender as a stand-up speed rusher at the NFL level. But that guy, that UCLA pass rush, that just every single guy, whether it was Latu, Gabriel Murphy, they had a nose tackle as well that was really, really good at utilizing hand fighting techniques to free themselves up and be disrupted in the passing game. I don't remember their coach's name, the defensive line coach. He was, I think he's the USC defensive coordinator now. Those guys are coming out. They're pumping these kids out with elite hand technique. And Gabriel Murphy is a player that I'm surprised he's still available right now, just with as productive as he was as a pass rusher for UCLA this last year.
He is still with UCLA as their defensive coordinator.
Oh, he is. Okay, so I thought that he went to USC. That's my apologies on that. But no,
And
Gabriel Murphy
Chiefs-
was tremendous.
And Chiefs just selected CJ Hansen.
Yeah. They I looked it up. We mentioned it earlier after they took the North Carolina State Center. They had 5 interior offensive linemen under contract apparently, like coming into the draft. So CJ Hansen, developmental guy, good for them. I mean, Joe Thuney, he's probably on his way out here soon. Trey Smith, whenever you have heart condition that's a concern, always got to prepare for that just in case. Fortunately, there haven't been any issues. I mean, I like them. I mean, they needed to build up the interior offensive line depth, and they're doing it.
So, who's your favorite class so far, guys? We're now winding this thing down. It puts everybody on the spot, and I know that I apologize for that, but a couple that stand out to me: Washington with what they did early was tremendous. The Pittsburgh Steelers rebuilding that offensive line and getting good value in doing so, there's a couple of classes out there that are really singing to me in terms of the best classes so far.
I mean, for me, it's tough because I can't remember who all went where day 3.
Right.
And even though we've already talked about it with day 1 and day 2, and even though day 3 isn't as, I don't want to say it's not as important as, that's where you really build the depth of the roster and build up special teams and all that. It is without knowing them, it is hard. Without repeating a lot of things. I like what they did day 2. I like what they did day 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go the Chargers. I hate saying that, but Joe Alt, I mean, we've said it this entire process. He is the Jim Harbaugh type player. Just the, meat and potatoes, going to go out there, give you everything you need on the offensive line. I know a lot of people had connections to the wide receiver, but they decided to take that risk and think that there's going to be some good receivers later in the draft that we can like. And it paid off. I mean, obviously getting Ladd McConkey there in the second, that was a great move for them. Junior Colson for their linebacker position was another good one. Cam Hart at cornerback in the 5th round. I think that's pretty good value. Brendan Rice here now at the end, giving you a little bit different kind of wide receiver. I just think I really like how they've rebuilt this team and fit exactly what Jim Harbaugh's looking for. I hate to say that, and I know some people in the chat are going to be upset about that, which I get. I'm upset about it. I don't want to say good things about the Chargers, but I do like that draft.
Dylan, any thoughts, buddy?
It wouldn't be like a perfect draft for me necessarily, but I kind of like what the 49ers did, getting Ricky Pearsall early. I don't know if I would have taken him in the 1st round, but I do really like him as a player. Renardo Green as well as this sticky corner. I really like Malik Mustafa. I was kind of hoping he would fall to us. And then just getting some speed in Isaac Garanado, is that how you say it? And then even more explosiveness with Cowing.
Yeah, adding speed on speed. Adding speed on speed on speed. It's not the same thing as Miami right now, but they have Brandon Ayuk with the explosive play potential. You've got Deebo Samuel with the versatility. Adding Isaac Garendo to Christian McCaffrey. I loved that pick. That was one of my favorites today. Adding Cowing, adding Ricky Pearsall, dynamic receiving ability. Pearsall with his ridiculous catch radius. That guy has some of the best hands in this class this year. That's another good one. I forgot they got Malik Mustafa, and that's a good pick to fit on the back end of that secondary too.
And I like kind of what you said there, Lance, about with the 49ers adding speed and along with Miami, they are in a very different way. Miami is basically kind of like pure speed, whereas San Francisco, quickness. Not necessarily that pure speed, but the quickness and the agility. And I mean, that's what their offense is built on. I mean, Deebo Samuel, not that they don't have speed, not trying to say that, but right. Deebo Samuel, absolutely such outstanding agility. Ayuk, he has speed and agility. Christian McCaffrey, speed and agility. Corendo, speed and agility. Like, they're adding agile, quick guys, and that's kind of where their focus has been. And whereas Miami is like, we just want to be fast. We're going to outrun you. And it's worked out well for both of them. Like it's just one of those ways where you there's not one way to build a team, and I think that's one thing that tends to get forgotten throughout this. It's not one way to build a team.
Yeah, I think that you bring up a really good point. The lateral agility of the players in San Francisco. And another thing that they all bring, every single player that they've brought in so far, is versatility. I mean, Jacob Cowing, he's got punt return versatility. He can take the ball as some gadget plays. Like he's got the deep threat speed. And again, the change of direction ability. Pearsall is going to be able to take something to the house if you need him to, but he's got that quickness and elusiveness, his ability to separate. And again, that catch radius, the reliability in his hands. But then you add in, Ayuk on jet flies. You can work him out of the backfield. Same with Deebo Samuel. You can line Christian McCaffrey up in the backfield, line him up out in the slot. I remember when he was being drafted, there were teams saying that he was the best slot receiver in the class that year, as well as one of the best running backs, And then you get Garendo. You can line him up out and flex him out wide if you need him to. He can block. He can run between the tackles. He can get outside with speed and explosiveness. I think the versatility and just the different combinations that Kyle Shanahan has with all of these offensive playmakers is really going to take that offense to another level, which it already was one of the best offenses in the NFL. Like I really like Dylan. This is a good shout to you, man. Like I really do like the way that Kyle Shanahan is building that roster.
Yeah, a lot of complimenting pieces there.
No, absolutely. So, anything else that's going on right now? We've got a safety from Purdue going to the Baltimore Ravens. Sanusi Kane from Purdue. This is a name that I don't recognize. Eric, anything on Sanusi Kane? Is this another one that might have stumped you?
No. Actually, he's one of those guys. I wasn't super high on him. I think he was like one of my lowest graded safeties. He has some secondary, versatility in the secondary. I will say though, he got drafted to the Ravens, and the person who put me on to him works for the Ravens. So interesting. Actually, no, not in this case.
Oh, really? Okay, gotcha. Let's see. We got Tatum Bethune, the linebacker from Florida State, going to the San Francisco 49ers at pick 251. The Broncos are 5 picks away right now. Let's just kind of re-update the board. I'm going to go in reverse order here. We got Ladarius Henderson, the guard from Michigan, to the Houston Texans. CJ Hansen, the guard from Holy Cross, to the Chiefs. Marcus Harris, a run-stopping defensive lineman from Auburn, to the Houston Texans. Devin Culp, one of the tight ends out of Washington, to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then Michael Pratt, the quarterback from Tulane, to the Green Bay Packers. So, kind of interesting. I like Pratt to the Packers, quite honestly. He fits a lot of what they like to do in terms of getting the ball out of the middle of the field and getting it out quickly. It could be a quality backup for Jordan Love if Love doesn't really take that next step forward. Pratt can potentially step in if they need him to.
And I want to say is like one thing that Nick loves to do is talk about like he does it every year of like, oh, this is what we did in our roundtable mock. Well, this is how it turned out. You guys were right, or we were right, or however it was. Lance, I mean, I think we got to take the big L here. We put in our fight for somebody other than Luke McCaffrey, Marcus Rosemead, Jack Saint, Luke McCaffrey, pick 100. Jack Saint looking like he'll be undrafted.
Yeah.
Still haven't heard his name called as we get to the final, 5 picks. Bad athlete, injury concerns up the butt with him. And that's just a big issue with the wide receiver. So liked him a lot. I'm with you. I like the blocking ability, but I mean, we got to hold that L on that one, hold ourselves accountable and accept.
Absolutely. And that was one of the big things with Jack Saint, was not a great athlete. I tried clocking him as best as I could because I never actually saw an official 40 time. There was a rumor going around following the Georgia Pro Day that he was in the 4.8s. And I don't necessarily believe that, but I could understand if he was like the high 4.6s for sure. The vertical speed with him was just not there. He's a super long strider, and it takes him forever to get to top speed. But the physicality that he brings to the table. I mean, he's a great blocker. He fights through contact really well. Not the best separator, but when you get to the catch point, he fought really hard for the football, brought down a lot of really tough catches as well. So I liked him a lot more than I'm guessing a lot of people, and obviously the NFL at this particular point. But that's probably the one big draft crush that I had as one of my guys. That is probably the big miss. I want to go around the table though. Is there anybody out there that you guys had like, this is the guy, this is the one guy that I'm going to pound the table for, that went either lower than expected that you expected, or is still on the board right now and potentially going undrafted? Carl, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to think for. I was thinking second round or third round kind of area of players. A lot of guys kind of went where I expected them to go for the most part. I mean, Cooper DeJean went a little bit lower than I thought he would. I guess even first round, that'd probably be the place I'd see a lot of players. Quinion Mitchell going 22 overall. That was one of those guys I would have loved, obviously, to see in the Broncos. Cornerback wasn't a huge need, but to see him go that low was kind of a little bit shocking for me. Trying to think who else. Dallas Turner going 17. Like I'm shocked he didn't go 8. It does sound like Atlanta really didn't like him as much as everybody else does. So for him to fall as far as he did and get picked, because I mean, I wouldn't have minded him at 12. I didn't think there was any chance the Broncos even have a chance at him. And so him going that far. Second round, Johnny Newton going as low as he did. I'm like, I wasn't the biggest fan of Johnny Newton, but I still thought he would be end of round 1 at least. And so that was probably one. And having a Rororo go before him was very shocking.
Let's go back to the Los Angeles Chargers.
There's a comment here that I want to grab real quick.
Go ahead.
Chuck Hartman saying a lot of these guys aren't answering the phone until the draft is over, so they can pick where they want to go in undrafted free agency. Unfortunately for them, that's not how it works. If they don't answer the phone or not, the pick still gets turned in and they get drafted, and they just find out later.
Pretty much.
That's the way it is, and it's a situation that has actually happened before. Like the first year we did the live show for the draft. That happened. There was a guy who didn't answer the phone, and he agreed to an undrafted free agent contract with somebody else, and they had to call him back and saying, "No, you got drafted. So no, you can't sign with us." And he wasn't happy.
Yeah, and I would say the other thing here with the 7th round, keep in mind, sometimes they're not always taking the highest guy on their board. They might be taking the undrafted free agent that they want that they don't think they can get. So it makes it where they have to come to your team, where they don't get to choose. And if you feel like they were going to pick another team, and then maybe that other guy that's a little bit higher on your board that you think, hey, you stand a really good chance to get, maybe you're willing to take that risk that you don't want to lose this other guy. So you can get both of them instead of one.
And another thing, too, is that they'll have placed calls. And on that thing of they've already talked to the guy who's higher, and maybe he let it know that he's willing to sign with them as an undrafted free agent. And the other guy that they really want has made it clear that he's probably a little bit lower, has been like, I'm kind of leaning this way. Because even if you still have picks, you're still making those calls. So the Broncos have some idea. There is a lot that goes into, how they go about the process with the 7th round. And I mean, as you said, it may not be their best guy left on their board. Their last pick may not have been the best guy left on their board. It may have just been a guy that they wanted as an undrafted free agent. They got wind of like, no, if he goes undrafted, he's going elsewhere. And so they made the pick.
Yeah. The Los Angeles Chargers just added another receiver to their room and drafting Cornelius Johnson out of Michigan. And you want to talk about rebuilding a wide receiver room in less than a year. Like Quentin Johnston, there's high upside there. I think that if he can figure out how to catch the football reliably, then he can still be a good option. But they go out, they get Ladd McConkey, they get Brendan Rice late, and then they add Cornelius Johnson, another contested catch player that's very physical at the catch point, man. Like, holy cow, that's a great way to rebuild the room. There was another comment in here from Olio saying the Rams also had themselves a draft. run through this really fast. You've got Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, Blake Corum, Cameron Kitchens, Brennan Jackson, Tyler Davis, Joshua Carty, the kicker from Stanford, Jordan Whittington, Bo Limmer, and KT Leviston. Holy cow, rebuilding the defensive line, man.
Broncos are on the clock. So
And Kalen King
Packers just took
Packers. Yeah.
Yep. So just wanted to give you a heads up. Broncos are on the clock.
All right, guys. Any guess? Anybody want to send their last second guesses in? Because this is probably going to come pretty quickly.
I'm going to go safety from Maryland.
Yeah, Bo Brady.
Yep, that's who I think too.
Oh no, I hit my limit on Twitter, so I can't, see anything anymore. So you guys are gonna have to let me know when they make their pick.
Oh no!
Oh no! I'm still hoping for a tight end. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'll just throw Holker out there.
That would be all right. I could be on board with that. I think Bo Brady, though, you got to add to the safety room. That would make the most sense to me.
Give us all the Bo's, man.
Right? Bo. If you had gotten Bo Limmer, too, that would have been great.
And it's an offensive lineman.
Is it a tackle?
Nick Garguillo of South Carolina.
Don't even know who that is.
He's an interior offensive lineman. He's fine.
He's fine. So I saw something great on Twitter. When you talk about a player or talk about a person or talk about any situation and just say, well, it's fine. Does it really mean good, or is he just kind of there?
It means it's fine.
It's fine. Break him down, Eric. What does this guy bring to us?
By fine, I mean he's a jag. They needed competition on the interior offensive line. He'll help bring some, depth competition on the interior offensive line. I can't remember for sure. I think he does have some center experience as well to add to the competition there. I might be mistaken on that. But I mean, yeah, he fits with what Sean Payton wants to do. He's got the power, plays with decent bend. And yeah, I mean, we're going to have to get out of here basically almost as soon as the jet spec is in. We'll give our, knowing that it is this offensive lineman, we'll give our grades. We'll mention the final pick of the draft. And then we'll have to get out of here. Are you guys...
Huh?
Say that again.
Are you guys going live tonight, Orange and Blue View?
No, we're not. I don't believe we are.
All right. So, and on the draft tracker, they do have him as a center specifically. So, that is something to keep in mind. But I know he has experience at both. I just can't remember, which one where he has more. So overall, including the trade for the player. Real quick before we get out of here, we got about probably 5 minutes left. What's your grade?
I think I'm gonna go with a solid A. I'm pretty optimistic with the guys we got, especially adding weapons for Bo Nix. You got your quarterback. I like this draft.
I do as well. Before I give my comments, I'm going to say hello to Joe here, jumping in with a $10 super chat saying, great job today, guys. Love the analysis and appreciate all the hard work. Well, Joe, we love you, and we love everybody that's joined us. 689 people still in here watching us and hanging out with us to close out this NFL draft, man. It's been a wild ride. It's been fun. 7 hours into this thing today. For you guys to all stay in here, you nerds, good Lord, get a life. No, for real, though. Thank you all for joining us. Back to the grades. I'm going to give it a solid A. The Devon Bailey pick was interesting to me because I feel like you've already got length, speed options on this roster. I think Jalen Virgil is going to be an interesting competition piece for Devon Bailey. But I don't know anything about this center prospect that we just took. But you go and you get Troy Franklin for the comfortability. You get Chris Abrams-Drain to compete at the cornerback position. You upgrade the running back room with Audric Estime. Like, those 3 picks are fantastic fits. They're great picks for this team. And then the big trade with Jonathan Franklin-Myers, man. Great day for the Denver Broncos to just start this rebuild and start it off on a solid foot, man. Carl, your thoughts?
Well, first off, it has to be an A just because our newest pick has the greatest mustache I've ever seen.
I just saw him pop up on the screen.
And there's going to be some real competition for who has the greatest hair in that locker room for this upcoming season. But no, I give it. I'll stick with. I said that the Bo Nix pick was a B plus. The Jonah Ellis pick took it back to a B for me. Today's work, I'll take it to an A minus, especially the trade for our player. Like, I mean, that just made such a John Franklin, man, that was such a big move for the Broncos. We talked about it after the Jonah Ellis pick. We're like, he just doesn't fit what they need. They've got a lot of other edge players that are kind of similar to what he brings to the table, and they just didn't have this kind of guy in the building. So adding him makes this such a really great day 3. Like, that was probably the best pickup of anybody, any team here on day 3. Because like I said, he's a day 1 starter. He's your number 1 impact player in the pass rush on that line, in my opinion. Helps in the run game, really allows you a lot more versatility in how you're going to attack things. And like I said, you got your quarterback now paired with your coach. Things can really kick off from here. It's just going to be interesting to see how quickly they can get things turned around, especially in this division. But like I said, I really do. You can tell the Broncos had a plan. There's a lot of drafts where we're kind of sitting here going, okay, what are you going to do with this guy? How are you going to use him? Most of these players, I'm going, okay, I see an avenue to the field. I understand how they're going to try to use them. So, like I said, I really like it. A minus for me.
Yeah, and before I get mine, just a couple shout outs because we're going to have to get out of here real quick. The Jets finished the draft with Mr. Irrelevant, Jalen Key, a hybrid type safety out of Alabama. But David Welder, I know we grabbed this already, but he says, thank you guys for all your hard work. Do we think we'll pick OL with our final pick? I know we grabbed it all already. Thank you for reading the tea leaves and having it be an offensive lineman. Unfortunately, it's not a tackle. Still no tackle. Hopefully, George Payton has security on standby. Joe comes in with a $10 donation. Great job today, guys. Love the analysis and appreciate all the hard work. Thank you so much. I mean, I really appreciate it with all the time that I put in, and it's always, this is the culmination of it all, and it's always nice to feel appreciated a little bit with the amount of time and hours and all that. I mean, it's a lot of time. And thank you guys for much. And I don't know if she's watching, but I got to give a shout out to my mom as well. Even though she's not donating, but she always, this time of year, we homeschool our daughter and she comes over and covers that and everything. So I can focus on getting all this stuff done for you guys. So it's a team effort on the Trickel end to make sure we can do this every year. And then Franklin Peterson with the $2.99 donation saying, great job, guys. Get some rest and go Broncos. Yes, that is our next step. We are going to have to get out of here. But before we do that, my grade real quick, I'll stick with an A. It really bumped up for me. I like what they've done day 3. I can't wait to break down the valuations of it over the next couple days and get to it. So guys, real quick, I'll let Lance close us out. But before we do that, any final words from you guys?
Thanks for letting me sit in on this last day. I'm not as well versed on these later rounds, but just soaking everything in and getting a lot of information from you guys. And you guys, all 3 of you guys killed it this year.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Dylan. And good to have you in here. Get to talk with you, man. It was really great getting to meet you at the meet and greet. That was like my first time actually talking like face to face, or even over video.
Yeah,
because you weren't doing a show quite yet, and or had just started your show. I can't remember which one, but anyway, yeah, great to hang out with you guys. Always enjoy this time. Broncos got better. That's the big thing. When you get done with the draft, can you actually say this team got better? I feel very confident they are.
Yeah, guys, it's been a wild ride. It's been a very fun. Let's see, we did 4.5 hours on Thursday, 5.5 hours yesterday, 7 hours and 16 minutes and counting right now. But we're going to get out of here. The Broncos got better. Again, just to recap everything: Bo Nix at 12. They get Jonah Ellis in the 3rd round. Troy Franklin, Chris Abrams-Drain. You get Audric Estime, Devon Vele, and damn it, what's his name? I just had it. Yes, Doug Argulio. Also, Jonathan Franklin Myers. Today was a good day in Broncos country. This weekend was a good weekend in Broncos country. For everybody along the ride with us.
Real quick, we made the reference with Luke, which, by the way, Luke, if you're listening, thanks again for joining us. Thanks to, Chad for letting us do this year in, year out. We appreciate that. And putting up with me during this time of year, I am not an easy person to deal with in general. Even worse when we get to this point of the year.
Facts.
Oh, hush up, you. Zach as well. It's always great to hear from him and join with Zach. Nick joining us, having Scott join us. We're here throughout the long haul, but it's definitely, as I said, it's team effort in the Trickel household. It's a team effort from all of us at MHH to bring you all that we can throughout this time, covering all the news, which is a lot of Zach and Chad's job, all the deep dive stuff, all the, reaction to mock drafts, all of that stuff, trying to help you guys be as informed as possible when it comes to the Denver Broncos. And, the biggest thanks is to all of you guys. Again, we say it every single time. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. You guys make it worth it. You guys make it fun and enjoyable. And it's a pleasure doing this. It's a pleasure sitting here and talking with all of you gentlemen. And Dylan, it's great to have you on. I remember sitting down talking with you at the meet and greet and talking to you about getting you on a show and over some drinks and everything. And I had a chance to listen to it, I think, last night, which is why I only got 4 hours of sleep. And you and Ron are doing a good job. I was able to join Ron, and I think Ron is going to be missing a show here soon. And I think I'm the one slated to join in with that, I think. And I'm looking forward to that as well. And gentlemen, Lance, as much as I rib you and everything, you do good work, man. I'm happy and proud to have you as my protege, even though you're older than me. And as well as, talking about Chad, as well as you putting up with me throughout this. And Carl, it's always wonderful to have you grace our presence with your beard.
Absolutely, guys. One more shout out to everybody that joined us over this weekend, everybody that stuck with us. We had 790 people was the highest number that I saw today a couple hours ago. Over 1,000 people on Thursday night, 1,000 people last night. You guys keep the lights on. You guys are the reason why we do this. It's always fun to talk Broncos football, but without you guys, we couldn't do what we do best, which is cover the Denver Broncos and cover the NFL draft. You guys are the whole reason why we are able to do this. So thank you all for that. We're going to get out of here, though, guys, and go enjoy some time with our families. Much needed time, get some rest. Follow us on Twitter. The conversation never ends, guys. Get us on Twitter for Erick Trickel, at Erick Trickel. Notice the CK in Eric and the EL in Trickel. For Carl, at Carl Dumler, MHH. For Dylan, at Dylan Von Arx, MHH. And for myself, at Lance S_MHH. While you guys are at it, make sure you guys are following at Mile High Huddle. That is the mother account where you guys can find breaking news and analysis. All of our recaps regarding the NFL draft. Film breakdowns are coming. I'm going to be working on those over the next handful of weeks to break down all these players for everybody. More analysis, anything you want Denver Broncos related, you guys will be able to find that there. Facebook users, facebook.com/Mile High Huddle Pod. Keep the conversation flowing over there as well. Guys, if you are financially able to do so, MHHmerch.com. There's hats, there's t-shirts, there's anything to suit your fancy, something for the guys, something for the gals. A onesie for your baby is still up there from last I knew. It's a great way to support the show. And everybody that supports us with the stars, the Facebook donations, the super chats, you guys are awesome. And if you're not financially able to do anything like that, we understand. Like, times are rough. But at the ticker at the bottom of the show, subscribe to Mile High Huddle across all of your platforms. like every video, article, Facebook post, anything you guys see regarding Mile High Huddle, like everything you can. And if you love it, share it, because that is the greatest way to help support us outside of, monetary donations or going to get merch. Share it to all of your Broncos fans, because again, we couldn't do this without you guys. With that, thank you all for joining us this weekend on the – go ahead, Eric.
And one last thing, couple things is this week, I mean, Lance kind of touched on it. We'll have a lot of review stuff on the draft. I will be getting something on once we get a list of it on the undrafted free agents. So keep an eye out for that so you guys can get some information on them. I will be going over and doing my now annual leaving an annual value, my annual value chart. And, the joke was made the other night, first night of it, but there will be a 2025 mock draft coming sometime this week.
There it is. There it is, guys. You all stay safe and take care. Choose kindness and compassion, as Nick Kendell likes to always say. We will see you guys tomorrow night here on the Mile High Huddle show. Chad and Zach are going to be doing that, I believe. But we'll see you guys some other time. And as always, go Broncos.